I used to think being the responsible one would eventually pay off. That if you kept your head down, worked hard, and didn't make waves, people would respect you for it. But apparently, in my family, being responsible just makes you the designated doormat. My name's Caleb. I'm 28, single, and, for the most part, financially independent. I've always been the cautious one, the saver, the planner, the guy who reads through contract fine print and calculates 3-month emergency funds down to the last cent. It's not like I had some tragic upbringing or anything. My parents weren't abusive, I wasn't neglected. But I always got the sense that I was convenient. Like the easy kid. The one who didn't cause trouble, who handled things himself, and therefore didn't need as much attention. Meanwhile, my younger brother Micah? Total opposite. Micah is 25 and has lived like the main character of every early 2000s coming-of-age movie, except without the growth arc. He's charming, reckless, always in some kind of mess. Failed out of college twice. Wrecked 2 used cars our parents helped him finance. And last I checked, he was trying to start some NFT project with a group of guys named things like Drew Dog and Cash. He's not a bad person, I guess. Just coddled. Always has been. Every time he screwed up, there was a parachute waiting, usually stitched together by my parents' blind faith and just a touch of guilt over where they went wrong with him. I, on the other hand, was expected to figure things out. I did okay for myself. Landed a decent tech job out of college, moved to a small apartment 2 hours away, started saving. I wasn't rolling in it, but I had a safety net I built myself. Or at least I did, until last year. Around November, my lease was up. My company had just announced they were going fully remote, so I figured I'd save some money and come back home for a few months. Not because I was broke, just being smart. Rent was insane, and I figured I could stash away a bit more before buying a place of my own. I still remember the exact conversation I had with my mom when I floated the idea. "You're always so thoughtful, Caleb," she said, beaming like I'd won an award for most predictable son. "It'll be good to have you here. Just temporary, of course." Of course, there was a part of me that hesitated. Micah had just moved back in too. Something about taking time to refocus his energy, whatever that meant. But my parents had the space, and I figured I could survive a few months under the same roof as my brother. I had a plan. 6 months max, then out. I even joked with my dad that I'd cook twice a week as rent. He laughed, said they were just happy to help. When I moved in, I brought my savings account with me. I had about $31,000 saved up, not a fortune, but it represented years of side gigs, careful budgeting, and 0 vacations. I kept it in a high-yield account I managed myself. But one afternoon, about 2 weeks in, my mom came into the living room holding a letter in her hand, visibly shaken. Something about the house insurance needing to be paid up front due to a change in their policy. I don't know if it was legit or not. It probably was, but she looked panicked. "We'll figure it out," she kept saying. "We always do." She wasn't asking me for anything, but the guilt hit hard. And honestly, I wanted to help. They'd let me move back. They were feeding me, letting me use their Wi-Fi and space. So that night over dinner, I offered, "Look, I've got a good amount saved up. If you guys need a cushion while I'm here, I can front you something. Just let me know what you need. I'll treat it like storage. I don't need to touch it for a while." My dad looked surprised. My mom got misty-eyed. Micah, who had been silently scrolling through TikTok the entire meal, muttered something about me, trying to buy favorite child points. I ignored it. 2 days later, my mom gently asked if I could move the money over so she and dad could manage it while I was under their roof. "Just so it's all in one place," she said. "We'll treat it like it's in a safe. You can ask for it back whenever you need it." I hesitated. But again, they were my parents. What reason would they have to lie? So I transferred the full $31,187.54 to their joint account. That's when the little thing started. Micah would borrow my headphones and leave them in the bathroom. My mom would ask me to keep an eye on him, just in case he's having a rough day. My dad would nod along when Micah snapped at me over nothing, only to pull me aside later and say, "You know how your brother is. Try not to poke him." I told myself it was temporary. I kept working my remote job, stayed quiet, and kept my eyes on the prize. Build a down payment, move out, get back to living like an adult. But when I finally told them I was looking at listings a few months later, things got weird. "That's exciting," my mom said, a little too fast. But don't feel like you have to rush out. You're not a burden. Yeah, Micah added with a smirk. At least someone's saving money by living here. The way he said it made something in me pause. Later that night, I looked over my finances again. I'd kept a separate spreadsheet tracking what I gave them and when, just in case. But I hadn't asked about the money since I gave it over. Honestly, I didn't want to seem greedy. That was always Micah's territory. He was the one who asked for rides, cash, favors. I was the good one, the helpful one, until I wasn't. It happened yesterday. We were sitting in the backyard, just me, Mom, and Dad. Micah was out networking, which probably meant mooching off someone else's Netflix. I just finished a long work week and had finally decided to start the apartment hunt for Rael. So casually, like it was no big deal, I asked, "Hey, so I think I'm going to need to pull some of that savings soon. I'm looking at places starting next week." I expected a nod, maybe a sure, we'll get that transferred. Instead, my mom froze. Like, actually froze, mid-sip of her coffee, eyes wide, hand trembling just a bit. My dad looked down at his shoes, then cleared his throat. We thought your brother needed it more." I stared at him. "What?" "The money," he said again, like I'd misheard him the first time. "Micah. Well, he's been having a hard time. He wanted to start that side project. He's been struggling. And since you weren't using the savings, and we figured you'd be okay, we thought it made sense to help him get on his feet." I didn't speak. I couldn't. He didn't want to work some fast food job while he was building his brand, Mom added quickly, almost like she was defending him from me. "And you're so careful, Caleb. We knew you'd bounce back." I asked, finally, because I needed to hear it out loud. "You gave him all of it?" They didn't answer. They didn't need to. I stood up and walked inside. And that's when I saw him. Micah, back earlier than expected, sitting on the couch with his feet on the coffee table, watching YouTube videos on passive income strategies. He saw me, grinned. "Thanks for the seed money, bro," he said, like it was a joke. I said nothing. Not yet. But in that moment, something inside me shifted. Not just the anger, not just the betrayal. Something deeper, colder, sharper. I'm done being the convenient one, the reliable one, the background character in Micah's story. They think I'll just accept this? That I'll roll over because I always have. Let them think that. Because what they don't know is, I've already started planning. And I promise you, they're going to regret ever choosing him over me. Badly. It's strange how quickly your perception of people can shift. One minute, they're your family. The next, they're strangers you can't trust with a single cent or a single word. Ever since that backyard conversation, something in me has felt permanently off. Like my skin doesn't quite fit right. I used to think coming back home was a calculated, temporary move. Now it feels like I walked straight into a trap. I didn't say a word to anyone that night. Not my parents. Not Micah. I shut myself in my old bedroom and just sat there, staring at the walls. It was still decorated with faded posters and dusty trophies from high school, like a time capsule of someone more hopeful. Someone who believed being dependable meant being valued. I remember thinking, they didn't even ask me. Not once. They just decided I didn't need it. And maybe worse, they didn't even seem sorry. The next morning, I went through the motions. Logged into work. Answered emails. Kept my face neutral. But everything felt heavier. Slower. I could hear Micah in the living room, talking loudly on the phone about some collab and a new branding opportunity. My mom passed me a plate of toast like nothing had happened. Like they hadn't wiped out years of my hard work in a single impulsive move. That was when the resentment really started to seep in. Not just toward Micah. Toward them. They didn't help him. They enabled him. They funded his laziness, his arrogance. And they used my savings to do it. I tried to confront them again. Calmly. I waited until dinner, when everyone was sitting together, and brought it up without anger, just confusion. "I still don't understand how that decision was made," I said. "You didn't even tell me. You just gave him the money and assumed I'd be fine with it." My mom looked up from her plate, eyes already watering like she was the victim. "We didn't assume, Caleb. We thought you'd understand." Micah scoffed. "Oh my God, are we still on this?" Dad put a hand up. "Let's not fight. It was a tough call. Your brother needed it. You didn't. That wasn't your call to make," I said, finally letting my voice sharpen. "That was my money. You should have asked. Or at the very least, told me." Micah laughed, shaking his head. "You act like you're some kind of martyr. You lived here for free, remember? They cooked for you, did your laundry. I didn't ask for any of that. I snapped. I offered the money as a gesture, not as a blank check for you to play entrepreneur with. Mom wiped her eyes. You're being so ungrateful, Caleb. We've always done our best. That was when I realized this wasn't a one-time mistake. This was a pattern. They always found a way to make Micah's problems into a family emergency and my boundaries into selfishness. I dropped it that night, not because I was done, but because I knew arguing wouldn't get me anywhere. I needed a plan, not just a way to recover my money, but a way to make them feel what they did, to finally shake them out of this delusion that Micah was some fragile little genius and I was just the spare son, built for support. Over the next few weeks, I played the long game. I kept quiet, smiled when spoken to, offered to pick up groceries. I knew the more cooperative I seemed, the less they'd see me coming. Micah's little business was, unsurprisingly, going nowhere. He spent most of his days on the couch, watching YouTube videos about success without effort. Every now and then he'd drop hints about needing just a bit more capital to launch his next idea. I ignored him, but the favoritism didn't stop. One night, my mom asked me to move my car from the driveway because Micah had people coming over for a meeting. Can't they just park on the street? I asked. She frowned. Micah says it makes them think he's not serious. He needs the space. Right. Because nothing screams professional like a meeting next to a bowl of Cheetos on a living room couch. Still, I moved my car. Again, playing the part. Then came the next blow. I had been tracking my savings, what should have been my savings, trying to figure out how much could realistically be recovered. I didn't know exactly what they gave him or how, but I was starting to piece together patterns. My parents weren't subtle. I noticed new electronics in Micah's room. A second monitor. A business chair. Even a ring light. I overheard him bragging to one of his friends on a Discord call that he hadn't spent a single hour working a real job since high school. The moment that broke me, though, came one afternoon while I was on a Zoom meeting in my room. My door was closed, camera on, mid-presentation. I heard a knock, barely, before Micah burst in, holding a phone in one hand and a stack of paper in the other. Dude, can I use your printer real quick? I looked at him, stunned. Micah, I'm in a meeting. It's urgent. Just chill, I'll be fast. He walked right over and started using it. Loudly, while I was still on call with my manager. I muted myself and hissed, "Get out. Now." He rolled his eyes and printed 2 more sheets before finally walking out, without even apologizing. I barely recovered the meeting. My manager noticed the distraction. I had to fake a Wi-Fi glitch excuse. I was furious and humiliated, but what happened next nearly sent me over the edge. That night at dinner, I brought it up calmly. Micah, can you knock next time? I was in a work meeting, and you barged in like it was your office. He didn't even look up. Relax. It took 2 seconds. I asked you to leave, and you ignored me. That's not okay. Here we go, he muttered, stabbing at his food. My dad looked at me sharply. You could be a little more flexible, Caleb. He's trying to get his projects going. It's important. I laughed. Actually laughed. You think what he's doing is important, but the job that pays my bills and helped this household survive for years is just, what? Background noise. My mom looked hurt. That's not what we're saying, isn't it? I said, because it sure feels like everything I do is expected, and everything he does is celebrated. There was silence. Then Micah pushed back his chair and stood up. You're just bitter because no one throws you a parade for being boring, he said. You've got your spreadsheets and your 5-year plan, but no one actually likes you, Caleb. You just make them feel guilty. He walked out. I looked at my parents. They didn't say a word. That was it. That was my breaking point. They'd let him disrespect me, walk all over my space, steal my money, and now insult me to my face, and they wouldn't even defend me. I wasn't a person to them. I was a utility. That night, I packed a bag. I didn't leave, not yet, but I started preparing. The next day, I requested my full transaction history from the bank, going back a full year. I combed through every entry from their account, tracing any large withdrawals that didn't match with bills. I cataloged dates, matched them against things I'd noticed in the house. When Micah got that new tablet, when he ordered that bulk coffee set from Amazon, when he rented a drone for some social media video, I found enough to know for sure they hadn't just borrowed some of it. They had spent every last cent. $31,187. Gone. It wasn't even the money anymore. It was the betrayal. The final confirmation that, in this house, My value was measured only by how useful I was to Micah. So I started phase 1. I told my parents I was thinking of staying a bit longer, that I was overreacting before, that I needed more time to save again before moving out. They looked relieved. They thought they'd gotten away with it. Micah even offered me a smug little, "Good to have you around, bro." I smiled, told him I'd help him with some of his business ideas, asked if I could sit in on a few meetings. "You've got such a good instinct for this stuff," I said. "Maybe I could learn something." He grinned, flattered. "Finally ready to drop the corporate chains, huh?" I nodded. "Yeah, let's build something big. Together." That was 3 weeks ago. Since then, I've been taking careful notes, listening to every call, watching his habits, figuring out who his partners are, what accounts he uses, how his little scam operation actually functions. Because make no mistake, he's not an entrepreneur. He's a con artist with a Wi-Fi connection, and I'm going to expose him. But not yet. Not until everything's in place. Not until they all see what they created. Because when this comes down, it won't just be about the money anymore. It'll be about loyalty, about consequences, and about making sure the next time they think about throwing me aside, they remember what happened when Caleb finally stood up for himself. And trust me, they won't forget it. It's funny how hitting rock bottom doesn't always feel like a dramatic fall. Sometimes, it's just a quiet click, a door closing behind you, a realization that there's no going back. That was me. In the weeks after my brother steamrolled through my dignity and my parents watched it happen like it was a weather report. Just background noise. I stopped waiting for apologies. Stopped expecting explanations. I wasn't part of the family in the way I thought. I was a resource they had drained, and now that I was empty, they were moving on. I hit bottom slowly. Not with a crash, but with a suffocating stillness. I'd wake up in the room I used to dream in as a kid and feel like a ghost. Every morning started with the same thought. You gave everything to people who would never do the same for you. And every day, I'd push it down just enough to function. Log into work. Keep my head down. Play nice. They thought I was over it. My dad even joked once, "You're starting to smile again, Caleb." I wanted to ask him what there was to smile about, but I didn't. I just nodded, shoved my hands deeper into my hoodie, and said, "Yeah, I'm getting there." I wasn't. Not really. I barely slept. The weight of betrayal sits heavy on your chest at night. My mind would loop through everything. Every time I covered for Micah growing up, every award my parents forgot to show up to, every time they told me I was the reliable one. I realized I had been trained to be useful, not loved. And the worst part? I let it happen. But something changed the night I went for a walk. I needed air. Real air, not the recycled, tense atmosphere of the house. It was past midnight, cold enough to sting, and the street was silent. I walked without a destination, just hoping movement would quiet the noise in my head. That's when I saw the old community center. It was barely lit, just one flickering light above the entrance, but the sign on the door caught my eye. Coding Club, seeking mentors. Apply inside. I don't know why I went in. Maybe I wanted to prove to myself I still had value. Maybe I just didn't want to go home. The place was empty except for a janitor sweeping the hallway. He pointed me to a sign-up clipboard. No interviews. Just a short form and a list of software languages. I filled it out on autopilot. Python, Java, a little HTML. My hands shook a little when I dropped the pen. The next week, they called. It started as one evening a week. Then two. I'd sit with teens trying to learn code, some of them curious, some of them quiet, some of them smarter than I ever was at their age. And for the first time in months, I felt visible. Useful in a way that didn't involve sacrificing myself. There was one kid, Nathan, 15, barely spoke for the first 3 sessions. But I noticed he kept tinkering with a simple game engine I'd shown the class. So I stayed late one night, pulled up a few scripts, and said, "Hey, want to try adding collision detection?" His eyes lit up. It was like watching a locked door swing open. That moment meant more to me than any fake smile Micah had ever given me. I didn't tell my parents about the mentoring. I didn't tell anyone. It wasn't for them. It was mine. Meanwhile, Micah was spiraling in the most obnoxious way possible. His business had pivoted again. First it was digital art, then personal branding. Now it was something about selling a lifestyle course for people who lacked clarity. He'd taken over the living room, turned it into his studio, with LED lights and a whiteboard he never actually used. I watched him record videos about achieving success with money he didn't earn and advice he didn't follow. He was convinced he was blowing up, kept bragging about his engagement rates and brand deals in the pipeline. But the cracks were forming. He wasn't getting the traction he claimed. I caught him editing fake comments onto his videos. Heard him on the phone asking for deadline extensions on bills. Then one morning, I overheard my mom offering to dip into their retirement fund just to float him until next month. That's when I knew the well was drying up. They were still pouring into him. Even now, that could have been the part that broke me all over again. But it didn't, because something was changing. I was climbing. Quietly, carefully. I started freelancing again. Small stuff, code cleanup, app testing, occasional UX redesigns. I didn't need the money right away, but I wanted it flowing. And I wanted something else too, separation. Every dollar I earned was another step out of the grave they'd helped bury me in. I reactivated an old domain I'd purchased years ago, kaylabuilds.com, and started posting small dev tutorials and walkthroughs. No big plan, just putting knowledge out there. 2 weeks in, one of my posts about streamlining backend architecture went viral on Reddit. Someone from a mid-tier startup reached out for a consultation. They paid me $900 for a 2-hour call. I didn't tell anyone. I just updated my spreadsheet and kept going. The money wasn't the point. It was the ownership, the privacy. For the first time since I came back home, I had something that was mine again. And then came the catalyst. Micah announced he was hosting a launch party in the backyard for his course. Soft launch, he called it, which I think was code for please clap. My parents were all in. Mom made snacks. Dad helped string up lights. I stayed out of the way. I wasn't invited. The night of the party, I heard the laughter from my room. A dozen people mingling around Micah's setup, clinking plastic cups together, congratulating him on his platform. I stayed upstairs. I had work to do. I was on a call with a client in Germany, setting up a framework for a new app. Real work. But around 10 p.m., my phone buzzed. A message from Nathan. Mr. Caleb, I finished the platformer. Do you want to see it? I smiled. Told him to send me a video. He did. It was clunky. Basic. But he'd built an entire level system from scratch. I sent back feedback. Told him I was proud. He sent a smiley face and said, I didn't think I could do this until you helped. That was it for me. The tipping point. The moment the fog lifted. Micah had a dozen people clapping for a project he didn't build. But I had one kid who believed because of me. That mattered more than any party, any stolen savings, any twisted family loyalty. From that point on, I was done hiding, done playing neutral. I didn't need to argue with my parents about what they'd done. I didn't need to fight Micah for respect he'd never earned. I had my own path now. I got approved for a new apartment 2 weeks later. Small place. 3rd floor. View of a grocery store parking lot. But it was mine. I signed the lease and paid the deposit in full, using the money I'd earned after they emptied me. And when the confirmation email hit my inbox, I didn't cry. But I closed my eyes and whispered, never again. I started packing quietly. Nothing flashy. Just one box at a time. I moved clothes, books, old notebooks filled with ideas I thought I'd forgotten. I boxed up every piece of me that didn't belong to them anymore. I didn't tell them I was leaving. Not yet. Because the real move wasn't physical. It was what comes next. I'd collected everything I needed. Dates, transactions, screenshots of Micah's fake testimonials. I even had audio recordings. Nothing illegal, just clips from his public videos and the lies he told in them. All of it ready, stored, labeled. Because I wasn't just going to walk away. I was going to rise first, then burn the bridge after. And I wasn't going to do it alone. Because people like Micah forget something important. The reliable ones. The background characters. We watch everything. And when we finally stop being quiet, we don't just speak up. We rewrite the story. I don't think revenge is about rage. Not the kind that simmers quietly for a year. It's not wild or messy. It's precise. It's calculated. Revenge, done right, is patient. It waits until your enemies forget what they did, until they feel safe. And then it takes everything they value most. That's the headspace I was in as I walked out of my parents' house for the last time. Well, the last time they thought I was still living there. It was a Wednesday afternoon. Micah was out, working, which usually meant filming himself in front of a laptop at a cafe while sipping overpriced coffee. My parents were gardening. I said I had errands to run, threw a duffel over my shoulder, and left. I didn't say goodbye. Not yet. Because I wasn't done with them. Not by a long shot. I'd already moved half of my stuff into the apartment. The essentials. Computer. monitors, my hard drive, that old high school hoodie I still wore when I needed comfort. The new place was small, 2 rooms, mismatched kitchen tiles, but it was silent, clean, mine. I stood in the middle of the empty living room and took a breath that felt like the first inhale after being underwater too long. I wasn't rebuilding anymore. I was ready. And now, it was time to set the pieces in motion. The first step was information. I already had most of the bank history, screenshots, voice memos, and receipts. But information alone doesn't take down people like Micah. You need timing, leverage, audience. So I made a folder. Project Reset. Inside, I compiled everything. I even made subfolders. Financial, for the exact transfer of $31,187.54 I gave my parents, and the series of subsequent withdrawals that matched up suspiciously well with Micah's purchases. Business, fake testimonials from his website, time-stamped screenshots of him editing comment sections, and 2 private recordings he posted in an unlisted YouTube video talking about how to fake proof of concept. Lifestyle, screenshots of his public stories on Instagram and TikTok, where he claimed to have made 6 figures in coaching sales, but used photos of Airbnb rentals as his own home office. Contradictions, a document showing side-by-side comparisons of what he said online versus what he said at home. Self-made online. Caleb's money helped me get started in private. This wasn't about petty humiliation. This was about the truth. Micah had built a house of cards, and I knew exactly where the wind would come from. Next came the chessboard. One night, I accidentally ran into Micah at a local event. He was hosting a little networking mixer at a hotel bar, something for like-minded creators. It wasn't public. He had emailed an invite list, but one of the kids at the mentoring center forwarded it to me after Micah cold-pitched him during a volunteer shift. I RSVP'd under a pseudonym. Made a new Gmail. Easy. I showed up in a blazer, nothing fancy, and pretended not to recognize him at first. When we made eye contact, he squinted, confused. Caleb. I smiled. Small world. He hesitated. What are you doing here? Looking for a content strategist. Someone told me this was the place to be. His ego puffed up instantly. I could practically see his chest inflate. Dude, he said, throwing an arm around me. You should have told me you were coming. This is my event. He introduced me to the group, half of whom looked barely out of high school, the rest clearly there for free drinks and vague hopes of going viral. He called himself a founder and a vision architect. At one point, he tried to pitch me on investing in his upcoming course, the one I helped fund. I asked with a smile. He blinked, then laughed. Come on, man. Let's not bring family stuff into this. That was just a favor. You're going to get a return once this blows up. Right. A return. I told him I'd think about it, then asked if he had a pitch deck I could share with some contacts in the startup world. He lit up and said yes, and emailed it to me on the spot. That was exactly what I needed. The deck was full of lies, fake metrics, inflated user data, and worst of all, testimonials with stolen photos of real people he'd scraped off LinkedIn, presenting them as coaching graduates. I added all of it to the folder. Step 3. Allies. This one took finesse. First, I reached out to a contact from the freelancing world, James, a guy I worked with on a code base a while back who now ran a tech blog. Not huge, but respectable. James had a section on his site called Digital Charlatans, a monthly feature on scams in the online guru world. I pitched him the story, sent a teaser, left Micah's name out of it at first, just to gauge interest. James bid instantly. This is gold, he said. I've seen this template a dozen times. Promise success, fake proof, disappear after the refund period ends. You've got receipts. I said yes. We scheduled a call. Then I reached out to 2 people from the mentoring center. Both had stories about Micah trying to pitch them on paid coaching, despite them being under 18. I documented it all. With their permission, of course. Blurred names. Protected identities. Last, I reached out to Micah's own collaborators. The few legit ones. There weren't many. Most had already distanced themselves, but I tracked down one guy, Darren, who had designed Micah's early branding materials and had never been paid in full. I offered to connect him with people who could help him recover his money, if he could confirm a few details about Micah's practices. He agreed immediately. Said Micah was all flash, no follow-through. I added Darren's emails to the folder. Now came the moment I'd been working toward, the opportunity. And wouldn't you know it, Micah gave it to me on a silver platter. He announced a webinar, a live one. The topic? How I built a six-figure coaching brand in under 12 months. Set for a Friday night. Free access. Email registration required. I signed up with 3 different emails. So did James. So did Darren. So did Nathan. Micah promoted the webinar like it was his Super Bowl. Instagram reels, countdown timers, testimonials that were still fake. My parents reposted everything. My dad called me and said, "Maybe you should tune in. Your brother's really making something of himself." I said I wouldn't miss it. What they didn't know was that I had also messaged the payment processor Micah was using, Stripe. I flagged his account with documentation showing misrepresentation, especially regarding coaching minors. I didn't hear back right away. I didn't need to, because once the webinar started, the countdown to collapse had already begun. I sat in my apartment, lights low, headphones on. Micah appeared on screen, wearing a black turtleneck like he was trying to channel Steve Jobs. Behind him, a custom background of a luxury apartment that I knew was just a green screen. He started with a big smile. "Hey everyone, I'm Micah, and tonight I'm going to teach you how I built a six-figure business with no degree and no 9-to-5. I took screenshots, recorded the session, made notes of every claim, every lie. At the 30-minute mark, he launched into his offer. Normally, my course is $997. But for tonight only, I'm dropping it to $399. Lifetime access. Limited seats. Then he dropped the link. That's when I made my move. James posted the article. Exposed. The fake empire of a coaching visionary. It included screenshots, testimonial comparisons, an interview with Darren, and a redacted summary of Micah's Stripe disputes. 10 minutes later, the story hit Reddit. Then Twitter. People from the webinar started commenting. "Wait, is this the same guy? Yo, I think we're being scammed. Look at this article. He faked all his reviews." Micah kept trying to talk, his smile twitching. "Hey guys, don't believe everything you see online. This is just hate. I've got real students." The chat flooded with links to the expose. And then, his stream froze. I grinned. He came back a moment later, visibly shaken. "We're having some technical issues. Please bear with me." But it was too late. The seeds were planted. The truth was out. And I hadn't even revealed the final twist yet. Because remember, this wasn't just about Micah. It was about them. The parents who stood by, who helped fund the lie, who thought I'd stay quiet forever. They were about to learn what it meant to ignore the son who watched everything, who kept records, who rebuilt himself from the ground up, and remembered every detail. By the time Micah's webinar collapsed, the damage was already irreversible. I watched it happen in real time. His voice cracked, his chat filled with accusations, and the confidence he wore like armor started peeling off in layers. He ended the stream abruptly, claiming technical difficulties and promising to reschedule soon. There would be no reschedule. Within the hour, the Reddit post hit the front page of /r/scams. James's article got picked up by a mid-tier tech outlet and shared by a few influential creators in the anti-hustle community. Someone even clipped a side-by-side comparison of Micah's fake testimonials with the original LinkedIn profiles he stole from. It went viral on Twitter with the caption, "Another fake guru bites the dust. Don't fall for people like this." I didn't need to do anything else. Micah had built his entire brand on a foundation of borrowed hype and stolen credibility. Once you knock out even one pillar, the whole thing collapses. I had pulled 5. Still, I wasn't done. Not yet. I hadn't told my parents I'd moved out. I hadn't told them anything, really. And that silence? That was intentional. Because the final part of my plan required one last performance, and it would happen face to face. I showed up 2 days after the webinar with a box of cinnamon rolls. I wanted to make it feel normal. I needed them off guard. When I walked in, my mom smiled in that slightly overcompensating way people do when something's gone wrong and they're trying to pretend it hasn't. "Caleb," she said, "how nice. You didn't tell us you were coming by." Micah was in the living room, slouched on the couch, hoodie pulled over his face. He didn't say a word. Dad came in from the garage, wiping his hands on an old towel. "Good to see you, son. You want coffee?" "Sure," I said. "Let's all sit down. I actually have something to say." The 3 of them exchanged glances. My mom sat. Dad followed. Micah didn't move. I took a breath, set the box of cinnamon rolls on the table like I was making peace. Then I pulled out the folder. "I know about the money," I said calmly. "All of it. Micah's head turned slightly, just enough to let me see the panic blooming in his eyes. I know it didn't go toward bills or house insurance. I know you used it to fund Micah's business. And I know, because I have records, exactly when and how. My dad opened his mouth. I cut him off. I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to fight. I just want you to know what you gave away. That money wasn't sitting idle. It was earmarked. I was going to use it to start my own company. Something real. Something I've actually been building in the background while living here. My mom blinked. You've been? Yes. And that company is now live. And profitable. And fully mine. I turned to Micah. But here's the thing. I've also been collecting proof. Of every lie you've told. Every fake testimonial. Every kid you pitched a course to. Every payment you accepted under false pretenses. He stood up. You don't get to play judge, Caleb. This isn't a court. No, I said. But Stripe disagrees. So does the IRS. And probably your PayPal account, once they finish the fraud investigation I started. He paled. You filed as a sole proprietor, right? Under your own name? Yeah. Bad move. I looked at my parents, now pale and silent. I tried to be the good son. I tried to do the right thing. But you made it clear where your loyalties were. You gambled with my future to cushion his laziness. My mom whispered, we didn't think. No, you didn't. And now Mike is facing a civil lawsuit, a possible tax audit, and an article with his full name trending on Google for all the wrong reasons. I stood. But don't worry. I'm not suing you. You were foolish, not malicious. You won't get another cent from me, but I'm not coming after what's left of your retirement. I'm not like him. I turned to leave, then paused. Oh, and one more thing. I took out a printed check, set it gently on the table. $31,187.54. Void. Just wanted you to see what respect used to look like. The fallout was swift and brutal. Micah's Stripe account was frozen. His PayPal was flagged. His domain got blacklisted after enough people reported him. His collaborators ghosted him, and one even filed a formal complaint. When the article picked up traction, the mentoring center banned him from events entirely. I never saw him leave the house. A friend told me he'd taken down all his social media within 3 days. His fake empire had vanished overnight. But mine? Mine was just getting started. The startup I'd been quietly building, Core Bridge Solutions, landed its first 5-figure client the same week. My mentoring program with the community center expanded into a summer coding bootcamp. And I hired Nathan, the high school kid who'd built the platformer, as a part-time assistant. He cried when I sent him his first paycheck. As for my parents, we don't talk much anymore. My mom sends the occasional message. Hope you're doing well. Micah is having a tough time. Can we talk? But I haven't replied. Because forgiveness is a gift. And they already spent theirs. Sometimes people ask me if I regret it, burning the bridge, cutting ties. I don't. I tried to be the son who gave without asking, who trusted, who believed that family meant something stronger than obligation. But when they chose someone else over me, when they watched him laugh in my face and still handed him the match to burn me, they made their choice. So I made mine. I built something real, and I made sure they'd never forget what they lost. My silence was the setup. My success was the revenge. And walking away was the end. I never thought family could make you feel like an outsider in your own bloodline. But that's exactly what happened the day my cousin decided to humiliate my son. My name's Andrew. I'm 37, and I've always been the quiet one in the family. The one who doesn't cause trouble, doesn't gossip, doesn't pick sides. I have a 9-year-old son named Ethan, and he's the best thing that's ever happened to me. Smart, funny, a little shy, but with a kind of spark that makes you forget the world's ugliness for a while. I've raised him on my own since his mother passed away 5 years ago. So when people insult him, it hits deeper than anything else. My cousin, Nicole, has always been the opposite of me. Loud, dramatic, constantly seeking validation. She's 35, married to a man who looks permanently exhausted, and has 2 kids who mirror her attitude down to the eye rolls. Growing up, she loved to one-up everyone. If I bought a new car, she'd tell me how her husband's was faster. If I mentioned Ethan's good grades, she'd brag about her son's gifted program. It was harmless at first, just family competition, but somewhere along the way, it turned bitter, especially when my parents started treating Ethan like their little miracle after losing my wife. They'd invite him over for baking days, buy him books, even hang his drawings on the fridge. I never asked them to. But Nicole? She saw it as favoritism. The tension started simmering a few months ago. Family dinners became awkward. Nicole would make jokes about golden grandchildren, while smiling at me across the table, her voice sugary but sharp. Her kids would mimic her sarcasm. I'd brush it off because I didn't want Ethan to feel the hostility. But every jab left a little crack I tried to ignore. The day everything exploded was at my parents' anniversary party, a backyard gathering filled with laughter, food, and, unfortunately, family politics. My mom had spent weeks organizing it, inviting everyone she could. It was supposed to be a warm, celebratory evening. Ethan was helping my dad set up the speakers, running around with a slice of cake in one hand, a goofy smile on his face. That's when Nicole showed up, fashionably late as usual, with her 2 kids in tow and sunglasses still on even though the sun had set. She greeted everyone like she was arriving at a movie premiere, hugging my mom, kissing cheeks, commenting loudly about the decorations. Then she spotted Ethan near the snack table, proudly showing one of my uncles the Lego car he'd built for Grandpa. She walked over, heels clicking on the patio stones, her tone dripping with mock amusement. "Wow, Ethan," she said, voice carrying over the music. "Still playing with toys at your age?" Her son snickered beside her. Ethan froze, his smile fading. I was halfway across the yard when I heard it, and I tried to step in before things escalated. "Nicole," I called out, forcing a calm smile. "He just wanted to show Grandpa something he made." "It's fine." But she wasn't done. She turned toward me, her expression suddenly sharp. "Andrew, come on. You've spoiled him. You treat him like he's some kind of genius. He's not special. He's just a kid who's never been told no." The conversation around us began to fade as people turned their heads. My parents froze at the table, stunned. Ethan stood there, small and silent, his face red and trembling. I wish I could describe the sound that came out of my chest. It wasn't anger yet, more like disbelief. "That's enough, Nicole," I said, my voice lower than I meant it to be. "You don't talk to him like that." She laughed, a sharp, ugly sound. "Oh, please, Andrew. Everyone tiptoes around you because of what happened to your wife. But let's be honest, Ethan gets away with everything. Maybe it's time someone said it." There was a moment where I could feel every eye on me, every second stretching out like a rope ready to snap. I could see Ethan's eyes watering, his hand gripping the Lego car so tight it started to crack. My mother stood up, furious, but I motioned for her to stay seated. "You need to leave him alone," I said, steady but shaking. Nicole smirked, then muttered something about touchy parenting before turning away, acting as if she'd just dropped some truth bomb and was the hero for it. Ethan ran inside, and I followed him a few minutes later. I found him sitting on the stairs, tears silently falling down his face. He asked me, "Dad, am I really spoiled?" That broke something in me. I told him no, that he was kind, respectful, and that he didn't need to listen to anyone who made him feel small. He nodded, but the light in his eyes dimmed that night. I thought that would be the end of it. I figured Nicole would go home, complain to her husband, and move on to the next family drama. I underestimated just how far she'd go to make her point. The next morning, there was a knock on my door around 9 a.m. When I opened it, 2 people were standing there, one man, one woman, both holding clipboards and wearing polite but firm expressions. "Mr. Andrews?" the woman asked. "We're from Child Protective Services. We received a report concerning your son, Ethan." For a few seconds, I just stood there, confused. "There must be some mistake," I said slowly. "Who would report?" And then it hit me. I didn't even need to finish the sentence. They explained that someone had alleged emotional neglect and over-control, that Ethan was isolated, discouraged from socializing, and that I was unstable. I wanted to laugh, but my throat felt dry. They asked to come in, and I let them, because I had nothing to hide. Ethan was in his room, playing quietly. They talked to him, looked around, checked the kitchen, his schoolwork, his room. When they left, they said everything seemed fine, but that they'd follow up. The second the door closed, I sat on the couch in silence. My hands were trembling. I didn't need evidence. I knew it was her. I could almost hear her smug voice saying, "I'm just trying to protect the kid." That night, I got a text from her, just 5 words. "Maybe this will humble you." That's when the disbelief turned into something colder. I wasn't angry yet, not in the way that makes you yell or slam doors. It was the kind of anger that settles in your bones. The kind that makes you start thinking carefully, deliberately. I didn't reply, not because I didn't have anything to say, but because I wanted her to think I was shaken, that I was cornered. The truth was, I was already planning what to do next. But before I could act, she started spreading rumors, telling relatives that CPS found problems, that she'd always suspected something was off about me. Within a week, I went from being the quiet, dependable cousin to the whispered topic at every family gathering. My mother called, distraught, saying, "Andrew, she's telling people you're being investigated." I told her the truth, that everything was fine, that CPS found nothing. But I could tell she was shaken too. My father wanted to confront Nicole, but I stopped him. I told him, "Don't. Let her keep talking. I'll handle it." Ethan noticed the tension. He started asking why no one was calling us lately, why his grandparents seemed distracted on the phone. I told him sometimes adults make mistakes and believe things they shouldn't. He didn't deserve to carry that weight. But I did, and I carried it quietly, until one afternoon, about a week later, when I got another knock on the door. This time it wasn't CPS. It was Nicole herself, standing on my porch, arms crossed, that same smug look plastered across her face. "Can we talk?" she said, like she hadn't nearly destroyed my life. I wanted to slam the door in her face. Instead, I stepped aside. "Sure," I said. "Come in." She walked in like she owned the place, glancing around as if inspecting it for flaws. "You know, Andrew," she started, "I didn't mean for it to get this bad. But maybe now you'll realize you're not a perfect parent." I leaned against the wall, crossing my arms. "You called CPS on me, Nicole." She shrugged. "I was worried about Ethan. You're too protective. It's not healthy. And maybe this will make you reflect a little." I studied her face, the fake concern, the self-satisfied tilt of her chin. I realized something in that moment. She genuinely believed she was justified. She thought she'd taught me a lesson. What she didn't realize was that she'd just taught me something else entirely. I smiled. Not the friendly kind. More like the quiet, unsettling kind that comes when someone crosses a line they can't uncross. "You're right," I said softly. "I have been too protective. But don't worry, I'm done staying quiet." Her expression faltered for the first time. "What do you mean by that?" I didn't answer. I just told her she should probably go. She hesitated, gave me a suspicious look, and left. As her car pulled out of the driveway, I stood there for a while, hands in my pockets, heart beating steadily. I knew exactly what I was going to do next. And when I did, she'd finally understand what it feels like to lose control of a story you thought you could manipulate. The days after Nicole's little visit felt like walking through a fog. Thick, quiet, deceptive. She hadn't said much that day, but her smirk had done all the talking. I could tell she left my house convinced she'd won, that she'd rattled me, silenced me, maybe even embarrassed me into submission. What she didn't know was that I'd been taking notes, both mentally and literally. Every word she said, every call she made to relatives, every lie she whispered behind my back. I was keeping track. But while I was planning, she was busy twisting the knife. The next family gathering was my mother's birthday. Normally, Ethan and I would have been the first ones there. He loved picking flowers from our garden to bring to Grandma, and she'd always pretend to swoon over them like he'd brought her a bouquet from Paris. This time, though, the energy felt different. When we arrived, conversations dimmed just a little. Eyes flicked toward us, then away. My aunt gave me a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Andrew," my mom greeted, wrapping me in a hug, but even she seemed tense. Nicole was already there, of course, holding court at the dining table like some self-appointed queen. She was pouring wine for everyone, talking animatedly about how kids these days need structure and how some parents just don't know when to set boundaries. I didn't say anything. I just watched her. She smiled sweetly when she noticed me, as if the last 2 weeks hadn't happened. "Oh, there's the man of the hour. How's Ethan doing?" Her tone dripped with fake concern. "He's fine," I said simply, guiding Ethan toward my dad, who gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Nicole's eyes flicked down at my son. "That's good. Kids are resilient, right?" I just hope all that stress didn't affect him. I could hear my aunt inhale sharply. She knew what Nicole was doing. Everyone did. But no one said anything, because family confrontation, apparently, was worse than quiet cruelty. Ethan didn't understand the subtext, but he felt the tension. He stayed close to me, clutching the small gift bag we'd brought. My mom noticed and tried to brighten the mood, ushering everyone to the living room for cake. For a while, it almost felt normal. Laughter, candles, a chorus of off-key singing. But Nicole couldn't help herself. When it was time for my mom to open gifts, Ethan proudly handed her the little bag we'd brought. A framed photo of the two of them from last Christmas, which he'd decorated with a handmade border of pressed flowers. My mom's eyes welled up. "Oh, sweetheart, this is beautiful," she said, pulling him into a hug. Everyone clapped, except Nicole, who leaned toward her daughter and muttered just loud enough for a few people to hear. He probably didn't even make that himself. It wasn't subtle. My dad shot her a glare, but she just smiled innocently. Ethan looked up at me, confused. He whispered, "Did I do something wrong?" I knelt down and told him quietly, "No, buddy, you did everything right." But my blood was boiling. The woman had publicly humiliated my son once and gotten away with it. Now she was testing the limits, seeing how far she could go before someone stopped her. That night, after the party, I got a call from my mom. She sounded tired. "Andrew, I just want things to calm down. Nicole says she feels like you're angry at her." I laughed bitterly. "Mom, she called CPS on me." "I know," she said softly, "but she insists she was just concerned. She keeps saying she never meant harm." "Then why is she still talking about us?" I asked. My mom hesitated. "She's been saying things, yes. But you know how she is. If we give it attention, she'll keep going." That was the family's usual solution: silence. Pretend the problem doesn't exist, and it'll fade away. But I knew Nicole. Silence wasn't a deterrent, it was encouragement. Over the next few weeks, I started noticing small things. Ethan's classmates stopped inviting him to playdates. One parent who used to chat with me at pickup suddenly avoided eye contact. When I asked another dad about it, he awkwardly mentioned that someone had been talking about how I controlled Ethan too much, how I never let him socialize. I didn't need to guess who that someone was. Nicole's kids went to the same school. She was poisoning people quietly, one rumor at a time. And the worst part? Ethan started believing some of it. One night, I found him sitting at the kitchen table, staring at his homework, his eyes red. "Dad," he said, voice trembling, "why do people think you're mean?" I froze. "Who told you that?" "Some kids said their mom told them you're crazy, that you got in trouble." He looked at me, tears welling. "You're not mean, right?" That was the moment something inside me shifted completely. It wasn't just about pride anymore. It wasn't about family politics or saving face. Nicole had dragged my son into her war, and that made it personal in a way I couldn't forgive. I took a deep breath and said, "Listen, Ethan, sometimes people lie because they want to feel better about themselves. But we don't let them win, okay?" He nodded slowly, but I could tell the words didn't erase the hurt. After that, I started documenting everything. Every rumor, every comment, every text. My father quietly helped me. He'd overhear her on phone calls at family events, talking about Andrew's meltdown, or poor Ethan having such a strict dad. He'd jot down dates, times, witnesses. My mother hated it, but even she couldn't deny what was happening. Then came the school incident. It was a Friday afternoon when I got a call from Ethan's teacher. She sounded hesitant. "Mr. Andrews, we had a small situation today. One of the students told Ethan that he shouldn't talk to anyone because his dad might get arrested." I felt my stomach drop. "Do you know who said that?" She sighed. "It came from Nicole's daughter, apparently. I just thought you should be aware." I thanked her and hung up, my hands shaking. That night, I barely slept. I kept replaying the moment Nicole must have told her kids something. The way her lies were now shaping how other children treated my son. She wasn't just gossiping. She was systematically destroying his reputation. A 9-year-old's reputation. At that point, I knew confronting her wouldn't change anything. People like Nicole don't respond to reason. They respond to consequence. But before I made any moves, I wanted to understand her angle. Why? Why go to this extreme? The answer came a week later, in the form of a casual remark from my aunt during Sunday dinner. "Well, Nicole's thrilled about her new promotion," she said. "She told me she might finally have enough to buy Grandma's old lake house." "Isn't that where you were planning to move, Andrew?" I paused mid-bite. "The lake house." My aunt nodded. "You mentioned it months ago, remember? You said you were saving for it, to give Ethan more space and quiet." I nodded slowly. "Yeah, I told Nicole that actually." And suddenly, everything clicked. Nicole wasn't just jealous, she wanted something. My grandparents had left that lake house to my mother, who'd been planning to sell it to me at a family discount. Nicole must have found out and decided to ruin my reputation before I could finalize the deal. Because if I looked unstable, who would sell me a property meant for a family environment? It was manipulation layered in deceit. Smear my name, make me look unfit, then swoop in as the responsible relative. It wasn't just about Ethan. It was about power, money, and control. That night, I sat in my car outside my house for nearly an hour, staring at the dashboard. Every ounce of restraint I'd built up was gone. I wasn't the quiet cousin anymore. I was a father who'd been pushed too far. The next day, I started digging. I asked around, looked through property listings, and confirmed what I suspected. Nicole had already spoken to my mother about buying the lake house, framing it as a way to keep it in the family, while subtly suggesting that I was too overwhelmed to manage it. She'd even mentioned CPS concerns to justify it. My mother hadn't agreed to anything, but she'd been hesitant to bring it up to me. She didn't want to cause drama. That was Nicole's gift. She thrived in environments where people avoided confrontation. She weaponized politeness. But I was done being polite. Still, I didn't act right away. I wanted to see just how far she'd go before showing my hand. Over the next 2 weeks, she ramped things up, little digs during phone calls with relatives, accidentally leaving out my name in family group messages, even throwing a back-to-school party for the kids, and conveniently not inviting Ethan. When my mother confronted her about it, Nicole claimed she didn't think he'd feel comfortable after everything that happened. That was the final straw. I remember standing by the window that night, watching Ethan draw quietly at the table, his face calm but distant. He'd stopped asking to visit family, stopped smiling as much. She'd taken something from him, that innocent belief that family means safety. And that was something I was going to take back. So, I set my plan in motion. The first step was subtle. I reached out to an old friend from college, Megan, who worked in family advocacy law. She'd seen countless false CPS reports and malicious defamation cases. When I told her everything, she didn't hesitate. If you've got proof she made that call, Andrew, we can build a case. But don't move too fast. Let her think you're backing off. That was exactly what I did. I went quiet. I stopped showing up to family events. Stopped responding in group chats. Nicole probably thought she'd broken me. She started getting bolder online too, posting vague statuses about toxic parenting and family secrets. I had screenshots of everything. It was working perfectly. She was building her own rope, one rumor, one lie at a time. And when the moment came, I'd be the one holding the other end. But before I could make my next move, something unexpected happened. One evening, around 6 p.m., there was a knock at my door again. When I opened it, I froze. It was CPS again. The same woman from before, looking uneasy. "Mr. Andrews," she said carefully, "I'm sorry to bother you again, but we received another report. This time, it was anonymous." Anonymous? Sure. As she spoke, I could feel the walls closing in. Nicole was escalating faster than I anticipated. And this time, she might have just pushed things so far that there'd be no turning back. And that's when I realized, if she wanted a war, she was finally about to get one. When the CPS agent stepped inside again, I could already feel it in my bones. This wasn't going to be another routine check. Something about her expression told me she wasn't just here to tick boxes. Her tone was softer this time, almost sympathetic, but there was tension underneath it. "Mr. Andrews," she said, setting her folder on the table, "I want to assure you we're not here to accuse you of anything. We're following up on a new report, and it's a bit more serious." My stomach dropped. Serious how? She glanced down at her notes before meeting my eyes. The report claims Ethan was seen with bruises and appeared fearful of going home. It also alleges that you yelled at him in public and that he's being emotionally manipulated. For a moment, the room felt like it tilted. "That's a lie," I said flatly. "Ethan doesn't have bruises. He's a kid. He plays, he falls. And I have never yelled at him in public." She nodded carefully. "We believe you, but we're required to verify the claims." I called Ethan into the room. He came downstairs in his pajamas, rubbing his eyes, clearly confused. When the agent asked if she could speak with him privately, I nodded, because I had nothing to hide. He led her upstairs to his room, where she talked to him for about 15 minutes. I could hear muffled voices through the thin walls, her calm tone, his small, earnest replies. When they came back down, Ethan looked fine, if a little uncertain. The agent thanked me, promised to file her report quickly, and left. As the door shut, Ethan turned to me and whispered, "Dad, why do people keep asking if you hurt me?" That sentence hit harder than anything Nicole had ever said. My throat went tight. "Because some people don't know the truth, buddy," I said quietly. "But they will." That night, after putting him to bed, I sat in the living room staring at the ceiling for what felt like hours. The quiet hum of the refrigerator was the only sound in the house. My phone sat on the table, screen lighting up with a few unread messages, family group chat notifications. I opened it out of habit. Nicole had sent a picture. It was of her kids and my parents at the lake house. The caption read, "Making memories at Grandma's favorite place." I froze. That house was supposed to be mine. My mom had promised it to me months ago, saying she wanted Ethan to grow up somewhere peaceful. I hadn't signed any papers yet. We'd agreed to sort it out once I had saved a little more for the down payment. But now Nicole was there, smiling, holding a glass of wine in the photo, standing on the porch I'd spent my childhood summers dreaming about. I called my mother immediately. She answered on the second ring, her voice wary. "Andrew, please don't be upset. Why is Nicole at the lake house?" I asked, trying to keep my tone steady. She wanted to take her kids for the weekend. I didn't think it would matter. Didn't matter? I interrupted. "Mom, that place is supposed to be for Ethan and me. You said you were holding it for us." "I know," she said, voice small. But she asked so nicely. She said she wanted to see if it would be a good fit for her family, and she sounded so sincere. I closed my eyes, gripping the edge of the counter so hard my knuckles turned white. "She's manipulating you, Mom. She's been manipulating everyone." My mother sighed. "Andrew, I don't want to take sides." "Mom," she called CPS on me. Twice. There was silence on the other end. Then, softly, she told me she didn't. She said she'd never do something so cruel. I let out a bitter laugh. "She's lying. You know she's lying." But I could tell by the hesitation in her voice that she didn't want to believe it. That was the worst part. Nicole had poisoned her, too. Little drops of doubt mixed with feigned innocence. She'd made herself the victim of my supposed anger. When I hung up, I felt a mix of fury and disbelief. Not just at Nicole, but at my own family for letting it happen. Over the next few days, the betrayal deepened. Nicole wasn't just staying at the lake house. She was redecorating it, posting photos on social media of fixing up Grandma's old place. My aunts were commenting heart emojis. Even my dad, who'd been on my side for months, sounded uncertain when I called him. "Your mother doesn't want to fight about it, son," he said tiredly. "Nicole offered to buy the place at full price. Your mom figured it would be easier than waiting." "Easier for who?" I asked, voice cracking. "For her? For you? What about Ethan?" He didn't have an answer. That was when it hit me. Nicole had played the long game. First, destroy my credibility. Then, make me look unstable. Finally, swoop in to take what she wanted while everyone else believed she was doing the mature thing. And it was working. The next morning, Ethan asked if we could visit Grandma. I didn't want to tell him she was at the lake house with Nicole, so I said she was busy. He didn't push. But that evening, while scrolling through my phone, he saw the same picture I had. Nicole's kids fishing off the dock where he used to swim. His little face fell. "They're at Grandma's?" he asked. I hesitated. "Yeah, buddy. Just for the weekend. Can we go too?" My heart clenched. "Not this time." He stared at the screen, then quietly walked to his room. I could hear him crying behind the door, muffled sobs he was trying to hide. That sound, that quiet heartbreak, did something to me I can't even describe. The next day, I went to my parents' house in person. My mother looked startled when she saw me at the door. "Andrew, this isn't a good time." "Then make time," I said. We sat in the living room. I didn't yell. I didn't raise my voice once. I just laid everything out. Every rumor Nicole had spread, every CPS visit, every photo she'd posted pretending to own that house. I even showed her the text Nicole had sent me. "Maybe this will humble you." My mother's face paled. I didn't know. "She's trying to ruin me, Mom. And now she's taking Ethan's future too." For a long time, my mother didn't say anything. Then she whispered, "She told me you were paranoid." I let out a humorless laugh. Of course she did. Later that evening, while I was still there, my mom's phone buzzed. She looked down, and I caught the name on the screen, Nicole. She answered, speaker on by accident. "Hey, Aunt Marie." Nicole's voice chirped through the line, falsely bright. "Just checking in. Oh, and don't forget about the meeting with the realtor next week." I sent you the documents for the lake house. So exciting. My mother's hand trembled. Nicole, I thought we were just discussing it. Oh, come on, Nicole laughed. You said you wanted to sell it soon. Why not to me? It'll stay in the family. And honestly, I think it's better this way. Andrew's got enough on his plate. That last line landed like a slap. I stood up, walked to the door, and left without saying another word. When I got home that night, I sat in my car again for nearly an hour, replaying every conversation, every lie. Nicole hadn't just humiliated me. She'd turned my family against me, made my son question his own home, and now she was taking the one piece of peace we'd been looking forward to. And that's when I realized something chilling. She didn't even see it as cruelty. To her, this was justice. She thought she was the righteous one, punishing me for being arrogant, for having the life she wanted. I knew what I had to do next, but I also knew I couldn't do it in anger. Because revenge, when rushed, is just noise. I wanted silence, the kind that comes after a storm when everything's been wiped clean. So I waited. A week later, my father called me, his voice low. She's moving her stuff in, he said. Boxes, furniture, everything. Your mother's crying. She says she feels trapped. I felt my pulse quicken. Did she sign anything yet? Not yet, but she's close. That was it, the moment I'd been bracing for. The point of no return. That night, I called Megan again, my lawyer friend. I told her everything, and she said 6 words that stuck with me. If she forged or coerced anything, she's done. I didn't sleep at all that night. I just sat in the dark, thinking about Ethan, about how this was no longer just about property or pride. It was about showing him that when someone crosses you, when someone tries to take your dignity, you don't crumble. You don't hide. You rise. And as I watched the sun rise through the blinds, I knew one thing for sure. Nicole had finally gone too far. She thought she'd taken everything from me. But she was about to learn that the quiet ones, the ones who endure, are the ones who hit the hardest when it counts. It's strange how silence can feel heavier than noise. After everything Nicole had done, the humiliation, the CPS calls, the rumors, the lake house betrayal, the house became unbearably quiet. Even Ethan had stopped asking questions. He'd wake up, eat breakfast in silence, go to school, come home, and sit by the window like he was waiting for something that wasn't coming back. And maybe that's exactly what I was doing too. For weeks, it felt like the universe had folded in on itself. I kept going through the motions, work, errands, making dinner, but there was this constant, hollow ache in my chest. Every time I looked at Ethan, I saw the fallout of someone else's cruelty. He was only 9, but he'd learned too soon that adults could lie with smiles on their faces. I thought the worst was behind me. Then came the letter. It arrived on a Wednesday, plain white envelope, official-looking seal. When I opened it, my hands started to shake. It was a notice of intent to transfer property. Nicole had made an offer on the lake house, and my mother had signed it. The deal wasn't finalized yet, but it was legally in process. She had done it. I sat there for a long time, staring at that letter, feeling my heart drop with each word. I thought about all the nights I'd stayed up late, saving for that house, the down payment fund, the drawings Ethan made of what his room would look like by the lake, the small dreams we'd built around that place. Gone. All because of a woman who couldn't stand to see someone else happy. That night, I didn't sleep. I just sat outside on the porch with a cup of cold coffee, watching the streetlights flicker. I remember thinking how easy it is to lose everything quietly. No explosions. No shouting matches. Just a series of small, calculated cuts until you bleed out without even realizing it. That was my rock bottom. The next morning, my dad showed up at my door. His eyes looked tired, guilt written all over his face. Your mom told me everything, he said, stepping inside. She's not proud of what she did. Nicole pressured her. Said you'd already told her you weren't sure you could handle the property. I frowned. That's not true. I know. He sat down at the table, lowering his voice. She played her perfectly. She brought the kids over, made your mom feel like a grandmother again. She told her she wanted the house so they could keep family traditions alive. He paused. Your mom signed before she realized what she was doing. I leaned back, staring at the wall. So it's done? Not yet, he said. Technically, the sale isn't final. Nicole still needs the last approval from your mom's lawyer and the funding. Something inside me clicked. Funding. He nodded. She's applying for a family loan from the bank. Says she's using her promotion money as a guarantee. And right there, in that small moment, a spark lit inside me. She wasn't untouchable. She had overextended herself. She'd made herself vulnerable. I didn't show my father what I was thinking, but when he left, I sat down at my computer and started piecing together everything I'd gathered: screenshots, messages, recordings, even the CPS documentation that proved she'd filed those false reports. Megan, my lawyer friend, had told me to keep them just in case. I hadn't realized until now how valuable that just in case would be. Over the next few weeks, I started moving differently. While Nicole flaunted her new future lake house on social media, I was quietly building my own arsenal: legal, professional, and personal. I reached out to Ethan's school counselor, who provided a written statement verifying that the CPS claims were unfounded and disruptive to Ethan's emotional well-being. I gathered financial records showing how I'd been saving for the lake house long before Nicole's supposed offer. I even compiled the texts and posts she'd made implying that I was unstable, a clear pattern of defamation. Megan reviewed it all. "Andrew," she said one night over the phone, "if this goes to court, you'll win. But what? You need to decide what kind of win you want. Legal victory or total silence?" I didn't answer right away, because honestly, I wasn't sure. The old me, the quiet, peacekeeping version of myself, wanted to end it cleanly and move on. But the father in me, the one who'd watched his son's confidence crumble because of someone else's lies, he wanted something more than justice. He wanted closure. Still, I knew revenge without precision was chaos. And chaos was what Nicole thrived in. So I did something she never expected. I disappeared. Not literally, but socially. I stopped engaging with her. I stopped defending myself to family. I even stopped showing up to events where she might be. At first, it hurt, like giving up the fight. But over time, it became liberating. The silence she used as a weapon was now mine. And while I was silent, she got louder. She started posting more frequently. Pictures of the renovation progress at the lake house, long captions about taking control of your life and not letting toxic people hold you back. Family members, unaware of the full truth, showered her with praise. She basked in it, thinking she had finally rewritten the narrative. But the louder she got, the sloppier she became. In one of her posts, she mentioned her big promotion as the reason she could afford the lake house. What she didn't realize was that her company had a strict policy against employees using their positions or salary claims in public property transactions. Megan pointed this out when she saw the post. "If her employer sees this, she could be in serious trouble," she said. I didn't send it to them. Not yet. I wanted to wait. Timing was everything. Meanwhile, something unexpected began happening. Life started improving. Slowly, subtly, almost in spite of the chaos. Work picked up. I got a small raise. My boss mentioned I seemed more focused lately. Ethan started smiling again. Not all the time, but enough for me to notice. He joined an art club at school, made a couple of new friends. We started hiking on weekends again, our old routine before everything went wrong. There was still a shadow in his eyes sometimes, but it was fading. I started to realize that maybe my real comeback wasn't about destroying Nicole. It was about rebuilding what she couldn't touch. One night, after putting Ethan to bed, I sat down with a notebook and wrote out everything I wanted for us. Not revenge, not validation, just goals, stability, a sense of peace. I wanted Ethan to grow up in a world where he didn't have to flinch when someone said family. But fate, or maybe irony, had one more twist in store. A few weeks later, my dad called again. "You might want to come by the lake house," he said, his tone careful. "Something's going on." When I arrived, Nicole's car was parked out front, trunk open, boxes scattered everywhere. She was pacing on the porch, phone in hand, yelling into it. My mother stood near the door, arms crossed, expression unreadable. As I got closer, I caught fragments of the conversation. "What do you mean the funding fell through?" Nicole snapped into the phone. "You said it was guaranteed. You can't just—" "No, I can't wait another month. The papers are all ready." She turned and saw me, her face draining of color for a split second before she forced a tight smile. "Oh, Andrew," she said, lowering her voice. "Didn't expect to see you here." I smiled politely. "Just checking on the property I was supposed to buy." Her jaw clenched. "Supposed to?" I shrugged. "Well, since your funding's apparently fallen through." I let the sentence hang. She stiffened, clutching her phone tighter. "You don't know what you're talking about." Oh, I think I do. I stepped closer. See, Nicole, you've been so busy tearing me down that you didn't realize you've been standing on a cliff the whole time. Her eyes narrowed. What's that supposed to mean? But before I could answer, my mom walked up beside me. Nicole, she said quietly, I'm canceling the sale. Nicole froze. You can't do that. Yes, I can, my mother replied, her voice shaking but firm. The contract isn't finalized, and I've spoken to the lawyer. I was pressured into signing. It's void. Nicole's expression twisted into panic. You're making a mistake. He's manipulating you. She pointed at me like a child caught lying. My mom didn't flinch. No, Nicole. I'm finally seeing things clearly. I didn't say anything. I didn't have to. Watching her facade crack was more satisfying than any argument could ever be. She stammered something about calling her lawyer, grabbed her phone, and stormed off the porch. That night, for the first time in months, I felt something close to peace. But I also knew it wasn't over. People like Nicole don't retreat, they regroup. And I could already tell by the way she'd looked back at me, eyes full of venom, that she wasn't done. Still, things began to shift after that day. My parents started reaching out again, trying to mend things. My mother apologized, genuinely, painfully, and said she wanted to make it right. She even suggested putting the lake house in a trust for Ethan to prevent any future manipulation. It wasn't the victory I'd imagined months ago. It was quieter, more personal, but it meant something real. Meanwhile, I started working with Megan on a formal response to the CPS allegations, a report that documented the false claims, the emotional distress, and the harassment. It wasn't about vengeance anymore. It was about reclaiming control. And in that process, something inside me began to rebuild. I started waking up earlier, going for runs again, cooking actual breakfasts instead of surviving on coffee. I even started drawing with Ethan, something we hadn't done since before everything fell apart. Little by little, the man Nicole tried to break began to reappear. The funny thing about hitting rock bottom is that once you've been there, you stop fearing the fall. You start seeing clearly who people are, what they want, and most importantly, what you'll no longer tolerate. Nicole had taken almost everything from me, but she'd also given me something in return: clarity. And clarity, I realized, is the most powerful weapon there is. Because while she was busy burning bridges, I was quietly building something stronger. And soon, she'd see that the man she thought was defeated was just getting started. I always believed that revenge was loud, slamming doors, screaming matches, fireworks. But when I finally started setting things in motion, I realized the most effective kind isn't loud at all. It's quiet, strategic, controlled. The kind that makes your enemy realize they built their own downfall one brick at a time. After the lake house fiasco, Nicole's reputation started to slip, just a little. People were beginning to notice cracks. My mother, once her biggest defender, kept her distance. My dad refused to attend any more of her family get-togethers. She was desperate to look composed, to prove she was still in control, but every post she made, every overcompensating smile, screamed the opposite. And I knew exactly how to finish what she started. Step 1 began with a small conversation, one that Nicole never knew happened. I met with Megan in her office downtown, documents spread across her desk. You said before you wanted closure, Megan said, flipping through the file. I think we can do better than that. Inside that folder was everything I'd collected: her texts, the CPS case numbers, the timestamps proving her as the caller, and screenshots of her public statements implying abuse. It wasn't just evidence, it was a pattern. Megan looked up at me. We're going to file for damages and a defamation suit. And we'll request full disclosure from CPS, which will make her report public record. I exhaled slowly. You're serious? Andrew, she said, smiling slightly. You don't bring a knife to a gunfight. You bring paperwork. I didn't file it right away. I wanted to give her just enough rope first. While Megan prepped the paperwork, I started rebuilding my social image, carefully, methodically. I began volunteering at Ethan's school, helping with community events. The same parents who once whispered behind my back now saw me as approachable, dependable. I didn't talk about Nicole. I didn't defend myself. I just showed up. That, more than any words, began changing minds. Meanwhile, Nicole was unraveling. Her big promotion, the one she bragged about endlessly, turned out to be temporary. Her company had caught wind of her social media posts implying financial gain from her job title. Someone had forwarded screenshots to HR. Let's just say I had a friend who knew exactly where to send them. Within 2 weeks, she was quietly reassigned. No public demotion, but the kind that leaves a permanent bruise on your career. And then came step 2, subtle exposure. My mother's guilt had turned into resolve. She'd started telling relatives the truth, not loudly, but in her own calm way. Nicole went too far, she'd say. Andrew was right. It spread faster than I expected. By the time Thanksgiving rolled around, Nicole's usual dominance at the dinner table was gone. She arrived late, forced smiles all around, and couldn't meet anyone's eyes. At one point, she tried to approach me, maybe to play nice. Andrew, she began softly, we should talk. We've both made mistakes. I didn't even look at her. I didn't make any. She froze, face twitching. You can't stay mad forever. I'm not mad, I said calmly. I'm patient. That night, I sent the documents to Megan. She filed everything the next morning. Within 2 weeks, Nicole was served. The defamation suit was civil, not criminal, but the evidence was airtight. Megan had even attached witness statements from Ethan's teacher and counselor verifying the damage caused by the false CPS reports. It wasn't about money. It was about accountability. The first hearing was brutal for her. Watching her try to explain why she called CPS multiple times with fabricated claims, why she made social media posts implying neglect, why she contacted relatives to spread rumors. It was like watching her dig her own grave. She stuttered, contradicted herself, and eventually broke down crying, claiming it was out of concern. The judge didn't buy it. He ruled in my favor, full retraction, damages for emotional distress, and mandatory counseling for malicious interference with family welfare. It was poetic justice dressed in legal language. But that wasn't the part that truly satisfied me. The part that did was afterward, when she tried to talk to me outside the courthouse. You ruined my life, she hissed, mascara streaking her face. I looked at her, calm as ever. No, Nicole, you ruined your own. I just stopped cleaning up after you. She stared at me, speechless. For once, she had nothing to say, and that was when I realized I didn't hate her anymore. I didn't need to. She'd become her own punishment, surrounded by silence, stripped of credibility, forced to face a world that no longer believed her lies. Life moved on. The story of Andrew and Nicole became old family history, one people whispered about quietly but never dared revisit. Ethan and I finally got our peace. The lake house sale was officially voided, and my mother transferred the property into a trust under Ethan's name. When we visited it the first time after everything, he stood on the dock, eyes wide, smiling again. That real, unguarded kind of smile I hadn't seen in months. Dad, he said softly, can we live here one day? I looked out at the water, golden under the sunset. Yeah, I said. One day. He ran off toward the woods with his fishing rod, laughter echoing over the lake. I stayed behind for a while, breathing in the quiet. Not the kind of silence Nicole had used to hurt us. This was the good kind. The kind that meant freedom. And as the light faded, I thought about how strange it all was. How people like Nicole always think they're pulling strings, but they never realize the rope loops back around eventually. In the end, I didn't destroy her. I didn't have to. I just let her walk straight into the trap she built, one lie at a time, until she was standing alone in the wreckage of her own making. And when I turned to leave that night, I didn't look back. Because for the first time in a long, long while, I didn't need revenge anymore. I'd already won. The fallout didn't happen all at once. It came in waves, slow and steady, like karma pacing itself just to make sure she felt every ounce of it. After the lawsuit, Nicole tried to play the victim card. She told anyone who would listen that I'd ruined her family and turned everyone against her. But the problem with people who lie too often is that they forget who they've told what. Her stories didn't match up. One week she said she was falsely accused. The next she claimed she did it for Ethan's safety. Either way, she lost the audience she'd spent years manipulating. Her husband, who had been quiet through all of this, finally snapped. I heard from my aunt that he packed up and left with their kids not long after the court ruling. I'm tired of cleaning up your messes, he reportedly told her. You don't just destroy people, you enjoy it. Those words spread fast through the family grapevine. For once, she wasn't the one whispering. She was the one being whispered about. Her friends dropped off too. The social circles she'd built on gossip and fake smiles evaporated overnight. No one wants to be close to a proven liar, especially one who weaponized motherhood to hurt someone else's child. She ended up moving out of town a few months later, claiming she needed a fresh start. But everyone knew what it really was: exile wrapped in denial. Meanwhile, life for me and Ethan turned quiet again, but in the best way possible. Peaceful. Clean. I stopped checking her social media. She barely posted anymore anyway. Instead, I focused on rebuilding what mattered: stability, trust, joy. Ethan thrived in school. His counselor told me he'd become more confident, even volunteered to help younger students with art projects. I think he needed to prove to himself, and maybe to me, that kindness wasn't weakness. And my parents? Well, they finally saw everything for what it was. My mom apologized more than once, and though it took time, I forgave her. She started spending weekends with us at the lake house, baking cookies with Ethan, helping him paint his room the color he wanted: ocean blue. My dad, ever the quiet man, just said, "You did good, son," and that was enough. There were still days when the memories resurfaced: the CPS visits, the whispers, the shame, but they didn't sting the same way anymore. They'd become reminders, not wounds. Proof of what we'd survived. Months later, when spring came, Ethan and I sat on the porch of the lake house, fishing rods in hand. The water was still, the air cool, the world finally calm again. He looked at me suddenly and said, "Dad, are we safe now?" I smiled, watching the ripples spread across the lake. "Yeah, buddy," I said quietly. "We're safe." We sat there for a long time, just listening to the wind and the birds and the soft hum of the world returning to normal. I don't know if he understood the full weight of everything that had happened. Maybe that was a blessing. Maybe he didn't need to. But I did. I understood that revenge wasn't about hurting back. It was about restoring balance, making things right without losing yourself in the process. As the sun dipped below the trees, painting the lake in gold, I reeled in my line and glanced at my son, peaceful, smiling, alive. That's when I realized something simple, something I'd been missing all along. Nicole had spent her whole life trying to prove she was winning. But real victory doesn't need to be seen. It just needs to be lived. And as we sat there in the quiet glow of evening, I finally whispered to myself, not out of anger, not out of pride, but out of peace. She took everything she could from us, and we still came out on top. When I was a kid, I thought my parents were superheroes. You know that feeling when you're 5 years old, staring up at people who seem to know everything and control everything. Where dinner magically appears, lights always turn on, and your scraped knee gets a Band-Aid and a kiss that somehow makes it all better? That was my mom and dad. But now, at 30 years old, I've finally come to terms with the fact that the people who raised me have slowly transformed into strangers. Strangers who just so happen to be emotionally manipulative, financially irresponsible, and, in my dad's case, capable of saying something I'll never forget. My name's Darren. I'm 30 now, living in a modest 2-bedroom apartment in Seattle with my dog, some half-dead plants I swear I'm trying to keep alive, and a solid job in data analysis that pays the bills, funds my quiet hobbies, and gives me the kind of peace I never had growing up. I'm not rich, but I'm stable. And to my parents, that apparently makes me an ATM with a guilt button. It started earlier this year with a call in January. "Hey, Darren, we just need a little help to get through this month," my mom had said. Her voice was soft, even sweet, like it always is when she's about to ask for something. They needed $5,000 to catch up on mortgage payments, cover some bills, and get back on track. I didn't ask too many questions. I just sent it. I told myself it was fine. I could afford it. And they raised me, right? This was me giving back. Then came the second call in April. This time it was my dad. Less sweet, more direct. "Look, I'll just be honest with you, Darren. We're in a tough spot. We made some investments that didn't pan out, and the bank's threatening action. We just need $10,000. You'll get it back, I swear." I hesitated. 10 grand wasn't pocket change. But then I thought about my siblings, my younger sister, Vanessa, who's still floating through her 20s like it's a gap year that never ended, and my brother, Jason, who's always between jobs, but somehow has a new gaming console every time I visit. They weren't stepping up. They never did. It was always me. So I caved. Again, wired them the money, told them it was the last time, and tried not to think about what they were doing with it. But in the back of my mind, something started to crack. A little voice that kept whispering, "This isn't helping them. It's enabling them." And then came the third call, just last week. I'd just finished walking Baxter, my overly dramatic beagle who insists on sniffing the same 3 bushes for 20 minutes every night. I was back on the couch, heating up leftovers, when my phone buzzed. Mom's name flashed across the screen. I didn't answer at first. I let it go to voicemail. But then, 5 minutes later, it rang again. This time, Dad. Hey. I answered, pressing the phone to my ear as I stirred the pasta in the microwave. Darren, he said without preamble. We need 15 grand. I froze. No. How are you? No lead-in. Just straight to the point. 15,000. I repeated, stunned. For what? The house, he said. The bank's pushing hard. We're trying to refinance, but we're short, and your mother's been stressing herself sick over this. We figured, look, you helped us before, you can help us now. Just this one last time. That phrase, just this one last time. It made my stomach twist. Because I knew it wasn't the last. It never was. I'm sorry, I said quietly, steadying my voice. I can't. I've already helped twice this year. I told you last time, it was the last time. I have to take care of my own life, too. The silence on the other end wasn't just awkward. It was heavy, ominous. And then my dad snapped. You know, he said, voice rising in a way that made me instinctively pull the phone away from my ear. We'd actually have money saved if you were never born, and we didn't have to raise you. It hit me like a slap. My breath caught. I didn't even respond. I just hung up, blocked his number. Then Mom's. Then Vanessa's, who texted me 30 seconds later saying, please just talk to him. Then Jason's, who added, you're being selfish, man. Now they're saying I'm heartless. That Mom and Dad might lose their house. That I'm the reason. But here's the thing. This isn't just about money. This is about years of being the responsible one. The one who always handled things, kept quiet, didn't make waves. It's about being the oldest and carrying everyone's burdens without question. It's about how I was treated growing up, not just differently, but like I owed them something for being born. Like my life was a bill they never stopped paying, and now it was time for me to reimburse them with interest. And maybe I would have kept helping. Maybe I would have found a way to justify one more check. But when he said that, when he said they'd be better off if I'd never existed, something inside me snapped, too. Not in anger. In clarity. It wasn't the first time he said something cruel. Just the first time I finally believed he meant it. And that's where everything started to change. I haven't told anyone else this yet. Not even my best friend. Not even my therapist. I'm still processing. Still trying to figure out what I'm going to do. But something tells me this time, I'm not going to let it slide. Not again. Because I'm done being the fallback plan. I'm done being their emotional crutch and financial safety net. And if my siblings think I'm heartless for walking away, they haven't seen anything yet. I didn't sleep the night he said it. I lay there staring at the ceiling, Baxter snoring beside me, my mind racing through 1,000 memories I didn't ask to relive. My dad's words echoed, on loop. We'd actually have money saved if you were never born. It didn't matter how I twisted them in my head, tried to file them away as an emotional outburst, or tell myself he didn't mean it. Because he did. You can't say something like that unless you've thought it before. And something told me that wasn't the first time the thought crossed his mind. Just the first time he said it out loud. The next morning, I didn't reach out. I didn't unblock anyone. I went to work, I answered emails, I took my lunch break and watched dumb videos to drown out the noise in my head. And when I came home, there were 5 voicemails waiting for me. 2 from Vanessa, 1 from Jason, and 2 from a number I didn't recognize but immediately knew was either my mom borrowing a friend's phone or my dad using his work line. I didn't listen to them, but I did open my email. There, sitting in my inbox like a digital grenade, was a message titled, "We need to talk, Darren." It was from my mother. Against my better judgment, I opened it. Darren, I don't know what your father said on the phone, but I'm sure it came out wrong. He's under a lot of pressure, and sometimes he says things he doesn't mean. Please understand that we're not trying to hurt you. We're just in a very difficult position. The house means everything to us. We raised you kids there. Every holiday, every memory, it all happened inside those walls. We don't want to lose it. But if we don't get the funds by the end of the month, we might. Your siblings have their own struggles right now. You're the only one who's stable enough to help. And frankly, we don't know what else to do. Please call me back. I miss you. Love. Mom. I read it 3 times. Not once did she apologize. Not once did she acknowledge what my dad said, really said. Not once did she ask how I was doing. It was a carefully worded guilt trip, and I could practically hear her rehearsing each line in her head before typing it. It wasn't a message from a mother to her son. It was a plea from someone who saw me as their last resort, their golden goose. I didn't reply. That weekend, I got a knock on my door. At first, I thought it was my neighbor. He sometimes swings by when Amazon accidentally drops his packages at my door. But when I looked through the peephole, my stomach dropped. It was Vanessa. She was bundled up in a long camel coat, her hair piled into a messy bun, holding her phone in one hand and a coffee in the other like she'd just stopped by casually. Like this wasn't incredibly intrusive. I didn't open the door. Not right away. I just stood there debating. Then she knocked again and called out, "Darren, I know you're home. Your car's outside." I sighed and opened the door a crack. "What do you want?" She blinked, taken aback by how flat my voice was. "Can I come in?" "No." "Seriously? You showed up uninvited." "I'm asking you seriously." She gave an annoyed huff and crossed her arms. "Okay, fine. I'll say it from here. Mom's been crying for 3 days. Dad's barely eating. You can't just ghost the whole family because of one phone call." I clenched my jaw. "You don't know what he said." "I don't care what he said," she snapped. "He was upset. You're not being fair." I just stared at her. I couldn't even form words at first. "You don't care what he said?" I repeated, slowly. "Vanessa, he told me they'd be better off if I was never born." She didn't respond. She looked away, eyes suddenly shifting to the cracks in the pavement. "Yeah," I said bitterly. "That shut you up." "He didn't mean it," she muttered, finally. "He just lashed out." "Look, I get it, okay? They messed up. But you know Dad. He doesn't apologize, but that doesn't mean he doesn't regret it." I almost laughed. "He doesn't apologize? Why is that an excuse?" "It's just who he is," she said with a shrug, as if that explained everything. As if all these years of verbal jabs and manipulations could be filed away under just his personality. "No, Vanessa. It's not just who he is. It's who he chose to be." She looked at me again, this time with something colder in her eyes. "You think you're better than us because you have a job and a savings account." I was stunned. "What? That's what this is really about, isn't it?" she said, stepping forward. "You've always been the favorite in the eyes of outsiders. The one who got out. The one who made it. But you're just as selfish as the rest of us. You just hide it better." I stared at her, feeling something shift inside me. I had taken care of her when we were kids, covered for her when she snuck out, helped her with college applications she never submitted, gave her rent money twice when she moved out, and burned bridges with 2 different landlords. And now here she was, standing on my doorstep, calling me selfish. "Go home, Vanessa," I said quietly. "This conversation is over." She didn't move. "I mean it," I said. "You crossed a line. All of you did. And I'm done pretending this family isn't broken." Her face tightened. "You'll regret this." "Maybe," I said, and shut the door. That was the first time I truly felt the break. Not a crack. A full sever. And then came Jason. He showed up 3 days later. I don't know how they coordinated it, but the knock on my door felt like déjà vu. This time, I didn't answer. I stayed on the couch and waited for him to go away. He didn't. He waited outside for nearly 15 minutes, then slid a note under my door. It said, "You can't turn your back on blood. They won't say it, but they need you. We need you." There it was again. We. As if this was some shared burden, as if they'd ever lifted a finger to help me when I needed it. Jason had always been the charming one, the peacemaker, the one who laughed off every problem until someone else dealt with it. And now he was trying to pull me back in with poetic little notes and emotional blackmail. But the worst part, the real twist of the knife, didn't come from any of them. It came from the letter I got in the mail 5 days later. It was addressed to me, in my mother's handwriting. Inside was a printout of a loan application, a joint loan, with my name on it, and a forged signature. At first, I didn't even understand what I was looking at. Then I saw the amount, $20,000, and the lender, a local credit union I'd used years ago for a car loan. My chest went tight. My hands started to shake. I called the bank immediately, and after verifying my identity, they confirmed it was already being processed. The funds hadn't been disbursed yet, but the application had been submitted. My own parents had forged my signature. I don't know what scared me more, that they had the audacity to do it, or that they'd clearly planned it. I hung up the phone, heart pounding, rage boiling, and sat in silence for a long time. And in that silence, something in me hardened. This wasn't just about a toxic family anymore. This wasn't about guilt or obligation or even forgiveness. This was war, and I was done playing nice. I didn't cry when I saw the loan documents. I didn't scream or call them or throw anything against the wall like you'd see in a movie. I just sat there, the papers shaking in my hand, my stomach in knots, and I went completely still. The kind of stillness that comes when a part of you shuts down. A quiet implosion. I called the credit union first, then the fraud department. I filed a report, explained that the signature was forged, that I had never agreed to the loan. I was put on hold multiple times, transferred between departments. I had to fax over copies of my driver's license and old signatures. I had to write a statement explaining everything. And when the woman on the other end of the line finally said, "Okay, we'll halt the processing," I felt a brief, fleeting sense of relief. Until she added, "We'll also have to investigate the origin of the application. If the names you gave match our records and someone used your identity, this could become a legal matter. Are you prepared for that?" Prepared? I wasn't even sure how to breathe. I said yes. What else could I say? After I hung up, I sat in my kitchen for hours. Baxter curled up at my feet, sensing something was wrong, but not understanding what. I looked around at the life I'd built, modest, stable, mine, and felt it wobble like it was on glass legs. Not because of the money, but because it was the last straw. How do you come back from that? My parents had always been manipulative. They twisted guilt into an art form. But forging my signature for a $20,000 loan? That wasn't just desperation. That was betrayal on a level I didn't know they were capable of. And suddenly everything from my childhood looked different. I remembered the times my allowance went missing, only for Mom to say I must have spent it and forgot. The savings bonds from my grandparents that disappeared mysteriously when I turned 18. The way my college fund dried up during my junior year, even though I had been told for years it was there and growing. Back then, I had blamed bad investments, like they said. But now I wasn't so sure. The fall didn't happen all at once. It never does. It came in waves. I stopped sleeping well. I started skipping meals without realizing it. My work started to suffer. I'd be in the middle of writing a report and suddenly find myself staring at the screen, not remembering what I was even doing. My boss pulled me aside after a week and asked if everything was okay. I lied and said I was dealing with some health issues. He nodded with concern and told me to take whatever time I needed. So I took a few days off, not to rest, to clean up. I made copies of every message, every email, every document. I opened a secure folder on my computer. I password locked my online banking and set up alerts for every transaction. I even spoke to a lawyer, an old college friend who specialized in family and financial disputes. I didn't tell him everything, just enough. He told me what steps to take, how to protect myself, what documentation to save in case this escalates. That phrase chilled me. In case this escalates. As if we weren't already on a cliff's edge. But through all of that, I didn't talk to anyone about it. Not even my closest friends. I didn't want pity. I didn't want to answer the inevitable question. Are you going to forgive them? Because I didn't know. All I knew was I felt hollow. Like someone had scooped out everything good in me and left a shell behind. The lowest point came the night after I got an email from the credit union's fraud team. They confirmed the IP address on the loan application had come from my parents' neighborhood. That was it. The confirmation I didn't want but already knew. No more room for denial. I went for a drive that night. It was cold, rainy. Baxter curled in the passenger seat while I drove aimlessly through Seattle's side streets, the city lights bleeding through the windshield. I pulled over near the waterfront, shut off the engine, and just sat there. I thought about calling them. Just once. Maybe to scream. Maybe to cry. Maybe to ask them why. But the phone stayed in my pocket. Because I already knew what they'd say. They'd deny it. Or worse. They'd say it was my fault for not helping them when they asked nicely. That night, I realized something. I wasn't grieving just the betrayal. I was grieving the illusion of who I thought they were. I wasn't their son. Not really. I was their safety net. Their retirement plan. Their bailout fund. And the second I said no, they cashed out anyway. That's when the rise began. It didn't start with some grand epiphany. No Rocky-style training montage. Just a quiet morning where I woke up, made coffee, and decided to take my life back. The first thing I did was call HR at work. I told them I needed a referral for mental health support. They gave me a list of therapists, and by the end of the week, I had my first session booked. Her name was Mel. Mid-40s, kind eyes, no-nonsense attitude. I told her everything. Slowly, carefully. She listened. She didn't rush to tell me it would all be okay. She just let me be, which was exactly what I needed. In our third session, I asked her, "Is it normal to feel like your whole childhood was a lie?" She nodded and said, "It's normal to feel that way when the people who raised you turn out to be something else. But that doesn't make you a lie. It just means you survived." Survived. That word hit me hard. I wasn't broken. I was a survivor. And survivors rebuild. I started journaling. Not every day, but often enough to get the thoughts out of my head and onto paper. I went back to work with new focus, slowly regaining my rhythm. My boss noticed. He gave me a quiet thumbs up in a meeting that made me smile more than it should have. I took up running again, something I hadn't done since college. It wasn't glamorous, just laps around a nearby park with Baxter in tow, but it felt good to move, to sweat, to let my body remind me I was still here. I also started setting boundaries in ways I never had before. I blocked any number I didn't recognize. I told mutual family friends, when they called or messaged, that I wasn't discussing the situation. If they pushed, I ended the conversation. I didn't need anyone's approval or permission to protect my peace. But the most important shift happened quietly, in the way I started thinking about myself. For the first time in years, I stopped defining my worth by how helpful I was, by how much I could give. I started asking what I wanted, what I needed, and I realized I wanted more. More joy, more space, more distance from the wreckage of my family's dysfunction. So I started planning. I made a list. Things I'd been putting off because I was always waiting for the right time or saving just in case. Travel, classes, even small things like upgrading my furniture or trying new recipes. I bought a new mattress, booked a weekend trip to Vancouver, signed up for a pottery class at a local art studio just because it sounded fun. None of it was extravagant, but it was mine. Every choice, every dollar spent, it was for me. Not for someone else's emergency, not for someone else's guilt trip. And each one felt like reclaiming a little piece of my identity. And slowly, very slowly, I started feeling like myself again. Until one day, a letter arrived. Not an email, not a call, a physical letter. Handwritten, no return address. I almost didn't open it. But curiosity won. Inside was a single page. "Darren, I don't expect you to forgive me, but I need you to know that your mother didn't know about the loan." That was me. She didn't want me to do it. We fought. She cried. I did it anyway. "I know you probably hate me now. I deserve that. But I need you to understand, I wasn't trying to hurt you. I just didn't see another way. We're losing everything. Dad." That was it. No apology. No promise to fix it. Just an explanation that shifted the blame and begged for pity. But instead of rage, all I felt was nothing. Not coldness. Not even resentment. Just the confirmation of something I'd already known. He wasn't sorry. He was desperate. And desperate people don't change unless they're forced to. Which meant if I wanted closure, peace, or even just distance, I'd have to make it happen myself. And I would. Because I wasn't that scared little kid anymore. I wasn't the responsible one or the fallback plan. I was done surviving. It was time to take control. It took me a week to decide what to do with the letter. I read it twice the first day, folded it neatly, tucked it in the back of a drawer I rarely opened. Not because I wanted to keep it, but because something told me I might need it later. And when you're dealing with people like my father, you learn quickly that everything is evidence. Even his pathetic attempt at a confession. Mel, my therapist, asked me what I wanted to do next. Honestly, I told her, I want to disappear. I want to walk away from all of it and never look back. She nodded. "Then why haven't you?" I hesitated. Because the truth was, a part of me wanted to disappear, but a bigger part of me wanted them to watch me disappear. I wanted them to feel it. I wanted them to sit in the house they almost lost, surrounded by unpaid bills and failed schemes, and finally understand that the person they always assumed would catch them was gone. Not angry, not yelling, just done. But more than that, I wanted them to answer for what they did. Not just to me, but to the version of me that wasted decades trying to earn love that was conditional. The kid who believed that if he gave enough, been enough, stayed quiet enough, he'd be enough. So I stopped thinking about forgiveness, and I started planning revenge. Not the dramatic, movie-style kind. I wasn't going to key their car or burn bridges on social media. That wasn't me. I was going to take back what they stole, and then some. But first, I needed to understand exactly what I was dealing with. I started with their house, the one they were so desperate to save. It took some digging. But public records are public for a reason. After a few hours scouring county tax records and mortgage filings, I found it. The deed, the lien history, and the most recent refinancing attempt. And what I saw made me sit back in my chair and whistle low. They weren't just in trouble. They were drowning. The house had been refinanced 3 times in the last 5 years. The original mortgage had ballooned with bad interest rates, and based on the latest filing, they were behind by at least $30,000. The bank hadn't foreclosed yet, but the pre-foreclosure notice had already gone out. In short, they were out of options. Unless, of course, they had someone like me. Someone with good credit. Someone with stable income and no debt. Someone they'd tried to use. I kept reading. A name kept popping up on the paperwork. A man named Doug Wexler. He wasn't a family friend or neighbor. He was a private loan officer affiliated with a smaller regional lender known for giving risky loans to desperate borrowers. I looked him up. Sleazy as they come. Reviews were full of horror stories, jacked up fees, balloon payments, threats of legal action over missed payments. And my parents had gone to him? That told me everything. They were running out of people to manipulate. I filed that away. Next, I dug through my own records. Bank statements, transfers, old texts, even screenshots of Venmo receipts from years ago when I'd sent them a little something to help. I added it up. Over $67,000. That's how much I had given them over the last decade. Some of it small, some of it huge, all of it unreturned. I stared at that number for a long time. Then I pulled out my phone and called someone I hadn't spoken to in years. Her name was Gina. She was my mom's cousin. We hadn't been close growing up, but I remembered her being one of the few adults who saw things. She was blunt, smart, and always had this way of calling out family BS without flinching. "Darren?" she said when she answered. "Wow, I haven't heard from you in what, 10 years? 8, I said. "But yeah, a while. What's going on?" "I need some context," I said. "About my parents. About the family." There was a pause. "Is this about the loan they tried to take out in your name?" My stomach dropped. "How did you know?" She laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Because they tried the same thing with me last year. Didn't get far." I shut it down fast. "But they're scrambling, Darren. They've burned a lot of bridges." I exhaled slowly. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Because I figured you were still playing the role of good son. Didn't think you'd believe me." I sat with that. She wasn't wrong. Gina and I talked for over an hour. She filled in gaps I hadn't even known existed. Turns out, my parents had borrowed money from several relatives over the years. Small loans, big loans, everything in between. My mom had even told one cousin that Darren's doing great. He promised to pay it all back once he gets promoted. They were using me as collateral for other lies. I asked Gina if she still had any of the messages or paperwork. She said yes. I asked her if she'd be willing to share it. She didn't hesitate. That was step 1. Step 2 was contacting the credit union again, this time to press fraud charges. Not just cancel the loan. I wasn't playing nice anymore. The rep explained that since the application had been stopped before the funds were released, it fell into a gray area. But if I pursued it formally, they'd be required to investigate, and it could become a legal matter for the person who submitted the form. "Do you want to proceed?" she asked. "Yes," I said. "I want a full investigation." And just like that, I stopped being their son and became their liability. Step 3 was protecting myself. I froze my credit with all 3 bureaus, set fraud alerts, updated my legal will to exclude them completely. I even added a line stating that any claim of dependency or financial ties to them was false and should be considered attempted fraud. Mel said I was finally establishing boundaries. But it felt like more than that. It felt like justice. Then came the opportunity one hadn't expected. My job had recently partnered with a local financial literacy nonprofit to offer mentorships for young adults trying to escape cycles of generational debt. They were looking for volunteers, people with experience navigating family financial abuse. I signed up. It was weird at first, talking to strangers about money, about shame, about boundaries. But every time I told a piece of my story, I felt lighter, stronger. And every time someone nodded and said, "That's exactly what I'm going through," I realized I wasn't alone. For the first time in years, I felt like I had power. Not over them, over myself. But the real setup, the move that would shift everything, came when I discovered something buried in an old shoebox at the back of my closet. It was a copy of the deed to a small plot of land in Oregon. My grandfather's, left to me when he passed, but never developed. I had completely forgotten about it. I called a real estate agent friend, asked him to assess it. He called back a week later. It's nothing fancy, he said. But with the zoning changes this year, you could flip it to a developer for 6 figures. Maybe more. 6 figures. I stared at the deed. My parents didn't even know I still had it. They probably assumed it had been sold or was worthless. But it wasn't. And suddenly, an idea formed. An idea that would give me closure, leverage, and one last message they'd never forget. I wasn't going to yell. I wasn't going to fight. I was going to build something from the wreckage and then show them what they lost. But first, I needed to make sure the pieces were in place. The fraud case was moving forward. Gina had emailed me every document she had. The financial mentorship program wanted me to speak at an event. And the land deal? That was shaping up to be bigger than I imagined. I started drawing up plans. Not out of spite, out of clarity, because they took everything they could from me. Now it was time I gave them something back. Not money, not forgiveness, but the cold, undeniable truth. They burned the bridge, and I was building a new road, with their names carved into the concrete as a warning. It was quiet the morning everything fell into place. I made coffee like I always did, black, strong, 2 sugars. Baxter sat by the window watching birds he'd never catch. The sky outside was gray, soft with fog, and I remember thinking it felt like the right kind of weather for what I was about to do. Not dramatic, not loud, just inevitable. Revenge doesn't always come with a bang. Sometimes it arrives dressed in silence and paperwork, disguised as professionalism. By that point, the fraud case was officially opened. The credit union's investigation had wrapped. My father was flagged for identity theft. They confirmed the IP match, the timing, the forged signature, and even a phone call he made to clarify details on my behalf. He had pretended to be me, used my name, my social security number. The email he listed on the application was an old Gmail I hadn't used in 5 years, probably pulled from an old form or bill I left at their house. He hadn't just crossed a line. He built a whole damn bridge over it and set fire to everything behind him. They informed me that since I pressed charges, the matter would be handed off to a local prosecutor. There was a possibility of restitution. Jail time was unlikely. First-time offender, nonviolent. But the charge would stick on his record unless he fought it in court and won. I didn't flinch. Let him try. But that wasn't the satisfying part. Not yet. That came when I sold the land. The Oregon plot. The one my grandfather left me in a forgotten corner of his will, hidden beneath years of silence and legal dust. I hadn't thought about it in a decade, but it turned out the area around it had grown into a hot market for eco-retreat developers and tiny home communities. The buyer who reached out was a startup with a mission to turn abandoned plots into modern rustic escapes. They offered me $142,000. Cash. I signed the papers the same day. And then I bought the house next to my parents. No, not the house they lived in, the one next door. A slightly newer model. Similar layout. Better insulation. It had gone up for sale after the previous owner passed away, and the heirs wanted it off their hands quickly. The moment I saw it listed, I knew it was the perfect piece of the puzzle. I didn't buy it to move in. I bought it to watch. To remind them, every day, that I wasn't hiding. I wasn't struggling. I wasn't begging anyone for help. I was thriving. And I made sure they knew it. The first time I visited the property, I parked in front of their house, just long enough for my mom to peek through the curtains. I waved. She didn't wave back. The second time, I brought a contractor. We stood on the lawn, pointing at the fence line, talking about landscaping, tree removal, and remodeling plans. My dad came out to take the trash and saw me. We locked eyes. He didn't say a word, just turned and walked back inside. By the time the third visit rolled around, I had a key and an idea. I installed security cameras that faced their driveway, but not illegally, just enough to make them wonder. I had the siding redone, a new mailbox installed, and I had the contractor leave a for lease, contact Darren sign in the window for 2 weeks. It was a fake number. No one would answer, but it sent a message. I'm not going anywhere, and I'm not yours anymore. Meanwhile, the family began to fracture. Gina told me that once the fraud charges hit, the ripple effect was immediate. The extended relatives started pulling away. People who had quietly lent my parents money realized they weren't the only ones. The group chats dried up. Invitations stopped. And when the rumor of the criminal investigation reached the church committee my mom volunteered for, she was asked to take a break from leadership. Vanessa reached out, one last time. A long, emotional text full of half-baked apologies, blaming stress, economy, mental health, family pressure, and how hard things have been since Grandma passed. She didn't mention the loan. She didn't mention what my dad said. I didn't respond. Jason emailed, not to apologize, but to ask for advice on how to rebuild trust with people after things fall apart. I told him to start with honesty. He never replied. And my parents? They went silent. Utterly, completely silent. Until the foreclosure notice went up. Not on my property. On theirs. I saw it one morning, stapled to their front door. I had just pulled into the driveway next door to check the locks and update some paperwork. Baxter was in the back seat. I glanced over, saw the paper flapping slightly in the breeze, and just stared. It was official. The bank was reclaiming their home. They had 60 days to vacate. I didn't smile. I didn't feel joy, but I felt something I hadn't felt in a long, long time. Peace. They had every chance, every opportunity to turn things around. I had given them more than most children ever do. Forgiveness, patience, money, time. And still, they had chosen to betray me, manipulate me, and attempt to steal from me. They didn't need a lifeline. They needed consequences. In the final days before the eviction, my mom tried one last move. A letter. No envelope. Just folded, taped to my front door at the house next door. I knew her handwriting. It was brief. No greeting. No salutation. Just this. I hope it was worth it. You were supposed to be our son, not our enemy. That was the last time I heard from either of them. The house sold at auction 3 months later. A young couple bought it and started renovating. I introduced myself as the neighbor. I even helped them haul debris once, just to be kind. And eventually, the whispers stopped. The texts stopped. The guilt stopped. I didn't need to explain myself. Because the people who mattered never would have treated me like that to begin with. And the people who did, they don't matter anymore. My therapist asked me recently if I ever miss them. Sometimes, I said. Then I paused. But it's not them I miss. It's the version of them I used to hope existed. The version I made up in my head. She smiled. That version wasn't real, she said. And she was right. The real version burned a bridge I spent years trying to repair. So I walked away and built a kingdom on the ashes. I wasn't the villain in their story. I was just the first one who stopped playing along. I never expected to become the villain in my own family's story. If you'd told me a year ago that I'd be sitting alone at my sister's engagement dinner, seething through clenched teeth while everyone laughed at my expense, I wouldn't have believed you. But here I am, 28 years old, dressed in an uncomfortable navy blazer my mom insisted I wear, sitting at the far end of a candlelit table at Limoncello, our town's go-to spot for celebrations. My name's Eric, and tonight was supposed to be about my sister Lauren. Instead, it became something else entirely. Lauren's always been the star of the family, the golden girl, for years younger than me, but somehow light years ahead when it came to earning our parents' praise. She was the straight-A student, the prom queen, the one with the perfect boyfriend. Meanwhile, I was the kid who quietly held things together when my dad got laid off, who took the night shift at the grocery store so I could help cover mom's medication without anyone having to ask. I never cared about the spotlight. Honestly, I preferred it that way. But lately, it feels like I've been fading into the background of my own life. Like I'm just a prop in someone else's happy story. The dinner was supposed to be small, just immediate family and a few close friends. Nothing too fancy. Lauren didn't want a big spectacle, or at least that's what she said. But the moment we stepped into the private room at Limoncello and saw the gold-trimmed menus, the florist-arranged centerpieces, and the damn live violinist tucked into the corner playing Ed Sheeran covers, it was obvious someone had gone overboard. That someone was Ryan, her fiancé, Mr. 6'2" with a Colgate smile. The kind of guy who wears loafers without socks and pulls it off. He greeted me with a slap on the back and a too-wide grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Eric, my favorite almost brother," he said, looking sharp. "Did you lose weight or just finally give in to a haircut?" He laughed like we were old college buddies. I offered a tight smile, already feeling the edges of my patience fray. "Just try to look decent for the occasion." "Mission accomplished," he said, then leaned in and whispered, "But next time, no need to go full funeral director. We're celebrating." I should have brushed it off. I wanted to, but there was something about his tone, light, teasing, but with an edge, Like he knew exactly how to poke at me without crossing the invisible line that would make him look like a jerk in front of my parents. The evening went on, filled with clinking glasses and glowing toasts. My mom beamed at Lauren like she was seeing her for the first time. Dad kept patting Ryan on the back and calling him son. I sipped my water and listened. Didn't say much. It's what I've learned to do when I'm around Ryan. Anything I say becomes an invitation for him to one-up me or turn it into a joke. I've stopped trying to match him. It's exhausting. But then came the toast. It started sweet enough. Ryan stood, glass of Prosecco in hand, and tapped a knife against it with the smug confidence of a best man speech at a destination wedding. He waited for silence, then looked straight at Lauren. I've said this 100 times, but it's still true, he began, his voice dipping into that performative sincerity he loved to use at parties. I got the best girl in the world. Lauren, you're beautiful, brilliant, and somehow you still say yes to me, even when I leave my socks all over your place or mess up your Netflix algorithm. People chuckled. Lauren blushed and looked down, that demure way she does when she wants to seem humble. Ryan turned to the room, raising his glass higher. But let's be real. When you get the best girl in the world, you also get the weirdest future brother-in-law. Laughter erupted. My mom nearly choked on her wine. My dad smacked the table. Ryan turned and gave me a playful wink. Eric's the kind of guy who reads instruction manuals for fun, who alphabetizes his spices, who still has his GameCube plugged into his TV. More laughter. I walked into his apartment last week and I swear it smelled like a library. But hey, at least we know he's not cooking meth, right? He took a sip of his drink, and people laughed even harder. My cousin Sarah actually clapped. I smiled. Or at least I tried to. I reached for my glass, but my hand was shaking slightly. It wasn't a joke. Not really. I've been called weird before. I've always been a little different, quieter, more observant. But the way Ryan said it, the way everyone laughed, it wasn't just a joke. It was a reminder that I'm not part of their shiny picture, that I'm the quirky background character in Lauren's movie. But here's the thing. Ryan and I both know something they don't. Something he hoped I'd never bring up. Something that happened last summer, while Lauren was visiting our grandmother in Michigan for 2 weeks. While Ryan was working late and missing her like crazy. I wasn't snooping. It fell into my lap, the way truth sometimes does when the universe gets tired of secrets. It started with a text. A message from an unknown number meant for someone else. A selfie of Ryan in a hotel bed, shirtless, grinning, captioned, "Wish you were here again tonight." I stared at it for a full minute before it registered. I didn't respond, just started digging. And what I found, let's just say it wasn't just one message. Or one girl. It was photos, emails, hotel receipts, Instagram DMs sent from a burner account that still had his unmistakable gym selfie as the profile picture. He wasn't being careful, because he never thought anyone would look. Because no one ever holds Ryan accountable. He's too charming, too smooth, too perfect. I saved everything. At first, I didn't know what to do with it. Lauren was so happy. She talked about wedding venues and Pinterest boards and our song, with this dreamy look that made my stomach twist. I told myself maybe it was a one-time thing. Maybe he'd come clean. Maybe she already knew and they'd worked it out in private. But tonight, when he made that joke, when he laughed and everyone laughed with him, something inside me shifted. I looked around the table, at all the glowing faces, and I felt invisible. Again. Erased. Again. And Ryan? He was glowing in the spotlight like he always does. Except this time, he was glowing with the confidence of a man who thought he got away with everything. But he didn't. Because I know what he did last summer. And I have the photos to prove it wasn't just a vacation. And now, I'm done being the weird brother in the background. But before I do anything, before I decide how far I'm willing to go, I need to make sure I'm not the only one who sees the truth. And if that means burning a few bridges, so be it. I didn't say anything that night. Not at dinner. Not on the ride home. Not even when Mom kissed my cheek and said, "Wasn't that just the sweetest thing? Ryan really is such a hoot." I nodded like a good son and walked into my apartment like a man headed to war. The moment the door clicked shut behind me, I let out a long breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. The silence felt heavier than usual, like my tiny apartment knew what I was carrying. I pulled out the folder I kept hidden in the back of my closet, beneath a stack of old tax returns and a shoebox full of wires I never used but couldn't bring myself to throw out. Inside were printed screenshots, backup flash drives, and a manila envelope marked July 15th, Indianapolis. The hotel receipt. 2 nights. Paid in cash. Under the name Eric Langston. My name. I hadn't noticed that detail until a week after I printed it out. That's when I knew Ryan wasn't just a cheater. He was calculating. And reckless. And not half as clever as he thought. But still, I waited. For weeks. I told myself I needed more proof. That I should sit down with Lauren first. Maybe even tell Dad, or drop a vague hint to Mom. But the real reason I didn't act? Because I knew no one would believe me. Not over Ryan. You see, this wasn't the first time Lauren's spotlight pushed me into the shadows. When we were kids, I remember winning a regional science fair for a project I'd spent 3 months building from scratch, an entire model of our city's sewage system, complete with moving parts and timed releases. I was 13. The judges were floored. I came home with a plaque and a $500 scholarship check. That same week, Lauren made the front page of the local newspaper for singing a solo at the middle school choir showcase. Guess whose photo Mom framed for the living room wall? It's always been like that. Ryan just made it worse. The weeks after the engagement dinner were a blur of bad coffee, sleepless nights, and endless smiling family group texts. Every other day, a new message from Lauren would pop up with some version of "Look what Ryan surprised me with." It was always something expensive: tickets to Hamilton, a custom leather-bound wedding planner, a just-because bracelet that probably cost more than my rent. "Isn't he just perfect?" she wrote once, under a photo of a breakfast tray with pancakes shaped like hearts. I stared at it for a long time. I wanted to reply something snarky, something bitter, but I didn't. Instead, I muted the group chat and opened the folder again. I stared at the photo of Ryan kissing the girl outside the hotel. Her face was turned, but his wasn't. His hand was on her lower back like he owned her. Like he forgot that same hand would be on my sister's shoulder a few hours later. I was done waiting. Or at least I thought I was. The real turning point came one Sunday afternoon in late October. We were at our parents' house for what Mom called a mini engagement brunch. No reason. Just a casual get-together. She made cinnamon rolls and those tiny egg muffins she always forgets to add salt to. Lauren was glowing in her oversized sweater, showing off her engagement ring for the 10th time that day, like she hadn't already posted 5 close-ups of it on Instagram with captions like, "Still pinching myself, ring sparkles." Ryan sat next to her on the couch, arms slung casually around her shoulder, like he'd been born into this family. Dad sat in his usual recliner, sipping lukewarm coffee and nodding at Ryan like he was auditioning for Son of the Year. I tried to keep my distance. I helped Mom in the kitchen, offered to clear plates, kept busy. Then Ryan brought up the bachelor party. "Oh, and Eric," he said, loudly, like he'd just remembered I existed. "I was talking with the guys, we're thinking Vegas. You in?" I blinked. "Vegas? Yeah, man," he said, as if we were buddies who went way back. "You're the best man, after all. Gotta go big." That stopped me. I looked at Lauren. "I'm the best man." She smiled brightly. "Of course you are. Who else would it be?" My heart thudded unevenly. I wanted to believe she meant that it was genuine. But I also knew what this meant. It meant I'd be standing at the altar, handing Ryan the rings, smiling in photos, giving a speech about the happy couple while pretending I didn't know everything. And Ryan knew that, too. That's why he wanted me involved. He was daring me, challenging me to stay silent. I forced a smile. "Sounds fun. Just don't bring your GameCube," he added, with another laugh. Everyone chuckled again, even Lauren, and something in me broke. The moment of betrayal came the next week. It started with an innocent enough text from my cousin Sarah. "Hey Eric, just wondering if you're okay?" I didn't mean to laugh so hard at dinner. Ryan's jokes just kinda catch you off guard. I stared at the screen, confused. "What do you mean?" She hesitated before replying. "The roast video. You know the one Ryan posted on Insta?" I didn't. So I went to Ryan's profile, which I'd blocked weeks ago. Unblocked him just long enough to see it. There it was. A 2-minute compilation he'd stitched together of clips from past family dinners, all with me in the background, saying something nerdy, spilling a drink, adjusting my glasses, tripping over a chair once during Thanksgiving. The caption read, "When your future brother-in-law is a sitcom character." The video had over 700 likes. The comments were full of laughing emojis. Even Lauren commented, "I can't with him sometimes." The top comment? "He looks like the kind of guy who corrects people's grammar in texts." Ryan replied, "He does. And he has." I don't remember setting my phone down. I don't remember walking to the sink. But I remember the sensation of cold water running over my hands, grounding me, stopping me from shaking. That was it. That was the moment. It wasn't the cheating. It wasn't the smug toasts. It wasn't even the hotel receipts. It was the way he made me into a joke. And worse, the way my own family joined in. That's when I knew. They weren't going to believe me. They were going to defend him. Unless I made it impossible not to. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed up organizing everything. Screenshots. Timestamps. Even the photo of the woman he kissed at the hotel. I reverse image searched her face, found her Instagram, and saved a post she'd made 2 weeks ago with a tagged location. Weekend getaway with my favorite man. The man in the blurry background? Ryan. Wearing the same watch he wore to Lauren's engagement party. I compiled it all into a folder. Printed a few key photos. Even made a copy of the burner Instagram account where he was messaging other women. Just in case he deleted it. I told myself I was preparing. But deep down, I knew I was about to go nuclear. And not because I wanted revenge, but because I finally wanted to be heard. To be seen. Not as the weird brother. Not as a punchline. As someone who mattered. As someone who was trying to protect his sister from marrying a fraud. And if they still chose not to listen, then they'd have to watch what happens when the background character finally walks into the spotlight. Because I wasn't just going to ruin the wedding. I was going to ruin Ryan. I didn't sleep much that week. You'd think that once you decide to burn it all down, once you really commit to it, your mind would find some kind of peace. Like the tension you've been carrying would finally give way to resolve. But instead, I felt like I was holding a live wire, buzzing with too much voltage to let go and too much fear to grab tighter. I had everything ready. The screenshots, the DMs, the hotel receipts, even a voice memo I'd managed to record when Ryan accidentally let something slip during a casual guys' night hangout. He'd said, laughing, "Look, I love Lauren, but every man deserves one last wild summer, right?" I pretended to laugh. Then I saved the audio with the rest of the evidence. But when Saturday came, the day of Lauren's bridal shower, I couldn't do it. Not yet. Mom had invited me to come by just to help set up, even though I knew I wasn't really wanted there. The whole event was mostly Lauren's friends and extended family, all swooning over Ryan and sipping pink mimosas. I showed up early with a box of pastries from that overpriced bakery Lauren liked, thinking maybe it would earn me a little goodwill. No one really acknowledged me. Mom gave me a distracted smile and a kiss on the cheek before asking if I could help blow up the she said yes balloons. One of Lauren's sorority sisters made a joke about Eric being the most responsible man in the room, which everyone took as hilarious for some reason. I pretended not to hear it. As I stood there twisting balloon knots, watching everyone float through the house like actors on a set I didn't belong to, it hit me. I was completely alone. Even Lauren, who used to braid dandelion crowns for me in the backyard when we were kids, was now a stranger. A stranger who called me E in public because Eric sounds too serious. A stranger who let her fiancé humiliate me in front of dozens of people and then doubled down in the comments. After I finished setting everything up, I slipped out without saying goodbye. No one noticed. Not even Mom. That night, I opened the folder one more time. And I hesitated. Because for the first time, I wondered what would happen after I exposed him. After the evidence was out. After the family blew up. Would it actually make me feel better? Would Lauren even thank me? Would anyone? I stared at the manila folder, then slowly pushed it back into the drawer. That night, I didn't touch it again. And the next morning, I went for a walk. It's strange how the smallest things can change your life. That morning walk turned into a habit. Just a lap around the block at first, then two. I left my phone at home. I needed the silence. I needed to remember what it felt like to just exist without someone hovering over me, mocking me, expecting something from me. I started waking up earlier, making real breakfast, reading again, not to impress anyone, but because it reminded me I wasn't stupid. I'd always loved learning. I just forgot what it felt like when no one was laughing at me for it. 2 weeks after the bridal shower, I joined a local coding boot camp. I'd always dabbled in programming, taught myself Python back in high school, even built a budgeting app once to help Mom track her prescriptions. I figured maybe it was time to take that hobby seriously. At first, I felt like an imposter. Most of the other students were younger, louder, more confident. But slowly, something shifted. I started answering questions, offering help, One of the instructors pulled me aside after class and said, "You ever think about teaching? You've got the patience for it." I laughed. I hadn't laughed in weeks. That same week, I reconnected with James, a guy I used to work with during my night shift days. He'd left to start his own design firm, and apparently it had taken off. He needed someone to help build out the tech side of a client dashboard. We got coffee, talked for 3 hours. 2 days later, he sent me a contract offer. For the first time in a long time, I felt useful. Needed. Not tolerated, but valued. Lauren called a few days later. She needed help figuring out how to export some guest list data from Google Sheets to her wedding website. I almost let it go to voicemail, but something in me said to answer. "Hey, E." She chirped, like nothing was wrong. "You're still the spreadsheet wizard, right?" I paused. "What do you need?" She launched into her request like she hadn't completely vanished from my life the past month. Like we were still close. Like she hadn't laughed at Ryan's jokes or commented dead under his roast video. I walked her through it. Calmly. Clearly. When she thanked me, I said, "No problem," and meant it. Not because she deserved it, but because I did. I was done letting other people's actions dictate my peace. Before she hung up, she added, "By the way, Ryan says hi. He's planning something special for the wedding. Says you're gonna love it." I didn't ask what it was. I already knew. Ryan wasn't done trying to humiliate me. He was just waiting for a bigger stage. And this time, I wasn't going to freeze. But I wasn't going to lash out either. I was going to be ready. The invitation arrived the next week. Handwritten calligraphy, wax-sealed envelope, custom stamps. I opened it slowly, like it might explode. Inside, a card with floral embossing, soft pink ink, and gold trim. "You are cordially invited to celebrate the wedding of Lauren Rose Carter and Ryan Alexander Miller. Venue, the Glass Garden Estate. Date, June 10th. Dress code, formal elegance." I stared at it for a long time. Not because of what it said, but because of what it meant. There it was. The stage. The moment Ryan had been building toward all year. He thought I'd show up awkward and isolated, forced to smile through another toast, another roast, another public jab at Weird Eric. He thought I'd fold. But he'd underestimated one thing. I wasn't the same person he met a year ago. I wasn't lonely, or directionless, or desperate for their approval anymore. I had built something. Quietly. Steadily. I had a new job. A steady income. A few new friends from the boot camp. And even a budding friendship with a barista named Zoe who always remembered my name and spelled it right on the cup. And most of all, I had proof. Proof of everything he'd done. I didn't need to throw it like a grenade. I just needed to wait for the right moment. Because sometimes revenge doesn't come in the form of yelling or screaming or public meltdowns. Sometimes it comes quietly, calculated, and devastating. The next few weeks passed in a strange blur. Lauren texted me a few more times, asking about hotel bookings, playlist ideas, and once, if I'd be willing to write a little speech for the rehearsal dinner. I told her I'd think about it. She seemed surprised, almost hurt. I wasn't mean. I wasn't cold. I was just calm, measured, unshaken. Ryan tried texting once too. "Bro, rehearsal dinner's gonna be wild. You better bring that weird charm of yours, LOL." I didn't reply. Let him wonder. Let him sweat. Then came the last straw. 2 days before the wedding. I was dropping off a package at my apartment complex's mailroom when I heard a voice behind me. "Eric." I turned. It was Ryan. Looking smug as ever, dressed in one of those workout hoodies that probably cost more than my suit. "Was hoping I'd run into you," he said. "Why?" He laughed. "Don't be like that. We're practically family." I didn't say anything. He leaned in slightly. "Just wanted to give you a heads up. Got something planned for the rehearsal dinner. It's gonna be hilarious." I stared at him. Another joke at my expense. He shrugged, grinning. "Come on, man. You're good at taking a joke. People love it." "Do they?" He blinked. For just a second, his confidence wavered. I stepped forward. "You think you're clever," I said, voice low. "But I see through you." He tilted his head. "What's that supposed to mean?" I smiled just a little. "You'll find out." Then I walked past him, calm and steady, like I hadn't just lit a fuse. Because I had. And it was already burning. Ryan didn't chase after me. He didn't have to. His smirk lingered long after I turned the corner, and I'm sure he believed that whatever fear he'd tried to plant in me had rooted. That was his style, playfully cruel, performative, always 2 steps ahead because no one ever bothered to challenge him. But this time, I wasn't walking away. I wasn't going to sit at the rehearsal dinner and be the punchline again. I wasn't going to clink my glass and fake laugh at some slideshow of my most embarrassing childhood moments, probably narrated by Ryan, complete with snide commentary and dramatic pauses for crowd reactions. I knew him too well by now. This wasn't just about marrying Lauren. It was about conquering me, making sure I stayed beneath him in every room. His final victory lap. But I had something he didn't, the truth. And more importantly, the patience to use it the right way. So I started setting the stage. The next morning, I paid a visit to Zoe, the barista I'd been friendly with for the past few months. We had a quiet understanding. She didn't ask too many questions, and I didn't overshare. But over time, our morning chats had started to carry more weight. She'd complimented my hoodie one day. I'd offered to fix the cafe's glitchy printer the next. That morning, she noticed the look on my face before I said anything. "What's wrong?" I handed her a USB drive and a folded note. "You said you do photography, right?" She blinked. "Yeah, part-time." "What?" I hesitated, then exhaled. "I need a favor. It's for my sister's wedding." Her eyes narrowed as she took the drive. "What kind of favor?" "I need someone to be in the room with a camera when everything changes." She stared at me, didn't smile, didn't joke. Finally, she said, "When and where?" That was the first piece. The second came from someone I hadn't spoken to in years. Her name was Maya. She and Lauren used to be close, best friends, really, until Ryan came into the picture. Then suddenly, Maya stopped showing up at birthdays, stopped texting back, stopped coming around altogether. But I'd always remembered how close they were before he arrived. I found her on Instagram, sent her a short message. "Hey, it's Eric, Lauren's brother. I need to talk to you. It's important." She replied the next day. I was wondering when someone would finally ask. We met at a quiet park in the middle of the city. She brought coffee. I brought the folder. She didn't even flinch when she saw Ryan's face in the screenshots. "I always knew something was off," she said. "Lauren wouldn't listen. He always charmed his way out of everything." I nodded slowly. "She still won't listen. Not unless she sees it." Maya tapped a manicured finger against the photo of Ryan outside the hotel, arm around the mystery woman. "She'll believe it. Especially if it comes from me." I stared at her. "You do that?" Maya gave me a look that said everything. "You think I just disappeared because I got busy?" He told Lauren I was jealous, that I tried to kiss him one night. Made it seem like I was the problem. She chose him. She paused. But I never forgot. I knew then, Maya wasn't just helping me out of pity. She wanted justice too. That was the second piece. The third came when I finally sat down with James, my friend who'd brought me onto the dashboard project. We were at a quiet ramen bar on a rainy Tuesday evening, waiting for our food. "I need your help with something," I said carefully. He raised an eyebrow. "Work stuff?" "Not exactly." I explained the situation. Not every detail, but enough for him to understand. The folder, the screenshots, the upcoming wedding, Ryan's manipulation. My plan to expose it all without turning it into a screaming match in front of 100 people. James listened, didn't interrupt. When I was done, he leaned back and crossed his arms. "So what's the move?" "I want to run a private stream. Just for one person." He blinked. "A stream?" I nodded. "I want Lauren to see something during the rehearsal dinner. In real time. No chance for Ryan to talk over it. No chance for her to dismiss it as fake." James gave a low whistle. "You're serious?" "Completely." He thought for a moment, then said, "I can set that up. Secure link, one-time access. You sure she'll open it?" "I'll make sure." And just like that, the third piece clicked into place. The next few days were a whirlwind of quiet preparation. I sent Maya a voice memo with everything she'd need to say. She rehearsed it with me 3 times, wanting to get it right. We coordinated with Zoe, who agreed to pose as a hired event photographer. No one would question why she had a camera. James handled the tech, setting up the secure stream, embedding the video from the folder into a crisp, undeniable montage. Photos, messages, timestamps, everything. With Maya's narration layered on top. There'd be no room for denial. No space for "it's not what it looks like." Just the truth. Raw and unedited. Then came the rehearsal dinner. Held in a rented event hall decorated with gauzy white curtains and little twinkling fairy lights. Everyone dressed to the nines. Soft jazz playing. Champagne flutes glistening in the dim light. And Ryan, front and center, as usual, schmoozing with every guest like he was hosting a talk show. I walked in late on purpose. Wore a tailored charcoal suit I'd saved for interviews. No one noticed at first. Then a few heads turned. Even Lauren looked surprised. Ryan came over, that too smooth smile already forming. Eric, wasn't sure you'd show. Glad you made it. I nodded. Wouldn't miss it. He looked nervous, just for a split second. And that's when I knew. He felt it. Something was off, but he didn't know what. That was the whole point. The plan was simple. At exactly 8:15 p.m., Maya would text Lauren a link. Zoe would be nearby with a camera, capturing her reaction. The stream would last 3 minutes. Just long enough for the truth to sink in. Then we'd see what Lauren did with it. But the moment the clock struck 8 o'clock, Ryan grabbed the mic. I froze. He was jumping the gun. Before dinner, he said, standing in front of the room with the confidence of a TED speaker. I just want to say a few words. About family. I glanced at Zoe. She looked back at me, concerned. He continued. Some of us grow up with the perfect family. Some of us don't. But if we're lucky, we marry into one. And I gotta say, I feel like I hit the jackpot with Lawrence. Polite laughter. My stomach clenched. But of course, no family is complete without its lovable oddballs. Here it comes. Ryan turned toward me. And I gotta say, Eric, man, you've always kept things interesting. The room chuckled. My throat tightened. So tonight, he said, I thought I'd share a little something I put together. Just a few memories. You know, good fun. He waved to someone by the DJ booth. A screen flickered to life behind him. And suddenly, a slideshow began. Of me. Clips, photos, awkward moments, stitched together with silly music. Me spilling gravy at Thanksgiving. Me tripping at Lauren's graduation. Me singing karaoke off-key with a wild look in my eyes. The room roared with laughter. Ryan turned to me mid-presentation, winking. Don't worry, it gets better. It didn't. I wanted to disappear. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run out and never come back. But then my phone buzzed. 8:15. Right on time. A text from Maya. Sent. She's opening it now. I looked up. Lauren, across the room, was frowning at her phone. She read the message. Paused. Then clicked. And the laughter around her slowly dulled. Like her world had gone quiet while the rest of the room kept spinning. Her face changed. The color drained. She looked up at Ryan, who was too busy laughing to notice. She looked back down at her phone, then back at him. Her hand trembled. Zoe was already snapping photos. Ryan turned to the screen again, but the audience had stopped laughing. They were looking at Lauren now. And Lauren? She was walking forward. One slow, deliberate step at a time. Straight toward Ryan. Lauren didn't say a word as she walked up to Ryan. Not at first. The music had stopped. The room had shifted. People were still holding forks midair, champagne flutes halfway to their lips, unsure whether this was part of the show or something much, much worse. Ryan stood there, microphone still in hand, confusion spreading across his face like a slow infection. Lore? He asked, a chuckle lingering in his voice. You okay? She looked up from her phone and met his eyes. I just watched a video, she said, her voice calm. Controlled. Too calm. Ryan tilted his head, still trying to perform. What? Like one of the slideshows. I told you. Nothing too embarrassing. It was of you, she cut in. Ryan blinked. It was of you kissing another woman outside a hotel. It was of your text messages, your burner account, your little weekend getaway under my brother's name. The silence that followed was deafening. No one moved. Ryan's jaw twitched. What are you talking about? Lauren raised the phone and played the last 10 seconds of the video for him. Maya's voice narrating over the image of him shirtless in a hotel mirror, time-stamped, location tagged. The voice said, This is the man you're marrying. This is what he did while you were visiting your grandmother. This isn't a mistake. It's a pattern. You need to decide whether you want a marriage or a lie. Ryan stepped back like he'd been slapped. Lauren, he stammered. That's not. This is taken out of context. It's fake. Somebody doctored this. Zoe snapped another photo. Click. It's all edited. This is Eric's doing. He's always hated me. He's obsessed. He probably faked this whole. I checked the hotel reservation, Lauren said, voice still eerily steady. Under Eric's name. Paid in cash. You even used his email address. I didn't. I called the hotel 10 minutes ago. That stopped him. I had them read back the security deposit number. It matched the one you used for our anniversary weekend in Aspen. The blood drained from Ryan's face. Lauren took another step forward. You know what the worst part is? I didn't even need the video. I knew. I ignored it. I told myself I was just being paranoid. that it was stress, that you were just flirtatious. She laughed bitterly. God, I defended you to everyone. Even when Maya tried to tell me what you said about her, I chose you. And you made my brother the joke in all of this. Ryan was floundering now. Lauren, baby, please, let's just step outside. We can talk. No, she said, louder this time. There's nothing left to talk about. She turned to the guests. Sorry, everyone. There won't be a wedding. Gasps. Whispers. Mom stood up from her table, looking like she'd been slapped. Lauren, what are you talking about? What is this? Some kind of prank. Lauren looked at her, and for a moment, I thought she might crumble. But she didn't. Ask Eric, she said simply. Every head in the room turned toward me. I hadn't moved from my spot in the corner. I didn't need to. I wasn't the center of this story. Lauren was. She walked toward me, stopped right in front of me. I'm sorry, she said, eyes brimming but firm. For laughing. For letting them treat you like that. For everything. I nodded. Swallowed. I just didn't want you to marry someone who didn't deserve you. She smiled, but it was a tired, sad smile. Thank you for saving me. Then she turned back to the room. Everyone, dinner's still being served. You might as well eat. I already paid for it. And with that, she walked out, head held high, spine straight, like a queen exiting a battlefield she just won. Ryan chased after her, stumbling through chairs and muttered judgment. Lauren, wait, please. She didn't turn back. Not once. What happened next unraveled like a slow, satisfying storm. Ryan tried everything in the days that followed, gaslighting, guilt-tripping, even claiming the video was AI-generated. But it didn't matter. Lauren had copies. Maya had backups. James had timestamps. And Zoe had proof. The perfect reaction shots, the look on Ryan's face, the way the entire room shifted against him in one unspoken vote. And the final nail? One of the bridesmaids posted a TikTok recap of the rehearsal dinner. It went viral within 24 hours. Caption: he tried to humiliate her brother. She exposed his cheating live. No wedding. Just justice. 10 million views. Even the hotel responded in the comments. We don't tolerate cheaters. We do offer breakfast until 11. Ryan lost everything. The wedding, the money he spent, Lauren's prenup ensured he got nothing. The new job offer he'd been bragging about rescinded the moment HR saw the video. Turns out tech companies don't like being associated with viral scandals. Lauren moved out of their shared condo 2 weeks later. She took only the things she paid for, which was almost everything. I got a text from her the day she moved. Starting fresh. Coffee soon. I replied, only if I get to pick the playlist. Deal. Mom didn't speak to me for a week. She was embarrassed. Humiliated. Not by Ryan's cheating, but by the scene of it all. The attention. The fallout. The fact that her perfect daughter's perfect engagement had become gossip fodder for the entire neighborhood. But eventually, she came around. Dad too. Slowly. It helped that Lauren defended me every step of the way. She told them I saved her. That if I hadn't done what I did, she would have married a liar. That Eric wasn't weird, he was right. I'll admit, there was a moment, sitting on the porch swing a few nights after it all went down, when Mom finally handed me a slice of pie and said, "You were brave." And I didn't know how to respond. So I just said, "Thanks." She looked away, wiping her eyes. Don't let it go to your head. The best part? I didn't feel like the weird brother anymore. I wasn't a prop in someone else's story. I wasn't background noise. I was me. Eric Langston. The guy who caught a snake in the backyard with a laundry basket once. The guy who built a budgeting app for fun. The guy who protected his sister when no one else saw the danger. The guy who saw through the glitter and charm and exposed the truth, without ever raising his voice. I didn't need to be loud. I just needed to be ready. And I was. 6 months later, I'm still working with James, now full-time. We just landed a new client. I'm leading a small dev team. It's not flashy, but it's steady. Real. Mine. Zoe and I go for long walks now, sometimes with coffee, sometimes without. She's teaching me photography. I'm teaching her Python. Lauren started writing again. Little essays about strength, resilience, self-worth. She posted one on Medium last week. It ended with a line that stopped me cold. Sometimes your real knight doesn't ride in on a horse. Sometimes he shows up with receipts. I saved it. I printed it. It's framed on my wall now. Because it's true. And because after everything, after the lies, the laughter, the long silence, I finally found my voice. And this time, I'm not giving it back. They say the quietest betrayals are the ones that echo the loudest. I didn't believe that until the night no one said a word. My name's Bryce. I'm 51 years old. Husband, father, provider. The guy who quietly handled the bills, fixed the broken fence, showed up to school plays, grilled on the weekends, and shoveled the snow before anyone else in the house even got out of bed. The kind of man you don't notice until he's gone. And maybe not even then. For 25 years, I was married to Caroline. We met at a mutual friend's New Year's Eve party. She had a crooked smile, a dorky laugh, and a fire in her eyes that made me think, that's the girl. We built a life in a modest home in upstate New York, raised 2 kids, Emma and Jonah, and weathered all the usual storms. Layoffs, the recession, her dad's cancer, a miscarriage, my back injury from working construction too long. We didn't live a glamorous life, but I thought we were solid. I thought we were us. This story doesn't start with a bang. There was no cheating, no screaming fights, no shattered plates or dramatic ultimatums. It started like most endings do, slow, almost invisible, like water wearing down rock over time. You don't notice the erosion until you're standing at the edge of a cliff, wondering when the ground disappeared from under you. I guess if I had to pinpoint it, the first crack wasn't the anniversary itself. It was a few months before, during a family dinner. It was Emma's birthday, her 22nd. She was home from college, glowing with that buzz you only have in your early 20s when the world still feels full of unopened doors. I grilled steaks, even though it was freezing out. Jonah was holed up in his room until Caroline yelled at him to come down and be part of the family for once. Caroline herself had been distant all week, preoccupied with her phone, always scrolling and smiling at messages I wasn't privy to. We sat down to eat, and Caroline clinked her glass to start a toast. She spoke glowingly about Emma, how proud she was, how smart, how beautiful. Then she turned to me and added, "And thank God for Bryce, who cooked the only decent steak in this house." It was a joke. Everyone laughed. I laughed too. But it wasn't a thank you. It wasn't "you've always been there." It was the kind of backhanded appreciation you give a waiter after they refill your drink. And for some reason, it stuck with me. Later that night, I was cleaning dishes while Caroline FaceTimed her sister. I wasn't eavesdropping, but I caught a snippet. "He's just boring lately. I don't know. It's like we talk and it goes nowhere. He gets excited about mulch." Who gets excited about mulch? She laughed. Her sister laughed. I dried the plate in my hand until it nearly cracked. That was the first time I realized I'd become background noise in my own life. But I didn't confront her. I swallowed it. Like I always did. Like men of my generation were raised to do. You push through. You don't whine about your wife not complimenting your hair or thanking you for vacuuming. You just do the job. Be the rock. Except rocks crack too. In the weeks leading up to our 25th wedding anniversary, I kept waiting for Caroline to say something. Drop a hint. Ask if I had plans. She didn't. She was too busy planning her weekend trip with the girls to Atlantic City. She said they needed a break. Motherhood is exhausting, she told me. I nodded, even though our youngest was 17 and barely spoke to us anymore. I went out of my way to be patient. I made excuses for her in my head. She's stressed. She's going through something. Midlife stuff. I even joked to myself, maybe she's planning a surprise. But I knew better. The last surprise she gave me was a Bluetooth meat thermometer 2 Christmases ago, still in the box under the sink. The day came. March 12th. No card. No hug. No happy anniversary. Not from her. Not from the kids. Not even a lousy text. We had steak again that night. I made it. Ribeyes, because I knew Caroline liked them more than I did. Jonah ate in silence, AirPods in. Emma was texting nonstop. Caroline sat across from me, phone in one hand, fork in the other. Her screen reflected off her glasses the whole time. When dinner ended, they scattered like leaves in the wind. No one offered to help with dishes. No one said thank you. I cleaned up in silence, listening to the kitchen faucet drip between the clinks of silverware. I went upstairs. I stood in our bedroom doorway and stared at the spot where she used to leave little love notes on anniversaries. A post-it that said "still crazy about you," or 25 down, forever to go. Nothing. She was in bed already, scrolling. Didn't look up. Didn't say goodnight. That was when something in me shifted. I didn't plan it. I didn't pack a bag. I just walked to my nightstand, took off my wedding ring, and placed it on her pillow. Still, she didn't look up. I walked out with the clothes on my back and my wallet. Took the midnight train from Syracuse to Chicago. I had an old friend there from my construction days who owed me a favor. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I didn't answer texts. Not that many came. The first week away felt surreal, like I was haunting someone else's life. I walked for hours every day, replaying moments from the last 5 years. Noticing the pattern I'd ignored, the dinners alone, the birthdays half forgotten, the way she started calling me dad instead of babe, even when the kids weren't around. And for the first time in years, I let myself ask, was this all my fault? Did I let myself become invisible? Did I stop being interesting, romantic, alive? Or did they just stop seeing me the moment I stopped being useful? A month later, the first real message came. Not from my kids. From her. The house feels empty without you. I didn't even notice you were disappearing. I read it 5 times. Then put the phone down. Because the truth is, I had been disappearing. But it didn't start that night. It started the moment I stopped being seen as a man and started being treated like a service. And maybe the biggest mistake I ever made was letting it happen without a fight. What Caroline didn't know was that I had no intention of staying gone forever. I just needed time to plan my return on my terms. And when I came back, it wouldn't be with roses or an apology. It would be with a reckoning. The message haunted me for days. The house feels empty without you. I didn't even notice you were disappearing. I didn't reply, not because I didn't have anything to say, but because I had too much. Every time I opened the keyboard, my thumbs hovered. I'd type a sentence. Delete it. Type another. Delete that too. Nothing felt right. Nothing felt enough. Because what do you say to someone who watched you vanish right in front of them and didn't flinch? Instead, I scrolled back through old photos. There was one from our 20th anniversary. We were sitting on a bench near Lake George. She was leaning into me, laughing at something dumb I'd said. I had a fresh sunburn and my arm around her shoulder. It was the last time I could remember her really looking at me like I mattered. How did we get from that to this? Chicago gave me space to breathe, but not enough to forget. I was staying at my old buddy Marcus's place. He had a tiny guest room filled with boxes and a broken rowing machine, but I made it work. Marcus didn't ask many questions. He just handed me a beer and said, whatever it is, she'll either figure it out or she won't. Just don't go back until you're sure you still want to. That stuck with me, because for the first time, I was asking myself the question I'd avoided for years. Do I still want this? Caroline's message wasn't followed by a call, not even a second text. Not that week, not the next, just silence. Like she was waiting for me to come crawling back. Like it was my job to fix things. Again, but I didn't. Instead, I started observing, watching quietly from afar. I logged into our family's shared bank account, which I hadn't done in weeks. There were a few Amazon charges, new patio furniture, a spa reservation, one fancy dinner. Nothing huge, but little things that told me life back home hadn't exactly hit pause. Caroline was still living, just without me. Then I checked social media. Emma had posted a photo from some brunch place. Bottomless mimosas and cinnamon roll pancakes. Jonah commented, steak, pancakes. She replied, at least mine aren't overcooked. They were laughing about my cooking. That same night. The night I walked out. No, where's Dad? No, we messed up. Just brunch and jokes. The knife didn't twist until I saw a picture Caroline posted to her Instagram. A group shot. Her sister, and 3 other women I didn't recognize. Caption, Atlantic City Girls trip was exactly what I needed. New memories, new me. It had been 2 weeks since I left. She hadn't told anyone. Hadn't even posted a single word about me being gone. And now she was smiling in front of a slot machine, like our marriage never happened. I stared at that photo for a long time. Something broke in me then. Not sadness. Not anger. Something colder. Clarity. Caroline wasn't mourning. She was rebranding. A few days later, I finally heard from Jonah. One sentence. Hey, do you know where the Xbox controller is? That was it. No, hey Dad, you okay? No, why'd you leave? Just a tech support request from a 17-year-old who barely came out of his room unless there was meat involved. I didn't reply. Again. But this time, I didn't feel guilty. I felt free. Still, I wasn't planning revenge. Not yet. I just wanted time to think. To watch. I didn't trust my emotions. I didn't trust myself. So I waited. It wasn't until the 3rd week that the real betrayal hit. It started with a phone call from my sister, Marlene. Marlene's the kind of woman who speaks like she's holding court at all times. Dramatic. Opinionated. but sharp as a knife. We'd never been super close. She lived in Florida, always on some cruise or yoga retreat, but we talked a few times a year. Birthdays, holidays. Once when our mother passed. This time, her voice was sharp and confused. Bryce, are you okay? I sat up. Yeah. What? I just got off the phone with Caroline. She told me you two were separating. That you walked out. No explanation. I didn't answer. Marlene's voice dropped. She said you've been distant for years. That you've been cold. She made it sound like you abandoned her. I blinked. Did she mention that she forgot our 25th anniversary? That she didn't say a single word? She said you've been checked out of the marriage for a long time. That she's been trying to hold things together. And that you left without warning, like a coward. There it was. The rewrite. Not only was I invisible, now I was the villain. I felt my jaw clench so hard my molars hurt. Marlene sighed. Look, I don't know what's going on, but if I'm being honest, I've noticed the way they talk to you. I remember when I visited last Thanksgiving. Emma barely looked up from her phone. Jonah acted like you were just a noise in the background. Caroline barely acknowledged you unless it was to ask for something. She paused. You've always been the guy who kept the engine running. Quiet. Reliable. But it's like they started treating you like the engine, not the driver. That sentence stayed with me. After we hung up, I went for a walk. I ended up outside a coffee shop and sat there for 2 hours without ordering a thing. Just thinking. That night, I opened an old email account I hadn't touched in years. The one I used for online job boards and junk mail. I spent hours digging. Old conversations. Family photos I'd backed up. Even the original email receipt for the engagement ring I bought Caroline. The details flooded back. How I'd worked weekends to afford it. How I'd canceled a fishing trip with my dad to surprise her with a custom setting she'd once pointed out in a magazine. I sat there, alone in that spare room in Chicago, realizing something painful. I'd given my everything to that family. Time, energy, love, labor, birthdays, bedtimes, sacrifices they never even noticed. And in return, I'd become an appliance. A background character. A footnote in someone else's life. Until I left. And even then, they didn't chase me. They recast me. Like I was replaceable. That was the night something shifted for good. I didn't cry. I didn't yell. I started planning. If they thought I was background noise, fine. I would become a ghost. And when I came back, it wouldn't be for them. It would be for me. The breaking point, the true breaking point, came 1 week later. I'd gone radio silent. Not a word to Caroline. Not to the kids. I hadn't logged into the family account in a few days. But when I did, there it was. A $3,000 charge on our joint credit card. From a jewelry store. I stared at it, numb. Then another. $480. Boutique clothing. $270. Spa treatment. $900. Some luxury skincare brand I'd never heard of. All in her name. All within a span of 3 days. She was shopping. On our account. With my money. Like I was dead. Or worse, like I never existed. I refreshed the page twice, thinking maybe it was fraud. But the store was local. Same one I'd bought her necklace from 5 years ago. Same address. I called the credit card company. Asked for clarification. She was in store, the rep said. Use chip and PIN. Do you need to file a dispute? I nearly laughed. No, I wouldn't file a dispute. Because this wasn't a mistake. This was intentional. This was the moment I realized. She'd moved on. Emotionally. Mentally. Financially. She was already stepping into her next chapter and spending our anniversary savings to do it. And not once, did she stop to ask what I wanted. What I needed. I wasn't a partner. I was a wallet. And the kicker? The next day, she posted a photo. Caption, self-care is not selfish. The photo? A close-up of a necklace. One I didn't buy. One I'd never seen. I zoomed in, heart hammering. It was gold. Elegant. Delicate. The kind you don't buy yourself. I clicked through the comments. One from a man I didn't recognize. Looks perfect on you, see. Another, from her sister. Someone's glowing. I closed the app, sat very still, and realized I'd been replaced, or at least auditioned over, while I was still technically her husband. That was it. The moment I stopped feeling sad, and started feeling focused. They wanted to treat me like I didn't exist? Fine. Then they wouldn't see me coming. I think the scariest part of starting over is realizing how much of your identity was tied to other people's expectations. I was Bryce, the dad, the husband, the one who fixed the garbage disposal and brought in the groceries and paid for the summer camps. I was the guy who stood behind the camera at every birthday party, never in front. The man who was thanked with passing nods and background jokes. That was who I was. Until I wasn't. And now I was just Bryce. No title. No role. Just me. And I didn't even know who that was anymore. The days after the necklace post blurred together. I barely slept. Barely ate. I'd walk the streets of Chicago in the cold, trying to feel anything again. I stared into storefronts like a ghost haunting his own future. I didn't tell Marcus about the jewelry or the comments. He was already doing enough, offering me a place to crash, some quiet, and beer when I needed it. But even he started to notice. "You ever think about going back?" he asked one night, handing me a plate of leftover pizza. I didn't answer. "You don't have to say anything, man. Just," he hesitated. "Don't go back because you're lonely. Go back because it's home." If it still is. That stuck with me. Was it still home? Or had I just been squatting in someone else's life? The next morning, I hit rock bottom. I checked my inbox and saw an email from my old job. A mass update. Layoffs. Department restructured. Position eliminated. I stared at the screen, mouth dry. I'd been working in facilities management for almost 12 years. My team ran maintenance for 3 local schools, HVAC repairs, custodial logistics, campus safety systems. It wasn't glamorous, but it was stable. I'd taken the role to be close to home, to coach Jonah's little league, to have dinner on the table every night at 6. And now it was gone. No severance. No warning. Just a polite paragraph and an offer to apply for future roles in a stripped-down version of the company that no longer needed a guy like me. I sat in Marcus's kitchen with the email open, watching the cursor blink. I felt hollow, like a balloon someone had let the air out of overnight. That was the lowest I'd ever felt. No wife. No job. No kids checking in. Just 51 years of invisible labor and nothing to show for it. I wanted to disappear. Instead, I made coffee. Then I opened my laptop. It sounds ridiculous now, but I Googled how to start over at 50. Just like that. In lowercase letters, like I was whispering the question to the void. Most of the results were cheesy. Motivational blogs. Quotes about new beginnings and you're never too old to dream. But one link caught my eye. An article about skilled tradespeople transitioning into consultancy. It talked about how decades of hands-on experience could actually translate into something: project management, inspection, training. And that's when something clicked. I'd spent 2 decades solving problems for other people. Fixing pipes, rewiring circuits, building safety checklists. I knew buildings inside and out. I'd supervised crews, managed budgets, liaised with school boards. There was value in that. They'd just never seen it. Because I never sold it. That was the first spark. I spent the next week putting together a resume. Not a job hunter, something different. I framed myself as a consultant, Bryce, facility systems advisor, site safety specialist, preventative maintenance consultant. It felt fake at first, like I was pretending to be more important than I was. But then I started listing everything I'd actually done over the years. The programs I'd implemented. The incidents I'd prevented, the cost-saving measures I'd negotiated. And I realized I wasn't pretending. I'd just never owned my worth before. I found a free template site and built a basic portfolio page. Listed services. Wrote a short bio. Nothing fancy. Just enough to look real. Marcus introduced me to one of his friends, Damon, who ran a boutique property management company downtown. They managed commercial spaces and needed help updating their vendor compliance checklist. I met him for coffee, explained what I could do. He hired me for a 2-week gig. It paid $1,500. It felt like I'd won the lottery. I worked like a man possessed, rewrote the entire checklist, audited their existing systems, found 2 vendors who'd lapsed on insurance documentation and one who was using expired safety certs. Damon was impressed. He gave me a testimonial for my site. Word started to spread, slowly but surely. I picked up another client. Then 2 more. A gym franchise. A small charter school. An office park. Was I rich? No. But I was building something. Me. For the first time in years, I wasn't defined by what other people needed from me. I was creating value on my own terms. I moved out of Marcus's place after 6 weeks. Rented a furnished studio in a quiet neighborhood. It had creaky floors and a view of a brick wall, but it was mine. I bought groceries. Cooked meals for one. Watched old westerns. Learned how to stretch $20 across 3 dinners. And slowly, I started remembering what it felt like to live. I rejoined a local gym. Not because I wanted six-pack abs, but because I needed to feel strong again. I hadn't cared about my body in years. I was always too tired, too busy, too married to the idea that my job was just to survive. Now, every push-up felt like a protest. Every mile on the treadmill a small rebellion against the man I'd become. I also started journaling. Nothing fancy, just half a page each night. What I learned, what I missed, what I felt. The first few entries were dry, just lists. But one night, I wrote something that stopped me cold. I spent 25 years trying to be indispensable to people who only needed me to be convenient. That line stayed with me. It became my new compass. I stopped checking Caroline's Instagram. I stopped waiting for another text. But they came anyway. First Emma, then Jonah. Short, clipped messages at first. Then longer ones. Hey Dad, just wondering where you are. Mom said you might not come back. I'm sorry I didn't say anything on the anniversary. I was caught up in school, and I didn't realize it meant that much. Mom's been weird lately. She cries sometimes at night. I think she misses you. I didn't respond. Not yet. Because something in me still wasn't ready. I didn't want to be pulled back into a life that hadn't earned my return. Instead, I doubled down. I took a leap and registered my business as an LLC. Hired a freelance designer to clean up my website. Booked a booth at a regional facilities management conference. Printed 500 business cards with my name on them. Bryce, founder, advisor, consultant, not husband, not father, not fallback, just me. One afternoon, I got a message through my site's contact form. No name. Just, I miss the way you used to make the house feel safe. Caroline. I recognized the writing. I sat with that sentence for a long time. Safe. Was that all I'd ever been? A human security blanket? A warm body to change the air filter and carry heavy boxes? She didn't say she missed me. Just the way I made the house feel. I didn't reply, because I wasn't a feeling anymore. I was a person, and I was just getting started. One night, as I sipped black coffee in my little studio, I pulled out a notepad and wrote 2 columns. Left behind, wedding ring, job title, shared bank account, silence, convenience. Built anew, business, body, voice, value, self-respect. The right side was shorter, but it was mine, and it was growing. I didn't need revenge. Not yet. But I wasn't done. Because the reckoning hadn't arrived. Not the real one. Not the kind where you walk back into the life you left and show them what they lost, what they never saw, and what they can't get back. It's strange how clarity doesn't arrive like thunder. It drips in like a leak you didn't know existed until the floor is soaked. By the time I realized I wasn't just rebuilding, I was preparing. I was already halfway through the setup. It wasn't about revenge at first. Not really. It was about control. After years of walking on eggshells, playing the provider, trying to be useful instead of human, I wanted to feel like the driver again. And if that journey led to some poetic justice along the way, so be it. By the end of month 3, I had 6 regular clients. I was booked solid with consulting work. I wasn't making 6 figures, but I had my dignity, and that tasted better than any steak I ever grilled for people who didn't see me. Still, I hadn't told Caroline or the kids where I was. They didn't know I'd started a company. Didn't know I was making money. Standing tall. They thought I was in limbo. Floating. Lost. That was exactly how I wanted it for now. Then came the opportunity one didn't expect. I was reviewing contracts for a new client, a commercial construction firm that specialized in educational facilities. As I scanned their list of pending projects, one address stopped me cold. Cliffside Unified School District. My old district. The one I'd worked at for 12 years. They were under renovation. 3 schools. Multi-phase upgrades. Safety, plumbing, HVAC, fire code compliance. The works. I sat there in silence, staring at the screen. The kicker? The firm needed someone local to serve as a compliance advisor, an expert who knew the district layout, policies, and internal systems. I called Damon, the friend who'd gotten me my first consulting gig. Hey, I said, keeping it casual. You still tight with Terry over at Bertram Construction? Sure. What? I want in. He chuckled. That's bold, Bryce. You got a lead. Better. I've got insight. 20 minutes later, I was on the phone with Terry, the site project lead. We talked shop. He asked if I was familiar with the district. I told him I'd practically bled into its pipes for over a decade. He offered me a temp contract, 6 months, part-time, liaison and compliance officer. He didn't know I'd been fired. Didn't ask. Didn't care. He just wanted results. And I was going to give him more than that. I was going to give him a show. Within a week, I was back in my old district. Not in uniform. Not with a tool belt. I walked through the halls with a clipboard and a blazer. Contractors nodded. Teachers looked confused. The principal gave me a cautious smile. Only one person asked what I was doing back. I smiled politely and said, "Consulting." The power in that word nearly made me dizzy. At night, I walked past my old house. Caroline had changed the porch lights. The blinds were always drawn now. One time, I saw Emma's car in the driveway. Once, Jonah's bike was gone for days. Were they still living there full-time? Part-time? I didn't know. I didn't ask. I didn't need to. Because my plan didn't require them to participate. It just required them to watch. Step 1 was reclaiming my financial footing. Before I left, Caroline and I had a joint account. 2 credit cards. A mortgage with both our names on it. But the deeper I dug, the more I realized she'd been shifting things. Quietly. Strategically. After I left, she'd moved some savings into a separate account. I noticed because one of the transfers had hit our old account after I'd turned off alerts. It was only a few $100s. But the pattern was clear. She was carving a financial life that didn't include me, but was still built on me. So I hired a lawyer. Not one of those billboard attorneys. A real one. Recommended by a client whose commercial tenant once tried to sue him for mold in a wall that didn't exist. Her name was Lizette. 40, sharp, brutal in the best way. "I'm not looking to destroy her," I said in our first meeting. "But I want control. Of my assets. My business. My name. And I want it quietly." Lizette leaned back. "You're not asking for divorce yet?" "Not yet." She nodded. "Then let's make you untouchable first." Within a week, she had filed paperwork for my business LLC, registered me in a new state, helped me separate my personal and business finances, and provided a detailed audit of the marital financial trail. Turns out Caroline had been slowly spending through our joint funds. Spa days, shopping, travel, that necklace, almost exactly equal to the amount she'd transferred out of our emergency account 2 weeks prior. "She's not hiding it well," Lizette said. "Which is good for you." I opened a new account, moved all my business earnings into it, changed my tax status, bought a P.O. box under my company name. Legally, I was drifting further from her with every passing day. She didn't even know it. Step 2 was narrative control. Caroline's biggest advantage so far had been silence. My silence. She'd told her version of the story to friends, family, maybe even the kids. So I started rewriting the script. One afternoon, I sent a single text to Jonah. "Would love to catch up sometime. Coffee, maybe." It was short, gentle. He replied within 10 minutes. "Yeah, sure. I've been meaning to talk." We met at a local diner. He was taller now, voice deeper. Still wore those hoodies he never washed properly. He looked nervous. "Hey," he said, sliding into the booth. "Hey, kiddo." There was a long pause. "You okay?" he asked. "Like really okay?" I took a deep breath. "I am now." He nodded. Looked down at his hands. "Mom's been saying you abandoned us." I raised an eyebrow. "And what do you think?" He squirmed. "I don't know. I mean, you were always there. And then you weren't." "That's fair," I said quietly. "But let me ask you something. When's the last time you told me you saw me? Not just that I was there, but that I mattered." He blinked. I don't know. I don't blame you. You're a kid. But I need you to know, I didn't leave because I stopped caring. I left because I stopped existing." That hit him. He didn't speak for a while. Before he left, he said, "I think I get it now." And that was all I needed. I didn't need to turn the kids against her. I just needed them to think. Emma was next. She was colder, more guarded. We met in the park near her college campus. "You're not mad?" she asked. "About what?" "About the anniversary. About everything." I smiled. I was. But not anymore. She tilted her head. "That's almost worse." I shrugged. "Anger means I care. I'm just focused now." She asked what I was doing. I told her. Her eyes widened. "You started your own company?" I did. "Wait, like a real one?" "No," I said deadpan. "A fake one. I print my own Monopoly money and sell it to squirrels." She rolled her eyes. Okay. That's kinda badass." We talked for an hour. Before she left, she asked if I'd come home for dinner soon. "I will," I said, but not empty-handed. That was the next step. The house. It was still technically half mine. Mortgage split. Ownership equal. But I didn't want the house. I wanted the stage. Because nothing drives a point home like walking back through the front door not as a stray husband, but as a man with leverage. So I waited. Until one night, Caroline called me. Not a text. A call. I let it go to voicemail. She left a message. Bryce. We need to talk. About everything. The kids miss you. I miss you. I think we both made mistakes. Can we just sit down? Please. I didn't call back. Not yet. Because she wasn't ready for what I was bringing. The final piece fell into place 2 weeks later. Lizette handed me a packet. Inside, the full financial audit. Her spending. Her asset movement. A breakdown of every transaction tied to our shared funds since I left. All sourced, labeled, time-stamped. She flipped the final page and smiled. This, she said, tapping the last document, is your trump card. Use it wisely. I stared at it. The numbers didn't lie. She had turned our savings into her runway for reinvention. And now? Now it was my turn. Not to scream. Not to beg. Not even to punish. But to arrive. Calm. Prepared. And holding every card. The setup was complete. Revenge doesn't always look like fire and brimstone. Sometimes it's quiet. Precise. Cold. Like a winter wind slipping under a door. That's how I wanted mine to be. Because after everything, after the silence, the erasure, the years of being dad the steak guy, and honey, can you fix this? I didn't want to destroy anything. I wanted them to understand. To look at me and see me for the first time in years. And realize they could never unsee me again. It started on a Sunday. Caroline texted again. Dinner this weekend? Just us? Please. She'd sent messages like that a few times now. Little breadcrumbs of reconciliation. But always vague. Always on her terms. This time I replied. Friday, 7 p.m. I'll bring dessert. The plan was already in motion. Lizette finalized everything on Thursday morning. My business was now fully divorced from any shared assets. The house's equity split had been assessed and documented. Every dime Caroline had spent from our joint accounts had been itemized. I wasn't trying to sue her, but I wanted her to see it. To sit across from me and look at the ledger of her own choices. That afternoon, I dropped by the house unannounced. She opened the door wearing a loose sweater, hair up, no makeup, looking the way she used to on weekends when we'd drink coffee together on the porch and talk about nothing. Hey, she said, surprised. Hey, I replied. Wanted to check something about the roof before winter hits. She blinked. Oh, sure. I walked past her, into my own home, like a ghost returning to haunt the halls he paid for. Everything was cleaner than I expected. She'd redecorated slightly, new throw pillows, different table runner, one of those overly fancy scented candles with a French name. I climbed onto the roof, checked the gutters, noted a minor crack in the flashing by the chimney. But mostly, I just needed to see it again, to feel it, to say goodbye in my own way, before I burned the bridge. Friday came. I arrived at 6:58 p.m., box of pastries in hand, button-up shirt, clean shave, smelling like cedarwood and quiet confidence. She opened the door slowly, eyes scanning me top to bottom. You look, she hesitated, good. Thanks, I said. Smells like rosemary chicken. Your favorite. Funny how that works. We sat down at the same table where I'd grilled steaks for my silent anniversary. The same table where I'd left my ring on her pillow. Jonah was home. He came downstairs, gave me a weird half hug, and mumbled, Hey, Dad. Emma arrived 10 minutes later. She looked nervous. Caroline served dinner like it was a peace offering. Wine was poured. Plates were passed. They tried small talk. Jonah talked about senior year. Emma mentioned job interviews. Caroline said, It's nice having everyone together again. I nodded, then pulled out a folder from my bag, slid it across the table. This, I said, is a record of every financial transaction since I left. They all stared. Caroline reached for it slowly. I'm not here to fight, I said. I'm here to close the book. She opened the folder. Read the first page. Her eyes froze. Then she flipped to the next. And the next. Emma leaned over to peek. Jonah craned his neck. What is this? Caroline finally asked. It's a full audit. Every dollar spent. Every account touched. Since the day I walked out. I didn't know you were keeping track. That's the problem, I said, voice even. You never knew. Never thought you had to know. You assumed I was gone, and the resources were still yours. I thought we were still married. We were, I said. Legally. But spiritually? Emotionally? You left long before I did. You just didn't pack a bag. Jonah cleared his throat. What's happening? I looked him in the eye. Your mother has been living like I was a memory, using joint funds, buying gifts, booking trips, all while telling people I abandoned her. Caroline turned red. I never said you abandoned me. Marlene called me in shock. I said, because you spun a version of the story where I walked out without warning. You never mentioned forgetting our 25th anniversary. You never told her, or anyone, what really happened. I didn't want to embarrass the family. No, I said. You didn't want to own your part. Silence. Emma looked between us. Is this why you've been gone so long? I turned to her. This, and 1,000 little things. Things you didn't notice. That none of you noticed. Caroline tried to change tactics. Her voice softened. Bryce, I know I've made mistakes. I got caught up in my own world. I let the silence grow. I was lonely too, you know. I nodded. I believe you. Her face brightened slightly. Then I added, but that doesn't mean I'm coming back. Another silence. Deeper this time. Final. I placed a second document on the table. This one neatly stapled. A formal letter. Drafted by Lizette. I'm filing for separation. No lawyers unless needed. I'm not taking the house. I don't want alimony. All I want is a clean split of what's fair. And to be done. Caroline's mouth fell open. You're leaving me? I already did. You just didn't notice. Emma reached across the table. Dad. I took her hand gently. This isn't about punishing your mom. It's about liberating myself. I gave you all the best years of my life. And I don't regret that. But I refuse to spend the rest of them being invisible. Jonah looked stunned. So what now? Now. I smiled. Now I live. Freely. On my terms. Caroline stood. Tears brimmed in her eyes. I thought we could fix this. You never tried, I said softly. You just expected me to come back. Like a lost sock in the laundry. I didn't know you were serious. I was serious the moment I walked out, and you didn't chase me. She sat down. Defeated. I finished my wine. Stood. Picked up the folder. I'll have Lizette contact your lawyer. If you don't have one, she'll work with you directly. I paused at the doorway. Looked at them. All three. Jonah staring at his plate. Emma biting her lip. Caroline silently weeping. It didn't feel good. It didn't feel triumphant. But it felt right. And that was enough. That night, I walked through the old neighborhood one last time. The leaves were falling. The wind sharp. The air smelled like November, the beginning of the end. I passed the park where I used to push Jonah on the swings. The cafe where Caroline and I had our first coffee date. All memories now. All dust. My phone buzzed. A new message. From Caroline. I read the folder again. You were always more generous than I deserved. I didn't reply. Some things don't need closure. Some people just need silence to hear their own echoes. 3 months later, the divorce was finalized. No fights. No drama. She didn't contest a thing. The kids visited separately. We met in diners and bookstores and city parks. Slowly, they started seeing me not as the man who left, but the man who chose to live. Jonah called me one night and said, I'm proud of you. Emma sent me a picture of her first paycheck with the caption, started adulting. Don't worry, I'm not blowing it all on scented candles. We laughed, but we also healed. Bit by bit. I moved into a loft with tall windows and exposed brick. Got a cat named Diesel. Bought a record player and started collecting old vinyls. I'd sit by the window, sipping coffee, listening to Otis Redding or Sinatra or whatever felt like truth that day. My company grew. I hired 2 contractors. Gave lectures at a trade conference. People listened to me now, not because they needed something fixed, but because they saw value in what I knew, what I was. Sometimes, I still pass the train station where I left that night. The same one I boarded with nothing but a wallet and a broken heart. And every time I do, I remember the silence. The scrolling phone. The steak dinner. The untouched wine. The ring on the pillow. And I smile. Because the man who boarded that train? He vanished that night. But the man who returned? He was born in that silence. Rebuilt from it. And he will never be invisible again. Not to anyone. Especially not to himself. I was 23 when my world crumbled and took my dignity with it. My name's Joseph, and back then, I was just a regular guy trying to find his place in the chaos of early adulthood. I wasn't rich. I wasn't flashy. I had a modest studio apartment, a decent job at a mid-tier software firm, and a girl I thought I'd marry someday. Her name was Olivia. We'd been together for 3 years, lived together for almost 2, and had one of those relationships that felt quiet and stable. Not passionate in a movie script way, but steady. Real. Or so I thought. My older brother, Marcus, was the golden child of our family. You know the type: perfect teeth, perfect hair, smooth talker with the kind of charisma that made people believe him even when he was lying straight to their faces. He was 5 years older than me, already in management at a Fortune 500 company, drove a sleek BMW 5 Series, and walked into rooms like he owned the air inside them. My parents? Oh, they adored him. Joseph, why can't you dress more like Marcus? Joseph, your brother already bought a condo at your age. Marcus just got promoted again. He's such a hard worker. The word comparison doesn't even begin to describe how my life was stacked up against his. But here's the thing, Marcus didn't work hard. He worked smart. If by smart, you mean manipulative. He knew how to make you feel like you were the crazy one. He could twist stories with such ease that people didn't even realize they were being played. My parents never saw that side of him. I did. I grew up with it. I had the scars. Still, I tried to be the bigger person. I kept my distance, stayed polite at family dinners, and avoided direct confrontation. I figured if I just worked on myself and built my own life, I wouldn't have to live in his shadow forever. At 23, I'd just started making enough to think about saving. My boss liked me, my work was steady, and Olivia and I had started talking about moving into a slightly bigger place. She worked in marketing and had just landed a client that made her stay up till 2 a.m. some nights, but I was proud of her. We supported each other, or at least I thought we did. Then, one weekend, my brother came to visit. He hadn't seen Olivia in over a year. I still remember the way he looked at her when she opened the door. That fake little smile, like he already knew something I didn't. Olivia hugged him politely, a bit awkwardly, and I brushed it off. I should have noticed the way he lingered in the apartment, asking questions about our finances, our schedule, what we did on weekends. He played it off like harmless curiosity. Just catching up, little bro, he said, flashing that grin that made my skin crawl. He only stayed 2 days, but by the time he left, something felt off. Olivia was quieter, distant. I thought maybe she was just tired from work. I didn't press. That was my mistake. The first real crack came 2 weeks later. Olivia snapped at me over something trivial, dirty dishes or a missed text. I don't even remember. But her tone was sharp, cold, like I'd suddenly become a stranger. I tried to talk to her, but she brushed it off. I just need space, she said. Then, 3 days after that, she was gone. No warning. No long talk. Just a folded note on the kitchen table that said, I can't do this anymore. I'm sorry. I was numb. Confused. I called her. No answer. Texted. Nothing. I even showed up at her office once, but she avoided me completely. That night, I sat on the edge of our now half-empty bed, staring at the spot where her shoes used to be, wondering what I did wrong. It wasn't until a mutual friend reached out that I got the truth. And when I did, it hit me like a punch to the gut. Apparently, Olivia had heard from Marcus, yes, my brother, that I was cheating on her, that I'd been sleeping with someone from work. He'd shown her fake screenshots. A burner email chain he claimed he stumbled upon. Fabricated chats between me and someone named Tessa. There was no Tessa. I'd never even heard the name before. But Marcus had always been good at pretending. Olivia believed him. Didn't even confront me. Just packed up and left. I tried to explain, but the damage was already done. She blocked me everywhere. Told her parents, her friends, everyone. My name became mud overnight. And my brother? He vanished. Didn't answer my calls. Didn't show up to our parents' anniversary dinner. Didn't even send a courtesy text. I sank into a fog after that. Lost my appetite. Stopped going out. My lease ended 2 months later, and I couldn't afford the new place alone, so I moved into a dingy studio with a mattress on the floor and a microwave that made weird noises when you looked at it funny. Work was my only escape, and even that felt hollow. What made it worse? Seeing Marcus on Instagram, all smiles with Olivia on his arm. She looked happy, radiant even. The captions were filled with things like meant to be and right place, right time. I wanted to throw my phone across the room every time I saw his smug face pop up. My parents? Oh, they thought it was tragic, but they didn't take sides. Maybe she just wasn't the one for you, Mom said once. Don't let jealousy ruin your relationship with your brother. Jealousy. That word sat in my stomach like acid. They had no idea. 1 year later, exactly 1 year to the day she left me, Olivia and Marcus got married. A beach wedding. Lavish, sun-kissed, expensive. He wore a white suit and sunglasses like some discount James Bond. She looked like a dream. And me? I watched it unfold through filtered photos and a fake smile at the office. That was the year I stopped trying to fix things. I shut everyone out, especially my family. I stopped visiting for holidays. Skipped birthdays. I needed to build something for myself, something no one could take away. So I did. I started freelancing after hours. I learned how to code beyond what my job required. Built a few apps, failed hard, learned again. Then one day, I launched a productivity tool that caught on in a niche community. It wasn't sexy. It didn't go viral. But it was stable, and it made money. A lot of money. Within 3 years, I quit my job and went all in. I brought on a co-founder, scaled up slowly, reinvested everything. We got angel funding. Then a Series A. I kept my head down. Worked nights. Slept on a better mattress, but still on the floor because it reminded me of where I started. By year 10, I was quietly a multimillionaire. CEO of a tech firm that no one outside the productivity space had really heard of, but one that had 40 employees, a sleek downtown office, and a wait list of people who wanted to work there. I kept my name off the website. No interviews, no photo ops. Just business. My brother had no idea. We hadn't spoken in over a decade. I heard through the grapevine that his career plateaued, that his big promotion turned out to be smoke and mirrors, that he'd gone through layoffs, taken a few questionable gigs, and downsized from the BMW to a used Audi. Still married to Olivia, though? Still smiling in those filtered vacation pics. But there was something in their eyes that changed over the years. The spark was gone. I saw it, even if they didn't. And then one morning, 13 years after everything, he walked into my office. He didn't recognize me at first. He was there for an interview. I saw his name on the applicant list and thought it had to be a joke. But sure enough, there he was in the waiting room. Nervous. Polished suit that didn't quite fit right. Resume printed on thick paper like that would impress anyone. I watched him through the glass for 5 full minutes, sipping coffee, eyes darting to the walls like he was trying to memorize buzzwords. I asked my assistant to send him in. When he stepped inside and saw me, the color drained from his face like someone had flipped a switch. He didn't speak right away. He stood frozen in the doorway like his knees were made of sand. I watched his eyes flick from my face to the framed patent certificates on the wall, then back to the nameplate on my desk. Joseph Miller, Chief Executive Officer. The same last name as his. Though I'd quietly removed my middle name years ago, Marcus still used his like a badge of honor, probably to sound more impressive in interviews. Joe. His voice cracked, almost a whisper, like saying my name might shatter something between us. I didn't respond. I let the silence stretch, the kind that makes people squirm in their own skin. Wow, this is your company. He tried to smile, but it twitched like a dying light bulb. I didn't. Man, I had no idea. I gestured for him to sit. Resume. He blinked, then fumbled through his leather portfolio, hands trembling slightly. I could see the sweat forming near his temples. He passed the paper over, trying to compose himself. It's been a rough few years, he said quickly, like he wanted to explain before I even asked. After the merger at Verticorp, they laid off most of us. I bounced around a bit, consulted here and there. But I saw your listing and thought, small firm, tight-knit culture, interesting product, I'd fit in. I nodded slowly, flipping through the pages like I didn't already know everything I needed to. But here's the thing. The real story didn't begin in that office. That moment, the frozen face, the stuttering voice, the panic barely hidden behind a salesman's smile, that was payoff. The beginning? That was the part no one ever saw. The part where I swallowed insult after insult, betrayal after betrayal, all served with a side of family dinner and forced smiles. I still remember the Christmas after Olivia left me. I was 24, living alone, barely scraping together enough for rent. My parents begged me to come to the family gathering, said they missed me, said it wouldn't be the same without both their boys under one roof. I didn't want to go. Every bone in my body told me to stay home and avoid the circus. But part of me still hoped someone might see what I'd been through, that someone might believe me. I showed up in jeans and a wrinkled button-down. Everyone else was dressed like they were going to a gala. Marcus showed up 30 minutes late in a cashmere coat, Olivia on his arm, her hand resting gently on his chest like they were posing for a magazine cover. My mother rushed over to hug them both, like royalty had arrived. Look who's here, she beamed. Marcus and Olivia, the lovebirds. I stood in the kitchen doorway, holding a store-bought pie no one touched. I tried to avoid eye contact with Olivia. She didn't even look uncomfortable. In fact, she barely looked at me at all, like I was just another coat rack in the background. We sat down for dinner, and my father raised a glass. To family, he said. To new beginnings, Marcus added, clinking his glass against Olivia's. I didn't even raise mine. Halfway through the meal, my aunt asked Olivia how she and Marcus had reconnected. Oh, it just kind of happened, she said with a sweet smile. We bumped into each other after a rough patch. It just felt right, like we were always meant to be. I wanted to vomit. I excused myself and sat on the porch in the cold for almost an hour. When I came back in, Marcus cornered me in the hallway, that same smug grin plastered across his face. You look tired, he said. Rough year. I didn't answer. He stepped closer. Just so you know, she never loved you the way she loves me. That's just the truth, man. She saw something in me you'll never have. I wanted to punch him. God, I wanted to break his nose right there between the coat rack and the family portraits. But I didn't. I walked away. After that, I stopped showing up to anything. Birthdays, anniversaries, baby showers. I erased myself from the family photos. And no one seemed to care. Not until years later, when the money started rolling in. But even before the success, even before the business took off, I worked like a man possessed. I stopped dating, stopped drinking. I barely spoke to anyone outside of my co-founder and a few developer forums. Every spare second went into building my software. Every failed version fueled me like kerosene on a fire. In year 3, I lived on instant noodles and protein bars. I had one pair of jeans, one decent jacket, and a backpack that was falling apart at the seams. I used to laugh thinking about Marcus polishing his BMW while I patched code in the back of a 24-hour diner using their free Wi-Fi. But the worst part, the part that changed me, was my parents. They never believed me about the cheating story. Not fully. They'd say things like, maybe Olivia just wasn't happy. Or, you have to let go of the past. My mother even once said, you can't blame Marcus for everything. Maybe you weren't attentive enough. That broke something in me. I realized then that I wasn't just second in their eyes. I was disposable. Marcus could lie, manipulate, sabotage my entire life, and they'd still set a place for him at the table while I sat alone. But I didn't argue. I let them think what they wanted. I let them have their precious golden sun. I had work to do. By year 5, we were profitable. Not just scraping by, we were growing. Our client base doubled, then tripled. I hired our first full-time staff member, then 5 more. I moved into a real apartment. Not big, but clean. White walls, hardwood floors, a real bed. Still on the floor, though. I wasn't done yet. I watched from the shadows as Marcus's glow dimmed. I heard through cousins that Olivia had picked up extra work, that the BMW was sold, that Marcus was on LinkedIn every week, open to new opportunities. Funny how karma doesn't move fast, but it moves. And that brings us back to the office, to the moment where his hands shook as he tried to sell me on his experience. I know you're probably shocked to see me here, he said, laughing nervously. But honestly, Joe, I'm proud of you. Look at all this. You did great. I leaned back in my chair, tapped the corner of his resume, and said, why'd you leave Ardent Systems? He blinked. Oh, mutual separation. Because the VP accused you of falsifying reports. Isn't that right? His eyes widened. Listen, that was all exaggerated. Office politics. You know how it is. I tilted my head. What about Italistech? You listed strategic partnerships, but the CTO flagged your name as untrustworthy. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. His face had gone pale. I did my homework, Marcus. You weren't just unlucky. You were sloppy. There was silence. Then he finally said it. I messed up, okay? I messed up. I got too confident. I cut corners. I burned some bridges. I'm not perfect, but I can fix this. I just need someone to give me a shot. And that was the moment, the breaking point. Not because he was groveling, not because I had the upper hand, but because in his voice, I heard the same tone I'd once used. That desperate, hollow feeling when everything slips through your fingers and no one believes you. The difference was, I hadn't deserved it. He had. I could see it on his face. The slow realization. The dawning horror that the kid brother he once humiliated now held his future in his hands. And I wasn't done. But just as I leaned forward to deliver my next line, the final twist of the knife, the office door opened, and someone stepped inside. I turned. It was Olivia, dressed in a navy pencil skirt, heels clicking like metronomes against the tile, her hair pulled into a tight bun. She looked older, sharper. There were lines under her eyes that hadn't been there 13 years ago. But what caught me off guard wasn't the fact that she was here. It was the way she looked at me. With recognition. With something else. Regret. She froze. Olivia stood just inside the doorway, one hand still resting on the polished steel handle like it could anchor her to something. Her mouth was slightly open, eyes locked on mine with a mix of recognition and something else, something heavier. It wasn't just surprise. It wasn't even guilt. It was awareness. Like she finally realized just how far I'd come and how far she had fallen with him. The door clicked shut behind her. "Marcus," she said, her voice low and tight. Not quite a whisper, but not loud enough to be confident either. "What's going on?" Marcus didn't answer. He couldn't. He was still staring at me, his shoulders tense, jaw clenched, like his whole body was waiting for someone to wake him up from a bad dream. I stood slowly. I said, walking around the desk with calm, deliberate steps. "You're early for your interview, Olivia. Or were you planning to vouch for your husband?" She blinked, stunned, and shook her head. "I know. I didn't know he was coming here." I stopped a foot away from her. She smelled like vanilla and something crisp, expensive. She always did. But it didn't hold the same power anymore. That scent used to haunt me. Now it was just another trace of a memory I'd already buried. "I haven't seen you in 13 years, I said softly. "And this is how fate brings us back together. Not a phone call. Not a letter. Just this." "I didn't know," she repeated, her voice cracking slightly now. "I swear I didn't." Marcus finally found his voice. "You two know each other?" She turned to him slowly, eyes wide. "Marcus, it's Joseph." The realization washed over his face like cold water. And that's when it hit me. Not the victory, not the revenge, but the sadness. Not for them, but for who I had once been. For the man who gave his heart away, watched it get stomped into dust, and spent years wondering what he did wrong. I turned away from them both, walked back around my desk, and sat down. But that's not where this story turns. Not yet. Because before I could rise, I had to fall. Harder than I thought possible. And back then, long before this office, before the suits and the titles and the billion-dollar valuation, I hit a bottom so low, I thought I'd never climb out again. Let me take you back. After Olivia left, I didn't just lose her. I lost everything. Mutual friends ghosted me, probably believing the story Marcus fed them. My reputation took a hit. Even my landlord, who had once said I was one of the quiet, good ones, suddenly wasn't willing to renew the lease after Olivia moved out. Said they needed to do renovations. I knew it was because they thought I'd been the cheater. Word got around in that building. I didn't fight it. I didn't have the energy. I packed up what little I owned, some clothes, a few books, a broken coffee maker, and the cheapest mattress from IKEA, and moved into a studio apartment that had stains on the walls and a smell I couldn't place. It reeked of sadness. And maybe mold. Mostly sadness. I couldn't afford a real bed frame. I had no dining table. I ate on the floor, cross-legged like a monk, most nights in silence. The radiator made clicking noises in the winter, and there were nights I shivered under 3 layers of blankets, trying to remind myself this wasn't permanent, that I had to climb back out. But the mind is cruel when you're alone. It whispers. It tells you maybe they were right. Maybe you did mess up. Maybe you weren't enough. And I listened. For months. I went to work, came home, stared at the wall. Rinse. Repeat. My code got sloppy. My eyes were always bloodshot. I missed deadlines. I almost got fired twice. One night, I sat in the corner of my apartment with the lights off and a beer in my hand, thinking about calling Marcus. Not to scream at him. Not even to ask him why. Just to hear someone. To remind myself I wasn't invisible. I didn't call. Instead, I opened my laptop. It was almost 2 a.m. And I started coding. Not for work. Not for anyone. Just something stupid. A productivity tracker that sent motivational quotes to your phone every hour if you logged tasks correctly. The quotes were dumb. Don't wish for it. Work for it. Success is the best revenge. Stuff I used to mock. But I kept building it. 3 days passed, then a week. I forgot to eat sometimes. I dropped 6 pounds in 10 days. But I felt alive. And slowly, that dumb little app became something else. I added more features. A daily planner. A goal tracker. Sleep analysis. I named it Rise. Because that's what I needed to do. I published it on a small forum for productivity nerds. I didn't expect much. Maybe a few comments. Maybe a single download. I got 34 downloads in the first week. Then 200. Then an article on a niche blog picked it up. By month 3, I had 4,000 users. None of it was polished. The UI was clunky. The alerts sometimes crashed. But people liked it. They liked that it wasn't preachy or corporate. It felt personal, human. And I started to feel human again. I built a website. I learned how to write copy. I read books on psychology and behavior change. I updated the code every night after work, and eventually, I emailed an old colleague from college, Ben, the one person who had always believed in me. He'd been laid off from his startup and was consulting part-time. I pitched him hard. He said yes. We worked out of a library most days. Used free trial credits for cloud services. Had arguments over stupid UI colors and button placement. But we clicked. We incorporated a year later. Built our first proper version of Rise. Signed our first partnership with a school district that used it for student productivity. Then came the seed funding. Then more. People told me to slow down, to scale carefully. I didn't listen. I worked 16-hour days. I lived in my hoodie. I stopped dating, not because I didn't want to, but because I didn't trust myself to open up again. Not yet. But I was climbing. One step at a time. I bought a bed. A real one. Then a desk. Then a small office space with a glass wall and a door that locked. I didn't buy a car. Still took the bus. I wasn't there yet. But I was close. And every milestone, every new contract or hire or round of funding, I wrote it down in a journal I kept under my pillow. Because no one believed in me when it mattered. So I had to believe in myself, twice as hard. Back in the office, Marcus was sweating. He shifted in his seat, stealing glances at Olivia, who had gone eerily silent. "Joe," he said again. "Come on. We were kids back then. I was stupid. You were stupid. You can't still be mad." Mad? No, I wasn't mad. I was something deeper than that. I was done. But just before I could speak, Olivia stepped forward. "I want to talk to Joseph," she said. Her voice wasn't soft anymore. It was steady, clear. She looked at Marcus. Alone. He turned to her, mouth open like he was about to protest. "Outside," she added. He stared for a beat, then got up slowly and left the room. The door clicked shut behind him. Now it was just us. The woman who once left me without a goodbye, and the man who had turned heartbreak into a multi-million-dollar company. I looked up. She was already crying. And then she said something I never expected. Something that made the air in the room change. "Joseph, I made a mistake." Her voice cracked on the word mistake, like it had taken 13 years to push it through her throat. I didn't flinch. I didn't blink. I just stared at her across the room, suddenly aware of how small she looked now. Not physically. Olivia still had that posture, that elegance, but something in her presence had dimmed. The certainty was gone. The untouchable confidence she used to carry like perfume had worn off. "What kind of mistake?" I asked. Her eyes filled up fast. I believed him. Silence. She looked at the carpet, then back at me. "I believed every word Marcus said about you back then. About the cheating. About the messages. He showed me everything. I didn't even question it." "Why would you?" I said, keeping my tone steady. He had the suit, the job, the smile. He could sell a drowning man a glass of water. She tried to laugh. It came out as a broken breath. I was young, dumb, and honestly, I think part of me wanted to believe him. That gave me pause. I sat back, studying her. "What do you mean?" "I was scared," she said, wiping her eyes. "You and I had something real, but it wasn't exciting. Not in the way I thought it should be. You were quiet, focused. You worked late. You were building a future, but I wanted fireworks. And Marcus, he came in like a storm. He knew exactly what to say, exactly how to make me feel like I was the only thing that mattered. And you married him." She nodded slowly. "Worst decision of my life. I wanted to feel satisfaction. I really did. But instead, I felt like I was watching someone realize they'd boarded the wrong train, and the next stop was nowhere." "Then why are you here?" I asked. She paused. Her eyes scanned the office like she was searching for the right answer in the wood grain. "I didn't come for him," she said finally. "I applied for a role in your marketing team last week. I didn't even know it was your company until 5 minutes ago when I saw your name on the door." I raised an eyebrow. "So you're telling me, after all these years, you show up at my office on the exact same day your husband walks in for a job interview, and it's a coincidence?" She blinked. "You think I planned this?" I didn't answer. The truth was, I didn't know what to think. Olivia had always been good at wearing honesty like armor. You didn't realize until too late that it was painted tin, not steel. I'm not here to play games, Joseph, she said, voice quiet. I don't want to make excuses. I came because I needed a job. That's it. You came because you needed something, I repeated. That part sounds familiar. She didn't argue. I stood slowly and walked toward the window, watching the rain smear lines across the glass. Down below, traffic moved like nothing in the world had changed. But up here, everything had changed. And I was ready to act. Because here's the thing about revenge, it doesn't come from rage. That's amateur hour. The best revenge is quiet, patient, surgical. I wasn't going to scream at Marcus. I wasn't going to post screenshots or scream, gotcha, in front of the entire office. No, I was going to make him watch as everything he built crumbled, and everything I built stood tall without him. So I turned back to Olivia and nodded toward the door. Tell him to come back in. She hesitated. Joseph. Now. She went. 2 minutes later, Marcus re-entered the room. His tie was slightly askew, and there was a new crease in his forehead. He looked like a man walking into a courtroom without a lawyer. I gestured to the chair. He sat. Olivia stood to the side, arms crossed, eyes locked on the floor like she wanted to disappear. I opened the folder in front of me and pulled out his resume. Let's get back to the interview, I said. Tell me, Marcus, why do you want to work here? He blinked. I think it's a great company. Fast-growing. Strong leadership. Good values. I smiled. And what would you say are your strengths? He swallowed. I'm a problem solver. I know how to manage people. I understand pressure. I've been through a lot these past few years, but I've come out stronger. I nodded. Interesting. And weaknesses? He hesitated. I guess I can be a little too focused sometimes. Focused, I repeated. He nodded, relieved to have found his footing. I get obsessed with results. I don't stop until the job's done. That was a lie. Marcus never finished what he started unless someone else could take credit for it. I leaned forward, interlacing my fingers. So here's my next question. What would you do if you found out someone on your team had falsified data in a report to get ahead? He froze. Well, I'd report it, he said, choosing his words carefully. Immediately. That's unethical. Would you confront the person? Yes. And if it turned out they'd done it more than once? I'd push for termination. We can't have that kind of behavior in the workplace. Even if that person was family. He paused. For one brief moment, the mask slipped. Joseph, he said, voice quieter. I'm trying to move forward. Whatever happened between us. Please don't try to rewrite history. I picked up his resume and held it between two fingers. You lied. You destroyed a relationship. You poisoned our family. And then you lived the high life on the ashes you left behind. I dropped the paper. I should blacklist you from every firm in this city. He said nothing. But I won't. I don't need to. Because you've already done it to yourself. His face reddened. He opened his mouth to speak, but I cut him off. You're not getting the job, Marcus. He flinched like I'd hit him. I can't hire someone with your track record. And I especially can't sponsor a known fraud. I stood. That'll be all. He stood too, slower. Joseph. That'll be all. He turned and walked out, shoulders slumped, hands trembling. Olivia didn't follow him. I looked at her. I'm not your enemy, she said softly. Not anymore. You were never my enemy, I said. You were just weak. And he knew how to exploit that. Tears welled up in her eyes again. But this time, I didn't care. I turned back to my desk and opened my laptop. She lingered for a moment, then walked out. But I wasn't done. The setup had just begun. That night, I called Ben. I want to create a new role, I said. He chuckled. Let me guess, head of petty revenge. Not quite. More like director of redemption. Ben had been with me since the Rise days. He knew the whole story, every cracked piece of it. He didn't even ask for an explanation. All right, he said. What's the plan? I smiled. Because this wasn't about humiliating Marcus in public. That would be too easy. Too clean. This was about something deeper. It was about setting the stage. One where he thinks he's climbing back up. Where he believes the world is giving him a second chance. Where he starts to taste stability again. And then, just when he needs it most. I take it away. But I couldn't do it from my desk. I needed more. I called my legal team the next day and asked them to draft a consulting contract with a shell company I owned. One Marcus didn't know about. A firm that had been quietly buying up smaller marketing agencies across the country. I had been put out job feelers through back channels. Quiet ones. We knew Marcus wouldn't give up easily. He'd keep looking. And eventually, he'd take the bait. Because desperation doesn't read fine print. He'd sign on the dotted line, eager to prove himself. To rebuild. To impress Olivia. Maybe even to prove to the world that he was still somebody. And when he did, I'd be ready. He took the bait. 3 weeks after that humiliating encounter in my office, Marcus submitted an application through a third-party hiring agency for a project management role at a boutique consulting firm called Echelon Strategies, one of several shell companies my legal team quietly helped me set up during the early expansion years of Rise. On paper, Echelon looked legit. Clean website. Real clients. A slick mission statement about elevating brand equity through high-performance alignment. What Marcus didn't know was that I owned it. Not publicly, of course. The ownership was routed through holding companies and a trust in Delaware. I'd had good lawyers. It existed for one reason, to give me options. A place to test people. A place to hide my hand when needed. We scheduled the interview with a fake CEO, my old college roommate, Evan, who now worked in film production but had the acting chops to pull this off. We fed Marcus softball questions, nodded at his buzzword soup, and gave him the illusion of control. By the end of the interview, he was practically selling us on the idea of hiring him. We offered him a 6-month probationary contract, $85,000 a year, remote work, flexible hours, small but promising team. It was everything he was desperate for. He signed it within a day. And just like that, Marcus Miller was back in the game. He had no idea he was a pawn on my board. He showed up to virtual meetings on time, wore button-down shirts for Zoom calls, and started emailing aggressively at 2 a.m. like he was trying to prove he still had hustle. And to his credit, he wasn't useless. He was still the same smooth talker who could polish garbage into gold, so long as no one looked too closely. We gave him just enough rope to believe he was climbing. Then we started pulling strings. I had our finance team slowly introduce inconsistencies into his reporting dashboards, subtle, technical glitches that he wouldn't immediately notice. We tweaked timelines, added artificial delays, sent contradictory instructions from different departments, all managed by staff loyal to me. He started floundering, missing deadlines, sending frantic emails. I let it build. One night, we invited him to a high-level client strategy call, a chance for him to prove himself. We staged the entire thing. Client reps were actors. The project materials were gibberish and corporate drag, and the timelines were designed to contradict each other. It was a setup so clean, so precise, it could have been a military op. Marcus stumbled, tried to bluff, got caught. After the call, the client pulled out of the project. He panicked, emailed the fake CEO, called HR, demanded answers, blamed junior staff, blamed broken systems. At one point, he even implied it was sabotage. We responded with a 2-line email. Due to the recent project failure and client complaint, your contract will not be renewed. Best of luck in your future endeavors. But I wasn't done. Because revenge isn't just about the fall. It's about the landing. I had a final play. 3 days after his contract was terminated, Marcus received a legal letter, delivered by courier. It wasn't a lawsuit. It was a claim. Echelon Strategies was formally requesting repayment of the client's lost revenue, $147,000, based on a clause buried deep in the contract he signed. In the event that negligence or misconduct by the contractor results in loss of revenue for the client, the contractor may be held personally liable for damages up to and not exceeding 2 fiscal quarters value of the project. It wasn't enforceable in full, of course. My legal team knew it. Any half-decent lawyer would challenge it. But we also knew Marcus didn't have a lawyer. He couldn't afford one. He called the Echelon office line 6 times in one day. No one answered. He emailed twice. No reply. He tried messaging the CEO, Evan. Evan responded with a single line. Please forward all legal questions to our external counsel. He forwarded the email to a non-existent law firm. And then I struck the final blow. It was a Wednesday when Olivia showed up at Rise HQ again. Uninvited. My assistant buzzed me. She's in the lobby. Says it's urgent. I almost ignored it. But something in me wanted to look her in the eye one more time. She came in with a manila folder in her hand and a look I hadn't seen before. It wasn't guilt. It wasn't regret. It was resignation. Marcus is losing it, she said, skipping pleasantries. He hasn't slept. He thinks he's going to be sued. He sold the Audi last week and canceled our gym memberships. I leaned back, silent. She put the folder on my desk. That's everything I could find. His fake screenshots. The burner email account he used. Chat logs. Metadata. He kept backups on a thumb drive in the garage. I think he was proud of what he did. I flipped through the folder, page by page. It was damning. And 13 years too late. Why give this to me now? I asked. She hesitated. Because I want out. And because maybe I should have done this years ago. I closed the folder. You're not a victim, Olivia. I know. And you're not a hero. She nodded. I'm not giving you a job, I said. I don't care how qualified you are. I didn't come here for a job. Then why come at all? She swallowed. To say goodbye. I nodded. Then goodbye. She left without another word. I never saw her again. Marcus, though? He stuck around. Because the world doesn't let men like him disappear quietly. 3 weeks after the contract termination, he posted on LinkedIn, claiming to have been let go due to internal restructuring. He begged for job leads, tagged 5 CEOs, pitched himself as an experienced growth expert seeking new challenges. The post got 2 likes. I watched in silence as he tried freelancing, made a course on brand acceleration, pitched a webinar. No one showed up. His website expired. His email bounced. Last I heard, he was working part-time as a contractor for a mid-tier firm in a city 3 hours away. No office. No BMW. No marriage. Olivia filed for divorce 6 months later. Cited emotional abuse and irreconcilable deceit. My parents never said a word about any of it. They sent a card on my birthday that year. No return address. Just a signature. Love, Mom and Dad. I never opened it. People think revenge is about fire. About rage. About watching someone scream and grovel and beg. It's not. Revenge is cold. It's silence. It's patience. It's building something so strong, so undeniable, that the people who tried to bury you have no choice but to suffocate under the weight of your success. I never yelled. I never threatened. I never touched him. I just gave him a mirror. And he destroyed himself. The last time I heard Marcus's voice was on a voicemail I still keep saved, not because I need it, but because it reminds me how far I've come. Joe, I don't know what happened. I don't know what I did to deserve this. But I need help. Please, just call me back. I never did. Because the best part of revenge is knowing they'd do anything to undo the damage. While you've already moved on. And I have. You know how people say, you only get one mother? I used to believe that too. My name's George, I'm 29, and if there's one thing I've learned, it's that being related to someone doesn't mean they deserve your loyalty. My mother, Carol, was the kind of person who smiled like an angel in public, but tore you apart the second no one was watching. To outsiders, she was the sweetest woman, always helping at church, baking cookies for neighbors, and volunteering at charity events. But to me, she was a hurricane in heels, one that left emotional wreckage everywhere she went. Growing up, I thought her constant criticism was normal. She'd pick apart everything, my hair, my clothes, the way I spoke, even the way I breathed sometimes. Don't hunch like that, George. You look weak, she'd say in front of my friends. Or, you're too sensitive. No girl will ever want someone who cries over nothing. I was 12 the first time she said that, and it stuck with me for years. My father, bless his quiet soul, never really stood up to her. He'd just murmur something like, let's not start this again, before retreating to his study. I think he learned long ago that standing up to her only made the storm worse. By the time I hit high school, I'd mastered the art of silence. The less I said, the less ammunition she had. But even silence wasn't safe. She'd accuse me of being moody or ungrateful. When I got my first girlfriend, Julia, she went out of her way to get to know her. That meant cornering Julia in the kitchen and asking questions like, do your parents know about George's anger problems? I didn't have anger problems. I had a mother who twisted every small outburst into a story about how volatile I was. The relationship didn't last long after that. Julia stopped answering my calls, and when I asked why, she just said, your mom scared me. I thought she was exaggerating back then. I didn't realize how deep my mother's poison ran. Things only got worse as I grew older. Whenever I tried to bring someone new into my life, friends, girlfriends, co-workers, she'd find a way to ruin it. Once, I invited a colleague over to study for an exam during college. My mother accidentally left out my old report cards from middle school on the table, full of red marks and teacher comments like, needs improvement in attitude. When I confronted her, she said, "Oh, I just thought it'd be cute for her to see how far you've come." But she knew exactly what she was doing. That was her thing. Everything she did came with a sweet justification. She could destroy you with a smile. After college, I finally moved out. I thought distance would fix things, that maybe she'd mellow out once I wasn't under her roof. But she just switched tactics. The guilt tripping started. "You never call me, George. Do you even care about your mother?" Or, "I'm so proud of your sister. She visits every week." You know, that's what real family does. My sister, Melissa, had always been the golden child. Everything she did was perfect. If I brought home a B+, she brought home an A. If I bought mom flowers, Melissa bought her jewelry. But the truth was, Melissa learned early that agreeing with mom meant peace. She played along with the manipulation, sometimes even joining in. It hurt, but I couldn't blame her. Living under mom's rule meant survival by compliance. The real breaking point came a few years later, when I started dating a woman named Emily. She was kind, patient, and, most importantly, saw through my mother's fake charm from day one. I didn't introduce her right away. I wanted to keep something pure, untouched by mom's influence. But Emily insisted eventually. "She's your mom, George. I want to meet her," she said. I remember feeling a pit in my stomach, but I gave in. I told myself maybe mom would behave this time. Maybe she'd changed. When we walked into her house that day, everything looked normal. The smell of pot roast filled the air, soft music played in the background, and she greeted us with open arms. "Oh, so this is the famous Emily," she beamed, pulling her into a hug that lasted a bit too long. "George told me so much about you." I exhaled, thinking, maybe this won't be so bad. I should have known better. The first half hour went fine, small talk, stories about childhood, some forced laughter. But as soon as Emily went to the bathroom, my mother leaned in close, her voice low and sharp. "Don't get too attached," she whispered. "You deserve better than him. He's difficult." When Emily came back, my mother's smile returned, and the conversation carried on as if nothing happened. I wanted to believe maybe I misheard her. That night, Emily didn't say much, but I could tell something was off. It wasn't until days later that she told me the truth. Apparently, mom had called her after dinner, saying she needed to warn her about me. According to Emily, my mother said, "He's dangerous. You need to stay away from him." Dangerous. That word broke something in me. I confronted mom immediately, and she didn't even deny it. She just said, "I was protecting her. You always attract fragile girls who can't handle you." I hung up on her that night, shaking with anger. It wasn't just manipulation anymore. It was character assassination. After that, I went no contact for almost a year. It was peaceful for the first time in my life. Emily and I grew closer, and I started feeling like I could finally breathe. But my mother found ways to sneak back in. Random emails, birthday cards with passive-aggressive notes like, "I miss the son I used to know." And then came the guilt calls from Melissa. "George, mom's been crying every night. She says you hate her. Just talk to her, okay?" For me, I refused. I told Melissa I was done playing her emotional puppet. Still, part of me wondered, was I being too harsh? That doubt, that little hook she'd planted years ago, still pulled at me. Months passed, and I thought I was finally free. But then, out of nowhere, I got a call from my dad. His voice was softer than usual, almost trembling. "Your mom's 60th is coming up," he said. "We're throwing her a big party. She wants you there." I laughed at first, thinking it was a joke. But he sounded serious. "She's been talking about you nonstop. She said she wants to make things right." I told him I'd think about it, but deep down, something inside me stirred. For the first time, I didn't feel scared. I felt curious. If she wanted to see me again, maybe this was my chance. Not for reconciliation, but for something else entirely. I couldn't explain it, but the thought of walking into that party, her party, filled me with a strange sense of calm. After everything she'd done, all the relationships she'd sabotaged, the humiliation, the lies, the manipulation, maybe it was time she learned what it felt like. To be exposed. To be humiliated in front of everyone she wanted to impress. And that's when the idea began to take shape. I didn't know exactly how yet, but I knew one thing for certain. On her big birthday, the woman who spent years destroying my life would finally get a taste of her own medicine. That was the moment I decided. I was going to make her feel everything she'd ever made me feel, slowly, perfectly, and in public. But before I could do that, I needed to go back to the beginning, to the part of my life I'd spent years trying to forget. Because to truly ruin someone like my mother, you first have to understand the way she built her kingdom. After I told myself I'd make her feel what she'd done to me, I didn't jump straight to planning some grand spectacle. You don't topple an empire overnight. You gather intelligence. You wait for the right crack to widen. So I started small, letting myself watch from a distance to see if anything had changed. That's when the patterns came back, familiar as fingers on a piano. The more I watched, the more I realized how much of my life she had quietly redirected without me ever noticing. It wasn't just the big moments she ruined. It was the steady erosion, the little comments, the deliberate omissions, the strategic favors that made her look saintly and everyone else look flawed. Melissa was the easiest instrument for her to play. She'd always been compliant, but lately she'd taken it up a notch. Whenever she visited, Mom would make a show of hugging her and saying, "Isn't Melissa just so thoughtful?" Then, later, she'd call me and say things like, "Melissa suggested we put together a slideshow for my birthday. She found all these old photos. Do you have any you want included?" It sounded harmless. I sent a couple of childhood pictures, me at 8, a goofy grin, Mom making that proud face. I thought it would be a peace offering of sorts. I didn't realize it was ammunition. In the slideshow, she carefully cropped me out of a photo where I was standing next to her, leaving Melissa front and center, as if I'd never existed in those family memories. It was a small cruelty, but she loved small cruelties. They're harder to catch, and when you do, people assume you're overreacting. She also started inviting people I hadn't seen in years. Neighbors who used to praise her lemon bars, the church ladies who wore matching hats, my dad's coworkers. I could tell she was painting a picture, one of a perfect matriarch surrounded by adoring faces. When I spoke to my dad about it, he shrugged like he always did. "She's excited, George. It's her big day." Excitement, in her vocabulary, seemed to include rewriting history. The invitations were subtle, but their message was loud. This was a celebration of everything she'd done well, and anyone who might remind her guests otherwise needed to be left out. Then there was the whisper campaign. It started with an offhand text from an old friend. "Hey, George, heard about your mom's party. Wondering if you're coming? People are talking." Another text arrived from someone I barely knew. "Your mom mentioned something about you. Hope everything's okay." Each message came with a kernel of gossip, always ending with a hint that I was the difficult one. My mother had an old network of people who loved to take her at face value. She knew how to throw a seed and make it bloom into suspicion. If she couldn't openly slander me, she'd seed doubts that made everyone else do the dirty work for her. What stung the most, though, was Melissa's role. I used to think she didn't realize what Mom did, but that comfort was gone now. Melissa wasn't just playing along, she was embellishing. When I tried to set boundaries, she'd show up with some version of Mom's story, polished and rehearsed. "She's been so fragile about you, George. She keeps saying she doesn't understand what she did wrong." It was the same line Mom used to get sympathy, and Melissa watched the room fold around her. I remember one lunch when Melissa said, almost cheerfully, "You know, Mom thinks you purposely isolate yourself. She says you punish people." I told her she was lying, and she tightened her jaw as if she'd been instructed to do so. There was a coldness in her eyes I hadn't seen before, like she'd chosen a side not out of pressure, but for the ease it gave her life. The gaslighting wasn't always verbal. My mother started showing up at events she'd never attended before, always on the day I had something important, my book launch, a small gallery showing I'd been working on for months. She'd arrive late with a plate of homemade cookies and sit in the corner, smiling as if she belonged. When people came to congratulate me, she'd lean in and quietly tell them, "George's temper flares when things don't go his way." It was always a casual aside, but it landed like a nail. People softened, they took a step back, and the congratulations lost their warmth. I began to anticipate her presence like bad weather, preparing myself for the inevitable drizzle of undermining comments that followed. At work, the rumors crept too. "Watch how you talk about family," my manager warned after a supervisor mentioned something Mom had told them during a volunteer drive our company partnered on. I wasn't sure which was worse, the slander itself or the way it made me doubt my own perceptions. I found myself replaying every conversation with her, searching for the moment I might have provoked this. The doubt was a weapon she wielded often. If she could get you to question whether you were the problem, she had already won. More than anything, she loved control over narratives. She'd give gifts that required public acknowledgement, expensive framed prints to community boards, lavish donations in her name, and then make sure the press release mentioned her sacrifice. People would call her generous, and she would bask in it. Meanwhile, when I did something quietly kind, helping a neighbor fix a lawnmower, staying late to help a colleague, she made sure the story didn't get told. She would tell those same people things about me that made them tilt their heads. "He's always been a bit withdrawn," she'd say. "Maybe that's why he drifts away sometimes." It wasn't enough to be kind. She had to redefine my kindness as something suspect. The more she consolidated her image, the more isolated I felt. Friends who had stuck around began to behave differently, polite, careful, as if they might say the wrong thing and be cut off at the root. Emily, who had been my refuge, started pulling away. She wasn't being melodramatic. She was tired. She told me, "George, I can't keep being the person who defends you every time she throws something out there. It's exhausting." She didn't know the half of it. She didn't know that when Melissa visited, my mother would pull Emily aside and say, "I'm just trying to protect you. Men like George can be dangerous, unstable. I worry for your future." Hearing that, Emily would look at me with a mixture of pity and fear, and though she didn't leave right away, the distance between us grew like a shadow under a door. And then my father started to change. He was always indecisive, but lately his acquiescence seemed more like resignation. He would call to warn me in a hesitating voice, "Don't say anything that'll cause a scene at the party," as if he believed peace meant silence even when silence cost me. He told me that Mom wanted everything to be perfect, that she was fragile. I knew fragility when I saw it. People who used the word to demand indulgence were rarely fragile at all. They were architects of manipulation. Still, Dad's pleas pulled on something in me. I loved him. I didn't want to hurt him or embarrass him in front of his friends, but every request to stay quiet felt like another brick in the wall Mom was building between us. In the weeks leading up to the party, the tension tightened like a drawn bow. Invitations kept arriving, each RSVP a tally mark on a ledger that favored Mom. I started receiving calls from people I rarely spoke to, strangers wrapped in condolence about family issues or casual warnings about people changing. Every call, every message seemed orchestrated. I began to suspect that Mom had compiled a dossier on me, a curated record of all my perceived flaws, draped in the soft language of concern. It gave her plausible deniability when she lied and a ready script when others needed convincing. Despite all that, a part of me still wanted to believe in the myth of a mother who could be redeemed. Maybe that's the cruelest part, that even after years of emotional sabotage, the hope for reconciliation lingered like an ember. I told myself I could go to the party and keep my guard up, observe, and leave without incident. But the more I watched, the more I noticed the little traps she set to make me look unstable. She wasn't relying on a single dramatic moment to discredit me. She'd been laying 1,000 needles around me, so that when someone brushed past, blood would appear and people would murmur that I'd been the violent one all along. The last week before the birthday was when things escalated in a way that felt almost theatrical. My mother called my sister and asked her to handle seating arrangements, quietly insisting I be placed at a table with people who were either unfamiliar with me or easily swayed by her words. She wrote a speech. Oh, she absolutely wrote a speech about gratitude and family, with a few gentle lines about perseverance that were clearly meant to cast me as the prodigal son she'd forgiven. My dad practiced it with her, reading it aloud in the living room while she nodded and smiled like a saint rehearsing martyrdom. I got an invitation in the mail with my name printed under honored guests, a move that felt like a baited hook. "Come, and let us praise you for forgiving us. Stay away, and we'll gasp that you've chosen to be the villain." On the morning of the party, Mom sent a group text, one of those notes that read like a sermon, thanking everyone for being part of her life and asking them to show grace to those who had made mistakes. She included an emoji of a dove. In the same breath, she privately messaged a few select people with concerns about me, calling me sensitive and unpredictable. The contradiction didn't bother her. It was all strategy. By day, she was the dove, and by whisper, she was the wolf. Standing outside her house an hour before guests arrived, I felt a weird calm again. The air smelled like cut grass and the faint trace of lemon-scented cleaner, her trademark. I could see her through the kitchen window, fussing over a floral arrangement, a perfect hostess smile fixed in place. She looked like a photograph of herself, composed, radiant, oblivious to the wreckage underfoot. My phone buzzed with a message from Melissa. "You ready? Mom's going to be so happy to have you there." There was a little heart emoji. I could have turned around then. I could have walked away and left her to bask in her perfection. But something in me had shifted from hurt to purpose. I wasn't going to simply show up and play the forgiving son she expected. I wanted to expose the scaffolding of her deceit. I wanted people to see the work that went into her perfection. I wanted my name not to disappear. Just as I was about to head to the door, Dad appeared, his face more lined than usual. He looked at me like he'd been carrying a silent apology for years and was finally giving it to me. "Son," he said, "if you're going to do anything, say something. Just think about Mom's heart." The plea was sincere, and it landed heavy. I realized then that whatever I planned, it couldn't be a spectacle that crushed him. The knives were sharp on both sides. They cut through the people I loved as easily as they cut through the person who'd hurt me. I stood there, thumb hovering over the doorknob, and for a second all the years washed over me at once. The ridicule, the ruined relationships, the nights I cried alone. Then the door opened, and Mom stepped out in a dress that made her look younger than she was, her smile wide and practiced. She wrapped me in a hug that felt like a show for the window, then pulled back and said, loud enough for the neighbors who were tidying up the bunting to hear, "George, thank you for coming. It means the world." The words were genuine sounding, but her eyes flicked past me as if searching the crowd for witnesses. I heard a muffled laugh from inside. "Melissa," I guessed. The engine of the party was firing up. I stepped across the threshold, and the house seemed to hold its breath. People turned. Hugs were dished out. Compliments about her cooking, her decorations, her graciousness floated around me like confetti. I smiled politely, and people smiled back, some warm, some suspicious, some the kind of smile that naturally follows someone everyone expects to be a certain way. I felt my pulse in my throat, the adrenaline of being seen. This was the field where she fought best, where her performance turned into armor. I told myself I'd be careful, that I'd watch and collect, that I'd wait for the right moment. But almost immediately, someone I hadn't seen in years approached, and, without missing a beat, leaned in with a whisper for the ages. "Isn't it so brave of you to come after everything?" The sentence was soft, but it was the exact language she'd trained people to use, pity wrapped as praise. And then Melissa took the microphone. The microphone squealed a little as Melissa tapped it, smiling like she'd just been handed an award. "Hi, everyone," she said, her voice sweet and a little shaky in that practiced way that people use when they want to seem humble. "Before Mom gives her speech, I just wanted to say a few words about how amazing she is, and how proud I am that we get to celebrate her tonight." The guests murmured with approval. My mother, standing a few feet away, pretended to blush. I stood near the back, arms crossed, pretending to sip my drink. I thought I'd seen every manipulation trick in her book, but I was about to learn she had an entire chapter I'd missed. Melissa clicked a button on the projector remote, and the lights dimmed slightly. "We put together something special," she continued. "A little trip down memory lane." The first slide came up, a photo of my mom and dad at their wedding. The crowd cooed. Then one of Melissa as a baby, another of the three of them together, Mom in the middle like the sun in every orbit. A few photos of family trips followed, carefully selected to highlight her as the perfect mother. Mom teaching Melissa to ride a bike, Mom at Melissa's graduation, Mom baking cookies in the kitchen. I waited for something, anything, with me in it. Then one appeared. It was a photo of me, maybe 15, standing awkwardly at the edge of a family barbecue. Everyone else was laughing, mid-conversation. My mother had captioned it, in elegant cursive at the bottom of the slide. "George always had his moody moments, but we loved him anyway." Laughter filled the room. Not cruel, exactly, just that collective, sympathetic chuckle people make when they think they're sharing in a harmless joke. I felt my chest tighten. Melissa clicked to the next slide, another photo of me, younger this time, at my desk surrounded by crumpled paper. The caption read, "A writer in the making, even if he preferred brooding over helping with dishes." More laughter. I could feel the heat rising in my face. My mother stood nearby, covering her mouth, acting embarrassed. "Oh, Melissa," she said, giggling. "I told you not to include that one." But she didn't look at me once. It went on like that. Every slide with me in it came with a backhanded caption. Our difficult teenager, the rebel phase, George learning to apologize. And when the photos of Melissa appeared, they were all glowing tributes. The pride of our family, Mom's best helper, always by our side. The crowd was eating it up. My father clapped at one point, oblivious to the subtle cruelty unfolding. I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the window, jaw clenched, smile fixed, and I realized I was playing the role she'd written for me, the stoic, distant son who couldn't take a joke. Then Melissa said something that turned the room. "And now," she began, voice thick with fake emotion, "we wanted to include a little story that Mom told me recently, something that really shows how strong she is." I froze. A story? That wasn't part of the plan. She clicked again, and the screen changed to a grainy photo of my mom sitting in the hospital waiting room years ago, the day I'd had my appendectomy at 17. I remembered it vividly. I'd been terrified, and she'd spent the whole night scolding me for making a scene. But now, Melissa was narrating a very different version. When George was 17, she said, he had to go into emergency surgery. Mom was so scared, but she stayed up all night, holding his hand, praying he'd be okay. What most people don't know, she added, lowering her voice, is that around that time, George was struggling a lot. He was angry, confused, even destructive. The word hit me like a punch. But Mom never gave up on him, Melissa continued. She told me, even when George lashed out, I knew it wasn't really him. It was just pain. The audience made sympathetic noises. I saw a few people glance my way, then quickly looked down. My mother dabbed her eyes with a tissue. Perfect performance. I felt the floor tilt under me. That story wasn't just exaggerated. It was a complete lie. I never lashed out. I'd gotten upset once when she accused me of faking pain to get attention, and I'd raised my voice. That was it. But in her version, I'd become some troubled kid she'd heroically endured. I could have walked out then. I almost did. But something in me wanted to see how far she'd go. Melissa advanced to the final slide, a photo of my mother with her arms around both of us. I was maybe 20, Melissa 22. I remembered that day. We'd gone to a local fair, and right before the photo, my mother had whispered, "Stand closer to your sister. You look cold." The caption this time wasn't a joke. It was a statement. A mother's love never fails. When the lights came back on, the room erupted in applause. People were wiping tears. My mother waved them off humbly, smiling through the attention. "Oh, stop," she said. "Melissa did all the work. I just lived the story." That line, "I just lived the story," it landed like a spark on dry wood. The rest of the evening moved like a fog. People lined up to hug her, to tell her how inspiring she was. I stood on the periphery, invisible again. I tried to avoid her, but of course she found me. She always found me. "Wasn't that beautiful?" she said, her voice dripping with satisfaction. "Melissa worked so hard on it." I stared at her. "You told her to say those things," I said quietly. She blinked, feigning surprise. "What things?" "That I was dangerous. Angry. That I lashed out. You made me look like some kind of problem child." Her smile didn't falter. "Oh, George, don't be dramatic. People like honesty. They relate to struggle." She leaned in closer, lowering her voice to a whisper. "Besides, it's good for you. Makes you look human." "Human?" I hissed. "You turned me into your redemption arc." She tilted her head, still smiling for the onlookers. "You should thank me. It's the first time people have ever applauded you." That was it, the shift. The quiet, surgical cruelty I'd endured my whole life had just been broadcast to 50 people under the guise of sentimentality. It wasn't enough for her to control the narrative privately anymore. She needed an audience. I turned to walk away, but she caught my sleeve. "George," she said, voice suddenly cold, "don't make a scene. This is my night." For a split second, I saw something flicker behind her eyes. Fear, maybe, or the realization that she'd pushed too far. Then it vanished, replaced by that same poised calm she wore like perfume. "Smile," she said softly. "People are watching." I smiled. Not for her, for myself. Because in that moment, something hardened inside me. Whatever lingering hope I'd had of reconciliation evaporated. This wasn't a woman who could change. This was someone who built her power on illusion, who thrived on the humiliation of others, even her own child. The rest of the evening dragged on. My father gave a toast, nervous and trembling, mostly thanking her for holding the family together. She wept on cue. Guests handed her gifts wrapped in gold paper. I stood by the window, staring out at the dark yard, running through every memory she'd ever rewritten. I realized that night wasn't just another example of her cruelty. It was the clearest declaration yet that she would never stop unless someone forced her to. And that's when the final blow came. Toward the end of the night, my father called for attention again. Before we end, he said, "Carol has something special she wants to share." She walked up to the microphone, smiling as the room fell silent. "Thank you all," she began, "for being part of this journey. Family means everything to me, and tonight I wanted to do something to honor that." I felt a strange unease crawl up my spine. She turned toward me. "George," she said, "I know things between us haven't always been easy. You've struggled, and I've made mistakes. But I've been praying for a way to show you that I still believe in you." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. My name again. Publicly. She gestured to Melissa, who handed her a white envelope. "I've been talking to my lawyer," she said. "I decided to make a few updates to my will. Melissa doesn't even know this part." She paused, smiling wide enough for everyone to see. "I've set aside something for you, George, a little fun to help you get back on your feet." She said the words slowly, deliberately, savoring the humiliation. People clapped. Clapped. A fun to get back on my feet. Like I was some tragic failure she was rescuing. I could see Melissa's expression tighten, half confused, half sympathetic, but she didn't intervene. My father looked at the floor. "Mom," I said quietly, "what are you doing?" "Oh, come on," she laughed. "Don't look so serious. Everyone knows families have ups and downs." That was the moment the betrayal fully sank in. Not just the slideshow, not just the lies, but the realization that this woman would never love me without conditions. Every apology was a performance, every gesture a stage. She'd weaponized my life for applause. The crowd started to disperse into chatter again, clinking glasses and exchanging smiles. She stood there, basking in her own benevolence, a queen in her castle of illusions. And as I watched her soak in the attention, I felt something icy and precise forming in my chest. Not rage, not despair, but clarity. This wasn't about fighting her anymore. It was about dismantling her image piece by piece, just the way she'd done to me. She thought she could humiliate me in front of everyone. But what she didn't know, what no one in that room knew yet, was that I'd been preparing for this for months. And by the time her perfect little kingdom fell apart, every single one of them would see who she truly was. After that night, I stopped visiting the house completely. Not even holidays. Not birthdays. Not quick check-ins. Not even the guilt-laden texts my sister kept sending about keeping family ties. I was done pretending I didn't see the knife in her hand just because she smiled while holding it. But walking away from my mother wasn't freedom right away. It was withdrawal. That party had left something raw and unsteady inside me, like the ground had been yanked out and I was still trying to find balance. For weeks, I replayed that night over and over in my head, her voice dripping with that fake tenderness, the crowd clapping, the pity in their eyes when she called me troubled. I'd wake up in the middle of the night hearing her words echo. "I've set aside something for you, George, a little fun to help you get back on your feet." It wasn't generosity. It was a carefully sharpened insult disguised as kindness. Emily tried to comfort me at first, but even she didn't fully understand. "You can't let her live in your head like this," she told me one night as we sat on the couch. "She wins every time you think about her." I nodded, but deep down I knew it wasn't that simple. You can't just evict someone who built your house, even if they built it wrong. Still, I tried. I buried myself in work. I was writing full-time then, mostly freelance pieces and ghostwriting for blogs that paid little but kept me busy. Each morning I'd make coffee, sit at my small desk, and tell myself that today I wouldn't think about her. Some days it worked. Others, I'd find myself frozen mid-sentence, remembering the look on her face when people applauded her lies. The silence after cutting her off was strange. For most of my life, chaos had been my baseline. Without her calls, the noise, the constant second-guessing, the house felt too quiet. The absence of her manipulation was its own kind of haunting. But slowly, in that silence, I started to hear something else, my own voice again. Months passed. I wrote more, got a few good clients, started selling short stories to small magazines. My editor once told me, "You write pain like you've lived it." I laughed because I had. The more I wrote, the more it stopped being about her and started being about me, about taking ownership of the narrative she'd stolen. And yet, every success brought a new wave of guilt. Years of conditioning had taught me that any win was supposed to be shared with her. I'd catch myself drafting a message to tell her about a publication or a milestone, then delete it before sending. That reflex, that desire for her validation, was the hardest chain to break. Then one afternoon, about 8 months after the party, Melissa showed up at my apartment unannounced. I hadn't seen her since that night. She looked nervous, holding a paper bag of muffins like it was an olive branch. "Can I come in?" she asked. I hesitated, then nodded. She sat on the couch, fidgeting with her sleeves. "Mom's been worried about you," she said softly. I laughed bitterly. "She's worried I'll embarrass her again, you mean?" "No," Melissa said quickly. "It's different now. She's been saying she wants to make peace." "Peace," I repeated, the word tasting foreign. "Did she send you?" She hesitated, which told me everything I needed to know. She feels bad about what happened. She didn't mean to hurt you." "Melissa," I said, my voice low. "She wrote a speech that called me unstable. She planned it. That wasn't a mistake." Melissa looked down. "I know, but she's been crying a lot. Dad says she's not sleeping." "Good," I said before I could stop myself. "Maybe she'll finally know what it feels like." There was a long silence. Then she said something that stuck with me. "You can't fix her, George. But you can stop her from fixing you into what she wants." I didn't respond. She left soon after, leaving the muffins on the counter. I didn't eat them, but I didn't throw them away either. That night, I sat staring at my laptop, an unfinished story open on the screen. It was about a man who spent his life trying to please a God who only rewarded suffering. I closed it and opened a new document. For the first time, I didn't write for clients or magazines. I started writing about her, about the humiliation, the lies, the manipulation disguised as love. I didn't name her, but every line carried her shadow. I wrote until sunrise. And for the first time in my life, I felt lighter. The story was raw, ugly, and honest. I submitted it to a small literary journal under a pseudonym. I didn't expect much, but 3 weeks later, they accepted it, and not only that, it got picked up by a larger publication. People connected to it. They wrote comments about their own controlling parents, their own need for approval, their own healing. It was the first time I realized my pain could be repurposed into something useful. After that, the work snowballed. My inbox filled with offers from editors and magazines. I got invited to write a column on family psychology and emotional manipulation. Ironic, considering my background. I started earning good money, enough to move into a new apartment with sunlight and space. Emily and I patched things up too. She said seeing me finally stand up for myself made her fall in love with me all over again. For a while, it felt like I'd won, like I'd finally broken free. But I should have known better. My mother never let go of control. She just changed the form it took. It started with subtle reappearances. A shared post on Facebook of one of my articles with a caption like, "So proud of my son for using his struggles to help others." Struggles, her favorite word. Then she started messaging some of my followers, pretending to be the inspiration behind my work. She even left a comment under one of my posts that said, "Love seeing my little boy turning pain into purpose. We've come such a long way." That we burned. I deleted the comment immediately, but not before a few hundred people saw it. Some even replied with hearts, saying how beautiful it was that I had such a supportive mother. I sat staring at the screen, trembling with anger. She was rewriting the story again, this time in public. I tried ignoring her, blocked her, deleted her comments, moved on. But she found ways around it. New accounts, emails from friends of hers congratulating me. My father sent me a message once saying, "Your mother says you've forgiven her." I'm so glad. I hadn't forgiven her. I'd barely begun to live without her shadow. That's when something shifted again, not in anger this time, but in purpose. For the first time, I wasn't reacting to her. I was studying her. Every word she posted, every false kindness, every attempt to insert herself into my success. It all revealed something about her pattern. She needed proximity to power. She couldn't stand being irrelevant. And now, for once, I had the power. People read my work. They respected me. They listened when I spoke about emotional abuse and manipulation. I was slowly becoming the authority on the exact thing she'd used to destroy me. That irony didn't escape me. I started saying yes to interviews, podcasts, panels, even a small TV appearance. I never mentioned her name, but I talked about parents who perform love for the public while dismantling their children in private. Every time I spoke, I imagined her watching, realizing she couldn't control the narrative anymore. Then came the real turning point. A publisher reached out about turning my essays into a book. I didn't say yes right away, but the idea lingered. I knew what kind of book I'd write if I ever did it. Not a self-help guide. A story. My story. The truth, stripped of her embellishments. That's when I realized, maybe the best revenge wasn't a dramatic confrontation or public humiliation. Maybe it was success so undeniable that her version of me couldn't survive alongside it. Still, part of me wanted more. The part that remembered her at that microphone, smiling as people clapped for her forgiveness. That moment had been designed to humiliate me, and some nights, the memory still stung enough to keep me awake. So when I got invited to speak at a local community event, one that my mother's church group often attended, I didn't hesitate. I accepted, quietly. No big announcement. The theme was overcoming toxic family dynamics. The irony was almost poetic. The night before the event, I couldn't sleep. I kept pacing, wondering if I'd gone too far, if showing up would make me just like her, performing my pain for an audience. But then I remembered how she'd rewritten my life for years, how she'd forced her version of me into the world without my consent. This wasn't performance. This was reclamation. When I arrived, I saw familiar faces from her world, neighbors, old friends, even a few of her church ladies. I recognized the look of surprise when they saw my name on the program. I smiled politely, shook hands, and waited for my turn to speak. And when they called me up, the first words out of my mouth weren't rehearsed. I looked at the crowd and said, "Sometimes the people who hurt you most are the ones who taught you how to hide pain behind a smile." A few heads nodded. I spoke for 20 minutes. Not about her specifically, but about control, guilt, and manipulation disguised as concern. I could see the recognition in people's eyes, the realization that they'd lived through similar things. When it was over, people clapped softly, some teary-eyed. And standing there, under the stage lights, I felt something I'd never felt before in her presence. Power that wasn't borrowed or conditional. It was mine. Later, as I was packing up my notes, one of the church ladies came up and said, "Your mother would be proud if she were here." I smiled politely and said, "She's not proud. She's terrified." Because I knew now, she couldn't silence me anymore. What I didn't know yet was that my rising success would soon threaten the one thing she valued more than control, her reputation. And when that happened, she'd do something far worse than I ever expected. The moment that woman said my mother would be proud, something clicked in me. I realized that pride was exactly what she depended on. Her reputation was oxygen. If I could take that from her, she'd finally know what it felt like to suffocate. For a while, I didn't move on it. I told myself I'd already won. I was free, I was successful, I was happy. But there was a quiet voice that wouldn't leave me alone. The one that remembered every tear she'd caused, every time she'd turned people I loved against me, every lie she'd told so convincingly that I'd started to doubt my own memories. That voice whispered, "You can forgive yourself without forgiving her." And then, I stumbled onto something unexpected. It started with an email from a journalist who'd read one of my essays. She said she was doing a piece on performative kindness in public figures and wanted to interview me about toxic family reputations. I almost said no, until I saw the list of people she'd already interviewed. My mother's name was on it. Apparently, she'd been nominated for a Local Hero award through her church's charity network. They were doing a human interest story about her years of selfless service. The journalist wanted my perspective on growing up in such an inspiring household. That's when the plan began forming, not in anger, but in perfect, steady clarity. I agreed to the interview, but I didn't give her the story my mother expected. I didn't rant or accuse. I simply told the truth, calmly, factually. How appearances can be a kind of armor. How some people weaponize kindness to control others. I mentioned no names, but every person who knew her would recognize the portrait. The journalist was sharp. She asked good questions. When I finished, she said quietly, "You've given me a lot to think about." I didn't hear from her again for weeks. Then, one morning, the story dropped. The headline read, When kindness has a price, behind the masks of local charity culture. It wasn't a direct expose, but my mother's quotes were there. Her usual sentimental lines about helping those who can't help themselves, followed immediately by anecdotes from a family member describing emotional manipulation and control disguised as generosity. The juxtaposition was brutal. The article went viral in our small town. Within a day, the comment section was full of people whispering about who the family member might be. It didn't take long before someone connected the dots. I didn't have to confirm it. I didn't have to say a word. She did what she always did. She called me. First with that brittle tone she used when she wanted to sound reasonable. "George, I read something this morning. Tell me it's not about me." I didn't respond. "George," she said again, sharper now. "This could ruin everything I've built. You think people won't know it's me? You've made me look like a monster." I let the silence hang. Then I said, "You did that all by yourself." She exhaled, the sound shaking slightly. "You're going to regret this," she whispered. "You can't destroy your own mother." I almost laughed. "You destroyed yourself the moment you made me your story." And I hung up. For days, I didn't check the news. I didn't want to gloat. But the fallout was impossible to ignore. The church quietly distanced itself from her. The charity she'd chaired for years announced they were restructuring leadership. The local hero nomination vanished. People stopped calling her for luncheons, book clubs, and fundraisers. She tried to fight back at first, posting long Facebook updates about being misunderstood and betrayed. But her words rang hollow. Everyone had seen her name beside those quotes. Everyone remembered the family parties, the stories, the little cracks that didn't line up with her saintly image. The truth didn't need defending anymore. It was visible. Melissa called me again a week later. "What did you do?" she asked quietly. "I told the truth," I said. She was silent for a long moment. Then she sighed. "She's different now? Quieter. Keeps saying she never thought you'd turn against her." "I didn't turn against her," I said. "I stopped protecting her. I thought that would be the end of it. But revenge, I learned, doesn't always land cleanly. It echoes." A month later, I was invited to give a talk at a writers' conference about using personal trauma in storytelling. When I walked on stage, I noticed a few familiar faces in the audience. Melissa was there. So was my father. But in the back, sitting small and still, was my mother. She looked diminished. Not defeated exactly, but fragile in a way I'd never seen. For a moment, a strange pang of pity stirred in me. Then I remembered all the times I'd begged her to stop, all the times she'd smiled while twisting the knife. So I told the story. Not her version, the truth. I spoke about growing up under control disguised as love, about the way abusers hide behind reputation, about how silence protects them. I didn't name her, but the air in the room was electric. People knew. They could feel the authenticity in every word. When I finished, there was a long silence, then applause that built and built until it felt like thunder. I looked up and met her eyes across the crowd. She wasn't crying. She wasn't angry. She just looked stunned, like for the first time in her life, she realized her words didn't matter anymore. Afterward, people came up to thank me, to share their stories, to say I'd given them courage. I shook hands, smiled, and felt something settle in my chest, a peace I hadn't known I was capable of. As I was packing up, Melissa approached, hesitant. "She heard you," she said softly. "I don't know what she'll do with it, but she heard you." I nodded. That's all I needed. That night, I got one last message from my mother. It wasn't long, just a single sentence. "You win." For a moment, I just stared at it. Then I deleted it and turned off my phone. Because it wasn't about winning anymore. It was about ending the story she'd tried to write for me. And for the first time, I was the one holding the pen. In the weeks that followed, the silence was different. Not heavy, not tense, just still. My mother disappeared from every social circle that used to worship her. The church quietly removed her from the volunteer board. Her charity committee was reassigned under new management. Friends she used to gossip with stopped returning calls. Even the neighbors, people who once waved at her every morning, pretended not to see her. For the first time, her world stopped revolving around her. And she hated it. I didn't gloat. I didn't post anything. I didn't speak her name. The irony was, I didn't need to. The truth had momentum now. It didn't need my push anymore. It simply lived, quietly reshaping the way people saw her. Every kind act she'd once performed was now re-examined under the right light, and people started to notice the pattern that had been there all along. The way she talked over others. The way she made every conversation orbit around herself. The subtle digs disguised as jokes. She wasn't seen as evil. She was seen as fake. And to her, that was worse than being hated. Melissa told me that she'd tried to host a small dinner to clear the air. Only a handful of people showed up, mostly out of pity. Someone mentioned the article, and apparently, Mom broke down. Full tears. Saying things like, "I gave everything to that boy. I did my best." But for once, nobody rushed to comfort her. Nobody played the audience. They just watched her unravel, and she couldn't stand that kind of silence, the kind that means people no longer believe you. She stopped attending church after that, stopped posting pictures online. Even her once perfect garden, the pride of the neighborhood, started to wilt. Melissa said she spends most mornings sitting on the porch, staring at the yard, waiting for someone to stop by. Nobody does. My father, on the other hand, started to change. It was subtle at first, a text here, a photo of the sunrise there, but soon he began visiting me regularly. We'd get coffee, talk about normal things. Sometimes he'd bring up the past in small doses. "I should have done more," he admitted one day. "I thought keeping the peace was the same as keeping you safe." I told him it wasn't his fault, and for the first time, he looked relieved. Like someone had lifted a weight off his chest he didn't realize he'd been carrying for decades. As for Melissa, she and I started rebuilding. Slowly, carefully. She admitted she'd always been scared of being on Mom's bad side. That playing along felt safer. I didn't excuse it, but I understood it. We'd both grown up under the same dictator, only I'd stopped saluting sooner. Eventually, my mother tried to reach out again. A letter this time, for pages, handwritten, her perfect cursive still untouched by time. It started with an apology, though even that word felt forced. She wrote things like, "I realize I wasn't perfect, and I only wanted to protect you." But then, halfway through, the tone shifted. "I don't understand why you had to humiliate me. After everything I did for you, you turned people against me." It was still the same melody, just slower. Blame wrapped in self-pity. I didn't respond. I folded the letter neatly, placed it in a drawer, and left it there. Not as a keepsake, just as proof that even when stripped of her stage, she couldn't change her script. Months passed. My book came out that spring. It wasn't about her, not directly. It was about control, truth, and the quiet rebellion of reclaiming your own story. But people knew. They always do. It became a quiet success. Readers wrote to me about how it helped them leave abusive families, cut toxic parents out, find peace. Every message felt like another small piece of freedom handed back to the world. Then, one morning, I got another call from Melissa. Her voice was calm, almost tender. "She's moving," she said. "Selling the house. She said she can't stand being here anymore." "Where's she going?" I asked. "Some small town up north. Says she wants a fresh start." I just nodded. "Let her." And that was that. She left. No goodbye, no scene, just gone. A few weeks later, I drove past the old house out of curiosity. The paint was peeling, the shutters were off their hinges, the flower beds overgrown. The "for sale" sign leaned crooked in the yard. For years, that house had been her kingdom, a place where she ruled every inch of it, every person in it. And now it was nothing more than an empty shell. I parked for a while, just watching it from the car. It was strange, seeing it like that. Not triumphant, just quiet. The kind of quiet that feels final. I rolled down the window, breathed in the air, and for the first time, it didn't smell like lemon cleaner or manipulation. It just smelled like freedom. Before I left, I took out my phone and opened the photo I'd kept all these years, the one from that birthday party. The moment she'd hugged me for the cameras, pretending we were close. I looked at that picture for a long time, then deleted it. As I drove away, the house grew smaller in the rearview mirror until it disappeared entirely. For the first time, I didn't feel the urge to look back. Because she'd spent her whole life teaching me how to perform, how to edit myself for others. But in the end, she forgot the one rule every storyteller should know. You can lie to everyone, but eventually, the truth writes the final chapter. It's funny how one sentence, just 8 words whispered behind a closed door, can shatter 16 years of your life like a glass house hit with a brick. My name's Jack. I'm 42 years old, and up until recently, I thought I was the luckiest man alive. I had a good job as a civil engineer, a modest house in the suburbs, and, most of all, I had my daughter, Emma. My world revolved around that girl from the moment I held her in my arms. I used to say she saved me. Before her, I was a drifting guy in my mid-20s, still chasing old college buddies and living out of cardboard boxes. But the moment I became a dad, everything clicked into place. I grew up. I built a life. And I did it all for her. Emma is 16 now. Bright, witty, a little sarcastic in the way teens are, but kind-hearted to the core. She volunteers at the animal shelter every weekend, loves baking. Our kitchen is always coated in flour, and calls me Pops, in this cute, ironic way that always makes me smile. She's my everything, and I thought I was hers. Then there's my wife, Caroline. We've been married for almost 20 years. We met through mutual friends at a 4th of July barbecue, and it was fast. Too fast, if I'm being honest now. But we were both pushing 30, and I mistook shared loneliness for compatibility. The early years were fine. Not magical, but we got along. I thought we loved each other, or at least respected each other enough to get through anything. She was quieter than me, more withdrawn, and definitely more high-strung. She liked things in perfect order. Clothes color-coded, coffee measured to the gram, and birthday parties planned 3 months in advance. Sometimes she seemed more focused on the image of our family than the family itself. But I ignored the little things. Because at the end of the day, we had Emma. And in the quiet moments, when we were all watching a movie together or making pancakes on a Sunday morning, I could pretend everything was just as it should be. At least, until last Thursday. It started like any other evening. I got home from work around 6, tossed my keys in the bowl by the door, and called out for Emma. She was in her room studying, earbuds in, usual routine. I could smell Caroline's chicken marsala in the oven, her signature dish, and for once, the house felt warm, comfortable. I even stopped to smile at the framed photo in the hallway. The 3 of us at Emma's 8th grade graduation, all grins and sunshine. But then I walked past the kitchen and heard something. Caroline's voice, low and sharp. I paused. At first, I thought she was on the phone. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Really. But something in her tone, tight, nervous, stopped me in my tracks. She can never know the truth. And neither can he. Especially not him. I froze. The words hit like ice water. There was a pause, then a quiet sniffle, and finally, the words that would flip my entire existence inside out. It was only one mistake. One. But it changed everything. My heart actually stuttered. I backed up slowly, careful not to make a sound. I don't know why I didn't burst in right then. Maybe some part of me already knew. Maybe I needed a moment to pretend I'd misheard. Or maybe I just wasn't ready to watch my whole life burn down in front of me. That night, I acted normal. I smiled through dinner, complimented the chicken, laughed at Emma's joke about her math teachers to pay. I felt like a ghost in my own home. Every smile from Caroline felt like a lie. Every glance across the table was suddenly filled with venom I couldn't even place yet. After Emma went to bed, I tried to ask Caroline casually who she was talking to earlier. Her face changed, barely, but I caught it. That flicker of panic behind her eyes. Oh, just my sister, she said. She's going through something messy with Greg again. You know how it is. I nodded slowly. I knew her sister well. I also knew she was in Belize on a yoga retreat with no phone access until Sunday. I didn't press it. Not yet. Instead, I stayed up that night, staring at the ceiling, feeling the weight of those words on repeat in my mind. She can never know. And neither can he. Who was she? Emma? Was she talking about our daughter? And what was the truth I wasn't supposed to know? The next day, I couldn't concentrate at work. I kept replaying moments in my mind. Odd conversations from the past, weird silences, times when Caroline shut down a topic before it even started. My mind became a projector of suspicion. I remembered a moment from years ago. Emma was maybe 3, when Caroline got weirdly tense after someone joked about how Emma looked nothing like me. I'd brushed it off. Kids change, right? I went down a rabbit hole. I searched how to tell if a child is biologically yours. I found forums, stories, Reddit posts, guys with smiling daughters and broken hearts. I started seeing Emma's features through a different lens. Her hazel eyes, her narrow chin. Not mine. Caroline has blue eyes, too. I told myself I was crazy. Paranoid. Overthinking. But something in me wouldn't let it go. So I ordered a DNA kit. One of those over-the-counter ones, the kind people use for ancestry. I felt disgusting doing it. Like I was betraying Emma, invading her privacy. But the doubt was louder than the guilt. I waited until she had a sleepover at her friend's place. then quietly took a sample from her old toothbrush. My hands were shaking the whole time. I told myself it would come back fine, that I'd laugh at myself for being so dramatic. It didn't come back fine. The results arrived on Tuesday. I sat in the garage, the only place I could be truly alone, and opened the email on my phone. There was no match. 0% paternity probability. I reread it 3 times. Then again. I couldn't breathe. It felt like my lungs had turned to stone. 16 years. 16 birthdays. 16 Christmas mornings. Band recitals, scraped knees, daddy-daughter dances. Gone. Just like that. In one sentence. And worse than that, I had to walk back into the house and pretend I didn't know. Because I needed answers first. Real ones. That night, Caroline asked me why I looked tired. I told her I was just swamped at work. She kissed me on the cheek and said she was proud of me. I almost laughed in her face. But I didn't. Because now I had a new mission. A quiet one. I was going to find out the full truth. Every piece. Every lie. Every little betrayal she tucked behind a smile. And when I had it all, I was going to make her watch it burn. But first, I needed to figure out who else knew. Because something tells me Caroline wasn't the only one keeping secrets. And I wasn't going to let this one mistake ruin me without a fight. You don't build a life for 16 years and just walk away. Not without answers. Not without justice. Not without revenge. And that's when everything started to spiral. I didn't sleep that night. Or the one after. I kept going through the motions, trying to act normal, but inside, it felt like I was living underwater. Numb. Slow. Disconnected from everything. I'd sit at the dinner table, watching Caroline cut vegetables or Emma scrolling through her phone, and I'd wonder, when did my life become someone else's script? The hardest part wasn't the betrayal, it was the love. I still loved Emma. Every time she laughed or called me Pops, my heart would crack a little more. That wasn't fake. That was real. And it made everything 10 times more painful. Because even though my DNA wasn't in her, my soul was. I had raised her. I had kissed her forehead every night. I had sat beside her in the ER when she broke her wrist falling off the monkey bars. I had cried the first time she sang in front of a crowd. That doesn't disappear overnight. But there was a new, quiet ache under everything now. I started paying attention, really paying attention. Watching Caroline. Listening to how she spoke to Emma. How she shut down certain topics. I started digging through old boxes in the attic when they were out. I found Emma's birth certificate. My name was on it. But something was off, just a gut feeling. I called the hospital to request old records. I used my job email and acted like I needed documentation for a medical form. They said it would take a few days. So I waited. But while I waited, something else happened. Something that changed everything. It started small. Caroline's attitude shifted. She became distant. Snappier. Like she was carrying something too. Maybe she sensed I was pulling away. Or maybe she had guilt bubbling to the surface. One night, I came home late from work and found her sitting alone in the dark living room. Wine glass half full. Just staring at the TV. You okay? I asked, setting down my bag. She didn't look up. Just tired. Long day. She took a slow sip. You've been acting different lately, Jack. I tensed. What do you mean? I don't know, she said. You're quieter. Like you're mad at me. That was the moment I wanted to lay it all out. Show her the email. Tell her I knew. But I didn't. Because I wasn't done. I needed more. So I shrugged and said, just stressed. Lot going on at the firm. She didn't press. But she didn't look convinced, either. Then came the next shift. The favoritism. And this time, I couldn't ignore it. Emma started pulling away from me. Subtle at first. Shorter conversations. More time in her room. Less laughter at my dad jokes. I thought maybe it was teen stuff. She was 16, after all. But then one night, I came home to find Caroline and Emma whispering in the kitchen. When they noticed me, they both stopped talking immediately. Hey, I said casually. What's going on? Nothing, Caroline said, too quickly. Just talking about school. Emma avoided my eyes. Yeah, just boring stuff. I didn't push. But it ate at me. The next day, I came home early. I had a headache and figured I'd get some rest. As I walked up the front steps, I heard voices through the open kitchen window. He's been weird lately, Emma said. Like, super intense. Caroline replied. He's probably just going through something. You know how your dad gets. He canceled our beach trip. Again. My stomach dropped. I know, Caroline said with a sigh. I'll talk to him. I hadn't canceled anything. We had never even planned a beach trip. I stepped back from the window quietly and drove around the block until I could come in without suspicion. But now I knew something was happening, something more than just one lie. Caroline was planting seeds, turning Emma against me. Slowly, gently, and it was working. That weekend, Emma skipped our usual Saturday pancakes and went out with friends. No bye pops. No hug. I tried not to let it sting. Then came the birthday. Emma's 17th was coming up in a month. I had been quietly planning a surprise for over a year. A used Toyota Corolla I'd been fixing up in a buddy's garage. Her dream color, seafoam green. Low mileage. Safe. Affordable. She'd talked about it nonstop the summer before, even made a Pinterest board with her favorite models. I wanted her to have something special. Something from me. The plan was to reveal it with a big bow on the driveway, just like in the movies. I even wrote a goofy card that said, "Don't crash into any mailboxes. Love, Pops." But one afternoon, I overheard Caroline on the phone again. "I told him not to go overboard," she was saying. "She's not even his daughter. He's doing this to feel better about himself." I stood frozen in the hallway. My ears were ringing. "I know. I'm going to handle it. He needs to let go. It's not healthy. Let go." I should have confronted her. But instead, I walked into the garage and stared at the car for over an hour. My gift, my final thread of connection, now twisted into some kind of delusion in her eyes. That night, I went out to the fire pit in our backyard, lit a cigar I'd been saving for months, and stared at the stars. I felt hollow, like I was grieving someone who was still alive. Not just Caroline, but Emma. And worse, I felt like they were both slipping through my fingers and I couldn't do a thing about it. A week later, the records arrived from the hospital. I flipped through them slowly, heart pounding. And there it was. Emma's birth admission form. Mother, Caroline Holt. Father, blank. No mention of me. No record of my signature. Nothing. I couldn't breathe. 16 years, and my name was never on the original form. Caroline had added me later, quietly, conveniently, probably to make things cleaner. I sat down at the kitchen table and stared at the paper like it was a death certificate. And that's when I made the decision. I printed everything. The DNA results. The hospital forms. I laid them out neatly in a manila folder and set it in my office drawer. Because this wasn't just about betrayal anymore. This was about the story she was spinning. The lies she was still feeding Emma. She didn't just cheat on me. She rewrote history and cast me as the fool, the sucker, the backup plan. And I wasn't going to let her walk away clean. But I wasn't ready yet. Because there was one more betrayal coming. One final blow that would take everything I had left and light it on fire. It happened on a Thursday. Again, I had taken the day off. I told Caroline I had a client meeting out of town. I just needed space. Time to think. But around 2 p.m., I got hungry and stopped at a little diner 10 minutes from home. And that's where I saw them. Caroline and a man I didn't recognize. Sitting in a booth. Talking quietly. Too close. I pulled into the parking lot across the street and watched. They weren't touching, but their body language told me everything. He leaned in. She touched his wrist. She smiled the way she used to when we first dated. I took out my phone, snapped a few photos, then drove home. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I didn't break anything. I just sat at the kitchen table with the folder in front of me, staring out the window, and I realized something. I didn't know who Caroline was. I didn't know who I was to Emma anymore. And I didn't know what kind of hell I'd just been dragged into. But I did know this. They had taken everything from me, and I was going to make them regret it. Every lie, every whisper, every stolen year. But first, I needed to hear it from her lips. I needed Caroline to say it, to admit everything. And when she did, that's when the mask would finally fall. When Caroline finally walked through the door that night, the sun was already dipping below the horizon. Golden light filtered through the kitchen blinds, casting long shadows across the floor. She looked surprised to see me home early, but she played it off with that same calm smile she'd worn for years, the one I now saw as nothing more than a mask. "You're home early," she said, setting her purse down and walking over to the fridge like it was any other day. "I thought you were out of town." "I finished early," I said flatly, not looking up from the table. She paused, sensing something in my tone. Her hand froze on the fridge handle. I wanted to confront her right then, pull out the folder, lay it on the table, and demand answers. But I didn't, because something in me, something old, wounded, and quiet, realized that whatever explanation she gave wouldn't make it better. It wouldn't bring back the years I'd lost. It wouldn't put my name on that birth certificate. It wouldn't change the DNA results. It wouldn't unmake the fact that I had been a father, and now I wasn't. At least not in her eyes. So I did nothing. And that was the beginning of the fall. The days that followed were quiet in a way I had never known before. Not peaceful, empty. The kind of quiet that creeps into your bones and makes the walls feel like they're pressing inward. Emma barely spoke to me. When she did, it was quick and polite. Detached. It killed me. I'd spent 16 years being her everything, and now I was background noise. Caroline, for her part, became strangely cheerful, like a weight had lifted. She started going out more, meeting friends, staying up late with wine and her phone glowing in her hand. She never said it, but I knew. She was already moving on, probably had been for months. I moved into the guest room. No fight, no screaming match, just a quiet shift. I packed my clothes, toothbrush, and a few books into a box and carried them down the hall. She watched me do it. Never said a word. That silence cut deeper than any argument could. I stopped working on the car. I couldn't even look at it without feeling sick. The surprise, the bow, the card, all of it sat in the garage like a monument to a dream that never existed. I stopped shaving, skipped a few days of work. My boss noticed, called me into his office. "You good, Jack?" "Yeah, just tired." He didn't push, but I could tell he knew something was off. It wasn't until the third day of microwave dinners and unanswered text messages from Emma that I finally broke. I was in the garage again, staring at the Corolla, when I saw the card I'd written. "Don't crash into any mailboxes, love, Pops." I picked it up, read it, and felt this cold wave crash over me. My knees gave out. I sat on the floor and cried. Not loud, not messy, just quiet, aching sobs that felt like they'd been building for years. That was rock bottom. But here's the thing about rock bottom. Once you're there, you have a choice. You can stay, or you can crawl out. I started with small things. I shaved, took a real shower, made an actual breakfast instead of cereal. I opened my laptop and sent in a few project updates. And then I went for a walk. No destination, just movement. Something about putting one foot in front of the other felt necessary. I walked past the park where I used to take Emma as a kid. I stood outside the bakery she loved, remembered how we used to get chocolate croissants on Sundays. I passed the school where I'd sat through a dozen talent shows, cheering louder than anyone else. Everywhere I went, I saw echoes of a life that was slipping through my fingers. But instead of crumbling, something inside me started to harden. Not with bitterness, clarity. I realized I had spent 16 years giving everything. And in return, I'd been lied to, used, rewritten. But that didn't mean I had to disappear. So I made a plan. The first part? Legal clarity. I scheduled a consultation with a family law attorney, a woman named Dana McAllister. Tough as nails. I liked her immediately. I walked into her office with my folder, set it down, and said, "I need to know where I stand." She read through the documents silently, her brow furrowing. When she finished, she leaned back and asked, "Do you want to fight for custody?" That word hit me like a slap. Custody? She's 16. She's not mine. Dana gave me a look. That's not what matters. What matters is the relationship. The precedent. 16 years of parenting. Courts take that seriously. I didn't know what to say. She continued. The legal father is the one listed on the birth certificate. And unless that's challenged in court, you're still considered her parent. If you want to maintain a relationship, you have options. I sat with that for a long time. Did I want to keep fighting to be in Emma's life? Yes, of course. But I also knew the damage had been done. Caroline had poisoned the well. Emma looked at me differently now, and I wasn't sure if anything I said could undo that. Still, I asked Dana to draft the necessary paperwork. Not to sue Caroline, not yet, but to protect myself, to document everything, just in case. The second part of my plan was harder. I needed to rebuild myself. Not the image of who I was, or who I thought I should be, but the actual core of me. The man beneath the title Dad. The man I'd lost somewhere along the way. So I started therapy. First, reluctantly. Then, with purpose. My therapist, David, didn't coddle me. He asked hard questions, made me sit with ugly truths, forced me to unpack things I'd buried under years of responsibility and sacrifice. You didn't fail, he told me one session. You were deceived. That's not the same. But I still feel like I lost my daughter, I said. Because you loved her like a father. That doesn't go away. But you need to separate your pain from your identity. You're more than what you gave them. That line stuck with me. You're more than what you gave them. I started journaling, hiking, cooking real meals. I fixed up an old bike and started riding again, like I used to in college. I reconnected with an old friend from my engineering program. We grabbed coffee, laughed about stupid things from the past. I wasn't healed, but I was healing. One evening, a few weeks into this quiet rebuilding, I ran into Emma by accident. She was at the grocery store with a friend. I almost turned and walked out, but she saw me. Hey, she said awkwardly. Hey. Her friend drifted away to the snack aisle, sensing the tension. Emma tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. You look different. Yeah, I said. I guess I've been trying to figure some things out. She nodded, bit her lip. Mom said you're moving out soon. I hadn't made that decision yet. But of course, Caroline was already planting the idea. I'm thinking about it, I said. Gives everyone space. Emma looked down. I didn't mean for things to get weird. They're not your fault, I said gently. None of this is. She looked up then, really looked at me. And for a second, I saw my little girl again. The one who used to fall asleep on my chest during thunderstorms. I miss the pancakes, she said quietly. I smiled. Me too. And then she walked away. No hug, no tears, but a small crack in the wall. And I clung to it like a lifeline. Back at home, Caroline was getting bolder. I knew she was still seeing the man from the diner. She didn't hide it. Late texts, secretive calls, excuses that didn't line up. One night, I overheard her on the phone again. I think he's finally accepting it. He's been so quiet. I think he'll just leave. I didn't confront her. Not yet. Because the third part of my plan was almost ready. And when it hit, Caroline wouldn't be the one writing the story anymore. I would. But before I could act, something else happened. Something that pulled the rug out from under me all over again. And this time, it came from Emma. I was still holding onto the weight of Emma's words from the grocery store. I missed the pancakes. It wasn't an apology or even a real olive branch, but it was something. A crack in the fortress Caroline had built around her. I clung to that moment like it meant everything, because in a way, it did. It told me Emma wasn't completely gone. There was still a thread of the girl I raised. But I also knew it wasn't enough to just wait for her to come around. I had to act, and I had to be smart about it. Because Caroline wasn't going to just walk away clean. She'd spent months, maybe years, laying her groundwork, rewriting the past, making me look unstable, obsessive, maybe even dangerous. She hadn't directly accused me of anything yet, but I could feel the narrative shifting. I was no longer Jack the steady provider. Now I was Jack, the guy who's having a hard time. Jack, who moved into the guest room. Jack, who's always home but never present. And Emma? She was caught in the middle, swimming in carefully planted seeds of doubt. So I started my own quiet operation. The first step was digital. I began backing up everything. Emails, texts, shared calendars, anything that painted a picture of me being a present, involved father and husband. Caroline had always liked controlling the story, but I had receipts. Hundreds of them. I printed photos, vacations, birthdays, little moments, and labeled each one with the date and location. It felt obsessive at first, but I knew it was necessary. If this ever went legal, I needed to show that I hadn't been some absent figure. I was there. Always. The second step was subtle surveillance. I placed a small voice-activated recorder in my home office. Not to catch her cheating, I didn't care about that anymore. What I wanted was her language. The way she talked about me when I wasn't around. How she twisted things. What she was telling Emma. I also installed a basic security camera outside the house and one in the garage. The garage was where I spent most of my time now, tinkering with Emma's car, slowly bringing it back to life. It was therapy, but also strategy. That car would become important. Then came the allies. I reached out to a few people, quietly. My older sister, Leah, who had always sensed something was off about Caroline but never said much. She lived an hour away, but we'd always been close, and she adored Emma. I need your help, I told her over coffee one Saturday morning. She listened as I laid it all out. The DNA test, the hospital records, the photos from the diner. I expected her to gasp or shake her head, but instead, she just let out a long sigh. I always had a feeling, she said quietly. Not about Emma, not really. Just about Caroline. She always treated you like you were on borrowed time. I nodded. I think she's setting me up. Slowly. Then we don't let her, Leah said. You've got me now. And whatever you need, I'm in. It felt good to hear that. I wasn't alone. Leah offered to keep some of my backups at her place: paperwork, recordings, hard drives. She even talked to a friend who worked in family law about what to expect if Caroline tried to file for sole custody or accuse me of being unfit. She won't win, Leah said. Not with everything you've got. I wanted to believe that. But I also knew how easily people believe the first story they hear, especially when it comes from a calm, composed woman like Caroline, against a man who's recently moved into the guest room and is always quiet. I kept my head down, played the part, friendly but distant, polite but unreachable. And then something happened that gave me the perfect opening. Caroline left her phone on the kitchen counter while she took a call outside. Normally, I wouldn't have touched it, but something nudged me, a gut instinct. I tapped the screen. No password. Messages opened to a conversation with someone labeled M. It was him, the man from the diner. They weren't even trying to hide it anymore. M. Did you tell him yet? Caroline, not yet. He's been too quiet. I think he suspects something. M. Maybe it's time to push him out. He can't stay in the house forever. Caroline, he'll leave. He always does the honorable thing. I stared at that word, honorable, like it was a weakness, like it was a flaw she was counting on. Not this time. I snapped photos of the messages and backed them up to my drive. The next day, I called Dana, my lawyer. I want to start moving assets, I told her. Quietly. Legally. She didn't even blink. I thought you might. We updated my will. Changed my direct deposit. I moved some funds into a private account in my name only. Nothing shady, just protective. I even restructured the deed to the house. Caroline didn't know this, but when we bought it, I had used a large inheritance from my grandfather as the down payment, and the house was technically in a trust with my name on it. She was listed as a resident, but not an owner. It was time to leverage that. Dana helped me file a motion to clarify ownership, citing the original trust and documentation. She was cautious but confident. It won't give you full control immediately, she said, but it'll give you leverage, especially if she tries to force you out. I was building my fortress, brick by brick. And then, Emma found out. I don't know how. Maybe Caroline told her. Maybe she overheard something. But one evening, she came into the garage where I was working on the Corolla, arms crossed, jaw tight. Why are you trying to take the house from Mom? She demanded. I looked up, wiping my hands on a rag. I'm not taking anything. I'm protecting myself. That's not what she said. Of course it wasn't. She said you're being paranoid. That you think everyone's out to get you. I set the rag down and took a breath. Emma, I can't make you believe me. But I've never lied to you. Not once. Can you say the same for her? She didn't answer. Just stared at me, like she didn't know who I was anymore. And it crushed me. But I didn't react. I didn't beg. I didn't lecture. I just handed her the keys to the Corolla. It's not ready yet, I said. But when it is, it's yours. No matter what happens between me and your mom. She took the keys slowly. Her fingers brushed mine. And for a moment, just a flicker, her eyes softened. Then she turned and walked back into the house. I sat in that garage for a long time after. Not crying. Not angry. Just planning. Because now I had everything in place. The documents. The recordings. The legal protections. And something even more valuable. Patience. I knew Caroline. I knew she couldn't help herself. She'd push too far. Get too confident. Say something she couldn't take back. And when she did, I'd be ready. I wasn't just protecting myself anymore. I was preparing for war. And she had no idea what was coming. Caroline's downfall started, fittingly, on a Sunday morning. The same kind of morning we used to spend curled up on the couch with Emma watching cartoons and sipping bad coffee. But this time, I wasn't making pancakes. I was waiting. I had spent weeks tightening every screw in my plan. No impulsive moves. No emotional outbursts. Just quiet, methodical preparation. Caroline was still under the illusion that I was fading away. The weak, honorable man who would eventually pack his bags and vanish so she could move M into my house and finish rewriting the past. But I wasn't gone. I had just learned to stop playing her game and start playing mine. Everything hinged on timing. It had to look effortless, organic, like justice just happened to catch up with her. And it started with a dinner invite. I told Caroline I wanted to cook something nice. One last family meal before we sat down to figure things out. I pitched it like a peace offering. She raised an eyebrow, but agreed. Emma seemed skeptical but curious. I told her I'd be grilling steak, her favorite. That sealed it. What Caroline didn't know was that I had already hired a private investigator. A good one. Not to trail her anymore. I already had enough of her texts with M to sink a ship. No, I hired him for one reason. To find out who Emma's biological father was. And he found him. His name was Owen Harris. Caroline had listed him as an emergency contact on a medical form when Emma was 2, and then crossed it out and replaced it with mine. I guess she figured no one would ever dig that deep. But he still lived 2 towns over. He worked at a car dealership. He was married now, with 2 other kids. And, best of all, he had no idea Emma existed. So I made contact. Carefully. I didn't lead with the scandal. I reached out respectfully, asked if we could talk privately, said it was regarding something personal. He agreed to meet for coffee. When I told him, his face went white. He looked like he'd been sucker punched. She never told me, he said, shaking his head. I had no idea. I mean, it was just a few months. I didn't even know she was pregnant. I believed him. The shock was too raw, too real. She's 16 now, I said. Smart. Kind. She deserves to know the truth. He nodded slowly. I'd want to meet her. But only if she wants that. I told him we'd cross that bridge later. But for now, I had what I needed. I asked him one last favor. And he agreed. Sunday dinner rolled around. I grilled the steaks. I made roasted potatoes. Even opened the expensive wine Caroline had been saving for a special occasion. It was, after all, about to be the most memorable dinner of her life. Emma sat at the table, quiet but watching me carefully. Caroline made small talk, asking about work, smiling like nothing in the world was off. The fake warmth was almost admirable. Then the doorbell rang. Caroline frowned. Are we expecting someone? I shrugged, walking over. Just a little surprise guest. I opened the door. Owen stepped in. Caroline's face drained of color the second she saw him. Emma looked between them, confused. Who's that? Caroline stood up, slowly. Jack. What are you doing? I didn't answer her. I looked straight at Emma. This is Owen Harris, I said gently. He's someone your mom knew a long time ago. Emma blinked. Okay. I sat down, motioning for Owen to do the same. He looked nervous, but calm. The kind of calm that only comes from knowing the truth is finally coming out. Caroline took a step forward. Jack, don't do this. I'm not doing anything, I said. I just thought Emma deserved to know who her father is. Emma froze. What? Dead silence. Caroline's lips parted, but no words came out. Just this faint, breathy sound. She looked like a balloon slowly deflating. I didn't mean for you to find out this way, she finally whispered. I looked at Emma. Her eyes were wide, filling with tears. What does he mean, Mom? Caroline turned to her, reaching out. Sweetheart, please. Emma backed away. I trusted you, she said, her voice shaking. You told me he was my dad. You let me call him Pops. I didn't know what to do, Caroline stammered. It was just one mistake. I didn't want to lose you. But you lied to me, Emma snapped. My whole life. She turned to me. When did you find out? Not long ago, I said quietly. I didn't want to hurt you. I just needed the truth. Emma sat down, stunned. She looked at Owen. You're really? He nodded. I only just found out, too. I swear if I'd known. I need to go, she said, standing up abruptly. I need some air. She left through the front door. I let her go. Caroline stood frozen in the kitchen. And I turned to her. You don't get to play the victim anymore, I said. You lied to me for 17 years. You stole my family. My identity. You let me pour my life into Emma, knowing the truth the whole time. Her hands trembled. Jack, I never meant for it to go this far. It was one night. We weren't even married yet. We were engaged, I said flatly. You made a vow and then buried the truth. You made me build a life on a lie. She sank into a chair, finally realizing that the game was over. But I wasn't done. The next day, I filed a motion with the court. I wasn't asking for custody. I was asking for a declaration of non-paternity and legal damages. Dana handled everything. The documentation, the evidence, the years of texts and photos, the trust deed on the house. Every thread I had pulled together now formed a noose. Caroline tried to fight it for about a week. She claimed emotional distress. She begged me not to take legal action. I didn't budge. In mediation, I calmly laid everything out. She looked like a ghost. The house, legally mine. The trust documents sealed it. The car? I finished restoring it and gave it to Emma. Quietly. With no conditions. The marriage? Officially dissolved. The judge signed off on the divorce 30 days later. Caroline walked away with nothing but her own last name and a messy reputation. Word got around, not because I said anything, but because people talk. The truth has a way of bubbling up. Owen eventually reached out to Emma. They started talking. Slowly, carefully. He wasn't trying to replace me, and I appreciated that. As for me, I rebuilt my life. Not all at once, but steadily. Emma and I kept in touch. She'd come over sometimes on Sundays. Still loved pancakes. Still called me Pops when no one else was around. I never corrected her. Never will. Because being her father wasn't about DNA. It was about showing up. Every day, no matter what. And that's exactly what I did. Caroline lost everything because she underestimated the one man who refused to quit loving the girl she tried to use as leverage. She thought I'd leave quietly. She thought I'd roll over and let her rewrite the truth. She forgot who raised Emma. She forgot who I am. But now she remembers. And so will everyone else. Thanksgiving always brought a weird mix of emotions for me. Warm memories tangled up with a cold knot in my stomach. The smells, the laughter, the ritual of it all. It should have felt comforting. But in my family, tradition had a way of cutting both ways. My name's Ryan. I'm 32 now, and let's just say, I've learned to keep my expectations low when it comes to holidays. Not because I hate them. I actually used to love Thanksgiving. It was my favorite day of the year when I was a kid. But growing up in a family where your achievements are treated like accidents and your sacrifices like obligations, yeah, it does something to you. It wears you down. The thing is, I was never the golden child. That title belonged to my younger brother, Lucas. He's 29, and ever since we were kids, he could do no wrong in my parents' eyes. He could break a window, lie about it, blame me, and they'd still find a way to pat him on the back for being clever. Me? I once spilled orange juice on Mom's carpet when I was 10, and I didn't hear the end of it until college. If Lucas forgot to do his homework, the teacher was unfair. If I got a B+, I wasn't applying myself. And yeah, I used to try. I really did. I tried to win them over with good grades, then with helping around the house, then with just staying out of trouble. But at some point, I gave up on winning. I started focusing on building my own life, far away from the circus. I moved out at 18, worked 2 jobs through college, and built a decent life for myself. Not flashy, but stable. I run a mid-sized marketing firm now, the kind that doesn't make headlines but pays well enough to buy a 4-bedroom house in the suburbs and sleep at night without worrying about rent. I don't usually talk about money, partly because I know how my family gets when money is involved, and partly because I learned early on that flashing success only invites resentment from people who think they're owed a piece of it. But when my parents started having trouble a few years back, Dad's company downsized, Mom's retail job cut her hours, bills started piling up, I stepped in. I didn't make a big thing about it. I just offered to help. I covered their mortgage for a few months, then decided to go all in and buy them a house outright. A modest one, but a step up from where they were. Clean yard, updated kitchen, plenty of space for guests. They cried when I handed them the keys. Dad pulled me into a hug and muttered something about being proud. Mom was already planning Thanksgiving dinner. I didn't expect a parade or my face carved into Mount Rushmore. I just thought maybe, just maybe, they'd see me. Not as a backup son or the one who got lucky or owes it to the family, but as someone who mattered. Someone who gave. That was 3 years ago. Since then, not much has changed. Lucas still shows up late to family events and gets praised for gracing us with his presence. He still borrows money and forgets to pay it back. He still skips holidays and calls in halfway through dessert with some excuse about work or traffic, or his on-again off-again girlfriend needing him. And my parents still cling to every word he says like he's the second coming. Me? I get asked why I didn't bring pie. Last year was rough. I'd offered to lead the Thanksgiving prayer, something my grandfather used to do before he passed. I just wanted to say a few words about gratitude, maybe acknowledge him, maybe make the moment meaningful. But before I could open my mouth, Mom cut me off with a tight smile and said, "Let's wait for Lucas. He should be the one to lead it." Never mind that he was over an hour late and texting from a bar. When he finally stumbled in, reeking of cologne and bourbon, she beamed at him like he was a war hero returning home. And when he slurred his way through a half-hearted prayer, no one blinked. No one cared. I remember sitting there, holding my glass of wine just a little too tightly, and telling myself, next year, don't do this to yourself again. But I did. Because deep down, I still wanted to believe they'd come around. That maybe, just once, they'd see past the illusion and acknowledge what I'd given up for them. What I'd built for all of us. This year, I told myself, I'd play it cool. No expectations. Just dinner, then I'm out. I even offered to host it at my place. Big dining room, better kitchen, plenty of space. But Mom declined. She insisted on having it at her home, which, I mean, fine. Even if I paid for it, even if the deed's in my name, I didn't push. Let her have it. So I showed up on time this year. Brought stuffing, wine, a caramel apple pie from this fancy bakery that I had to pre-order 3 weeks in advance. Everyone was already there, my aunts, uncles, cousins. Even Lucas showed up early, which was a miracle in itself. He greeted me with a "yo, big money," and slapped my back like we were college buddies. I smiled, gritted my teeth, and told myself to just survive the evening. Dinner was, well, dinner. Mom made her usual spread: turkey, mashed potatoes, cranberry sauce that still held the shape of the can. Everyone gathered around the table, laughing too loudly, talking over each other. I took my usual seat at the end, the one Dad used to sit in before his sciatica started acting up. I noticed no one saved a seat for me at the center. That spot was for Lucas now. Of course. Then came the moment. Mom stood up, clinking her glass, and said, "All right, everyone, let's settle down." The room hushed. All eyes turned to her. She looked around with that practiced smile she always used at church bake sales. "Before we eat," she said, "I think it would be nice to have a few words." She turned toward me, and for a brief moment, I thought, maybe she'd let me. Maybe this was it. Maybe after everything, I could. "Ryan," she said, her voice soft but sharp, "don't embarrass yourself like last year. Just let your brother lead the prayer." The words hit me like a slap. I felt the blood drain from my face. A few people chuckled. Lucas stood up, already raising his glass. I sat there, frozen, my hands in my lap, fingers curled tight. I could feel the heat crawling up my neck. And still, I didn't say anything. Not yet. Not until dessert. Not until I brought out the box they made me swear I'd never open. If you'd looked at me during that moment, when Mom said those words, you probably wouldn't have seen much. I didn't flinch. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't say a word. I just nodded, like I'd been corrected for speaking out of turn. Like I was some intern at a meeting who misunderstood his role. But inside, something cracked. I stared down at the edge of my plate, while Lucas mumbled his way through a prayer that sounded suspiciously copied from a meme. Everyone laughed at his closing line. "And may the turkey be less dry than last year." Like it was the funniest thing in the world. Aunt Kathy clapped. Uncle Mike let out one of those loud, throat-clearing guffaws he always used when he wanted to seem more amused than he was. Even Dad chuckled, barely looking up from his wine glass. And me? I just sat there, slowly lifting my glass to my lips, praying that the bitterness in the wine would drown out the one swelling in my chest. I kept thinking, this is the table I bought. The roof over our heads is mine. The car in the driveway that Mom brags about? I made the last 3 payments on that. The kitchen she's cooking in? I paid for the renovation when the tiles started cracking. I paid for this life. And I was still expected to stay quiet. Dinner carried on like nothing had happened. Plates were passed. Compliments were thrown like rice at a wedding. "Oh, the stuffing's amazing, Linda." "Lucas, that story you told about your boss, hilarious." "Ryan, can you pass the butter?" It was like I wasn't really there. Not as a person, just a utility. The guy who brought the pie. The guy who signed the check. Lucas sat across from me, leaning back with his hands behind his head like he owned the place. He wore this smug little grin that only I seemed to notice. He knew. He knew what Mom said had stung. And he liked it. Every now and then he'd glance over and raise his eyebrows, like he was daring me to react. But I didn't. Not yet. After dinner, people drifted toward the living room. The TV came on. Dad flipped between football and a rerun of some sitcom that's been canceled for a decade. I started clearing plates, because of course I did. No one offered. No one said thank you. I just gathered them quietly, one by one, stacking them on the counter while voices and laughter filled the other room. That's when I overheard it. I hadn't meant to. I wasn't even eavesdropping. But the kitchen isn't far from the hallway, and I guess they thought I couldn't hear over the sound of the faucet. Lucas's voice, low but smug. "You think he's gonna make a scene?" "Mom, no, he knows better. He always acts like he's above it." "Lucas, I mean, the guy's got to stick up his. Dad? All right, enough. Mom again. He just takes everything so personally. I mean, for heaven's sake, he bought the house. You'd think he'd be humble about it. Lucas laughed. Yeah, I mean, congrats on doing the bare minimum, right? Then someone, probably Aunt Kathy, joined in. At least you still show up, Lucas. Some people think money's enough. I stood there, a plate in my hands, staring at the backsplash tiles I paid to have installed. I felt cold. Not angry. Not yet. Just cold. Hollowed out. Like all the pieces of me that used to care were slipping through a crack I couldn't close. I finished the dishes. I dried my hands. I stepped into the hallway with a fake smile like I hadn't heard a word. Who wants pie? I asked. My voice sounded far away, even to me. Oh, Mom lit up. Did you bring that caramel apple one again? The one from last year. I did. Good boy, she said. Good boy. I almost laughed. Like I was a Labrador. I sliced the pie, plated it, handed it out like a waiter at a family-friendly restaurant chain. No one noticed the slight tremor in my hands. Or maybe they did and didn't care. Either way, it didn't matter. I sat back down with a cup of coffee and forced myself to chew and swallow. Then came the moment. Lucas, grinning like the sun was stuck behind his teeth, said, "Hey, Mom, should I show everyone the video?" She blinked. What video? You know, the one from Vegas. The karaoke night. Oh Lord, yes, she laughed. Everyone has to see it. Ryan, you've got to hear this. Lucas sang Bohemian Rhapsody in this tiny little bar, and people were cheering like he was Freddie Mercury reincarnated. He was already pulling out his phone. I sat there, sipping coffee, nodding politely while he connected it to the TV. The video played, Lucas standing on a cheap stage, drunk and wobbling, slurring through the lyrics. The room roared with laughter. Someone clapped. Dad said, "That's my boy. That's my boy." I'd heard those words before. Once. At my college graduation. Dad had said them with a tone of surprise, like he wasn't sure how I'd pulled it off. Lucas finished the song with a bow and a loud burp. Everyone cheered. I stared at my fork. Then, out of nowhere, Lucas looked at me and said, "You should come next time, Ryan. Loosen up a little. Maybe someone would actually cheer for you." I glanced up. Slowly. The whole room went still for half a second, like they weren't sure if they were supposed to laugh. Then Mom chuckled. "Oh, Lucas, don't be mean." But she was smiling. That was when something shifted. Not dramatically. Not like lightning and thunder. Just a click. A gear turning. A decision settling in my bones. I stood up and said, "Be right back. Got something in the car." Mom waved me off. "Don't take too long. We're doing family pictures." I walked out into the cold November air, my shoes crunching the gravel on the driveway I'd repaved last spring. I opened the trunk, reached in, pulled out the box. It was old. Cardboard. Faded duct tape along the edges. One side was marked in red Sharpie, "Do not open." I hadn't touched it in 10 years. Back when I first left home, Mom gave it to me. She looked nervous, which was rare for her. She said, "These are just old documents. Don't throw them away. But please, don't go through them. It's not for you. Just store it." And I did. For a while. But years later, curiosity got the better of me. I opened it. I read everything. And then I resealed it and promised myself I'd never bring it up. Never throw it in their faces. I told myself I was better than that. That no good ever came from stirring up family ghosts. But tonight, I wasn't feeling generous. I carried the box back inside. Everyone was still laughing about the karaoke. Someone had opened another bottle of wine. Lucas was leaning over his girlfriend's shoulder, showing her pictures on his phone. Dad was half asleep in the recliner. I walked into the room, held up the box. "Hey." Everyone turned. Mom frowned. "What's that?" I looked at her. "You remember this?" She stared at it like it was a snake. "Where did you get that?" "You gave it to me," I said. "Told me never to open it." Well, yes, but that was a long time ago." "It was," I said, setting it on the coffee table. "I didn't open it yet. I just let it sit there like a bomb, ticking." Lucas snorted. "What is it? Your old high school love letters?" "No," I said, smiling for the first time that night. "It's the reason we're all sitting in this house. It's the reason you still call this place Mom's home. It's the reason I stopped trying to explain myself years ago." The room went quiet. Mom stood up. "Ryan, I don't think this is the time." "Why not?" I said, louder than I meant to. "Why isn't this the time? You had time for videos, for jokes. You had time to tell me not to embarrass myself. You had time to laugh behind my back about how I'm just the guy with the wallet. Dad finally stirred. Ryan, don't start something. I'm not starting anything, I said. I'm finishing it. My heart was pounding, but my voice stayed steady. I could see Mom's eyes darting toward the box. Her hands fidgeted with the hem of her shirt. Lucas rolled his eyes, clearly thinking I was making a scene for attention. He had no idea. Inside this box, I said, are documents, letters, agreements, bank statements, things you hoped I'd never see, things I wasn't supposed to know. Mom's voice trembled. Please, don't do this. I looked at her, and for the first time in my life, I felt like I had the power in the room. I'm not opening it, I said. Not yet. Lucas laughed. Oh my God, what is this? Some kind of Lifetime movie twist. I turned to him. You think I'm bluffing? He held up his hands, grinning. I think you need to chill, bro. And that's when I said it. The thing I didn't plan to say. The thing that changed everything. I know about the trust fund, Lucas. The room froze. Every face turned toward me. Lucas's smirk died on his lips. Mom went pale. Dad's mouth opened and closed like he forgot how to breathe. And I just stood there, feeling every second of silence stretch like a rubber band about to snap. I let the tension hang in the air. Because the betrayal wasn't just about the money. It was what came next. For a solid 5 seconds, you could hear the furnace humming. That's how quiet the room got after I said it. Not a fork clinked. Not a cough. Just the low, metallic whir of warm air blowing through vents in the walls I paid to insulate. I know about the trust fund, Lucas. I repeated, not to twist the knife, but because part of me still couldn't believe I had to say it out loud. Lucas blinked, then scoffed. Too fast. Dude, what are you even talking about? But his ears flushed red. He was always a terrible liar, especially when he was cornered. I looked over at Mom, who had one hand covering her mouth and the other trembling at her side. Her silence said more than anything Lucas could try to deny. You really think I wouldn't find out? I continued, slower now, quieter, that a box full of just old papers wouldn't eventually catch my attention? You handed me the evidence, Mom. All these years, you counted on me being too loyal, too polite, too naive to ask questions. But the truth has a way of leaking. What truth? Lucas laughed again, louder, looking around the room like someone would back him up. Seriously, what is he even saying? So I turned to the room. Since we're all here, let's talk about it, I said, gesturing to the box. Inside are legal documents. A trust, set up by Grandpa before he passed. One for each of us, Lucas and me. Except, mine was emptied out when I turned 20. Quietly. Legally. Because I gave permission, apparently. Meanwhile, Lucas's account stayed untouched. It grew. It's still growing. A gasp came from Aunt Marcy. Uncle Mike shifted in his seat, suddenly finding interest in his shoelaces. The cousins looked around at each other, their expressions flickering between confusion and awkward discomfort. Lucas snapped. This is ridiculous. You don't know what you're talking about. But his voice cracked. I pulled out one of the envelopes from the box and held it up without opening it. This is your signature, Mom. You co-signed the withdrawal request with Dad. I was 19. You told me I was signing a lease document for my dorm. I didn't. Her voice trailed off. You did, I said, quieter now. I double-checked with the bank last year. Had the forms reviewed by a friend who's a lawyer. You cashed out my share of Grandpa's trust fund to cover the down payment on the lake house. The one Lucas crashed his jet ski into and then sold behind your backs. More gasps. Lucas flinched. Dad stood up, face beat red, but he didn't deny it. He didn't say a word. I never asked for anything, I said. Not when I found out. Not when I realized why you were so weird about that box. I swallowed it. Told myself it was just money. That maybe you needed it more than I did. So I worked. I paid for college myself. I ate ramen and worked graveyard shifts while Lucas partied with Grandpa's inheritance. Okay, you need to calm down, Dad finally said. This is not the time or the place. No. I raised an eyebrow. Seems like the perfect time. Everyone's here. Everyone who laughed when I was told not to embarrass myself. Everyone who watched me scrape mashed potatoes into their plates while Lucas showed off videos of himself drunk in Vegas. Lucas's face was red now. You're seriously doing this? Over what? Some money you were never going to use anyway? That's ancient history. It's not about the money, I said, though I knew that was only half true. It's about what it meant. What it revealed. That you never saw me as a son, just a resource. That you trusted Lucas with everything, including my share of the future, and left me to figure it out on my own. And when I made something of myself, you pretended like it was owed to you. Like I was just fulfilling some debt. No one spoke. For a long time. And then Mom, eyes wet but voice sharp, said, "We did what we had to do." That sentence broke something in me. Not because it was cruel, but because it was honest. Coldly, clinically honest. They had made a choice, between sons, between futures, and they did what they had to do. I nodded. "Okay," I said, and I picked up the box, tucked it under my arm, and walked out the door. No dramatic exit. No slamming. No tears. Just silence. That was the last Thanksgiving I spent with my family. The first few weeks after that night were rough. Not in the soap opera way. No screaming matches, no lawsuits, but the quiet kind of rough. The kind where you wake up with phantom vibrations in your phone, half expecting a message that never comes. The kind where you go to make coffee and instinctively grab 2 mugs before remembering no one's visiting today. The kind where you sit in your car outside your own house, hand frozen on the ignition, because part of you still wants to drive over and talk it out. I didn't though. I didn't reach out. And they didn't either. At first, I thought maybe I'd cave. Maybe Christmas would roll around, and I'd show up with a bottle of wine and an apology I didn't mean, just to keep the peace. But the more I sat with the silence, the more I realized how long I'd mistaken absence for peace. Just because things were quiet didn't mean they were okay. So I started over. It wasn't some grand, cinematic rebuild. No Rocky montage or inspirational music. Just small things. Intentional things. I cleared out the guest bedroom, not because I was expecting guests, but because I realized I'd been keeping it ready for family who never stayed. I replaced the old framed photos in the hallway with pictures from solo trips I took, but never displayed. Iceland. Kyoto. That hiking trail in Banff I nearly turned around on, but didn't. I also started going to therapy, which, honestly, I should have done years ago. I didn't go to blame anyone or unload all my bitterness. I went because I needed to understand why it had taken me so long to draw boundaries. Why I still felt like a traitor for standing up for myself. Your family raised you to believe that love is conditional, my therapist said in our 3rd session. It's not your fault that it feels unnatural to protect yourself, but it's your job now to learn. That hit hard. So I started learning. I read, journaled, went to those awkward social mixers where people try to make friends as adults and pretend it's not incredibly weird. I joined a rock climbing gym, not because I liked heights, but because the idea of failing over and over in public felt strangely therapeutic. I fell. A lot. But I got better. I got stronger. Business-wise, things exploded. I don't know if it was the anger that fueled me, or the clarity that came from finally dropping the emotional weight of my family. But I threw myself into work, landed a few massive clients, rebranded the company, hired a full-time staff. For the first time, I wasn't just getting by, I was thriving. And not to prove anything to anyone, just because it felt good to finally invest in myself. People noticed. Friends I hadn't spoken to in years started reaching out, not because of the drama, but because I had room for them now. I had time, energy, a personality that wasn't filtered through layers of people-pleasing. One night, maybe 6 months after that Thanksgiving, I got a text from Lucas. "Hey, heard you're killing it. Congrats, man. Proud of you." No apology. No mention of what happened. I didn't respond. A week later, I got a letter in the mail. Handwritten. From Mom. She didn't say she was sorry. She just said, "I miss you. Things haven't been the same without you here. We didn't know how to handle everything. Maybe we made mistakes. But you're still family. Please don't stay away forever." It sat on my counter for days. Then one night, I poured myself a drink, sat down at the kitchen table, and read it again. And again, trying to find something in her words. Remorse, understanding, even guilt. But all I saw was regret for the consequences. Not for the actions. She missed the benefits of me. The presence. The structure. The financial fallback. But not me. So I didn't reply. And yet, even with that distance, I felt better. Lighter. Lonelier, sure. But also real. Honest. For the first time in my life, I didn't feel like I was borrowing someone else's role in a family play where my character wasn't even given lines. I was Ryan. 32. Independent. Scarred, but healing. Quietly building a life that no longer bent itself around people Who didn't see my worth until it was too late? And then, just when I thought the past was fully behind me, a knock came at my door. It was my cousin Nathan, of all people, holding a flash drive and looking nervous. "I think you should see this," he said. "What was on that drive?" That's when everything changed. Again, Nathan stood on my porch like a kid caught sneaking a cookie before dinner. Shoulders hunched, eyes darting, the flash drive in his hand trembling like it weighed 50 pounds. It was a warm spring evening, the kind where the air hums with possibility, but I could feel the storm behind his eyes. I hadn't seen him in months. He was one of the few family members I tolerated at gatherings. Quiet, observant, didn't get drunk and slap your back when you weren't in the mood for it. He was also the only one who'd sent me a message after Thanksgiving, a simple "hope you're all right," that I never answered. I stepped aside and let him in without a word. My cat, Winston, darted past his legs, unimpressed by dramatic entrances. We sat in the kitchen. No wine this time. Just water and a thick silence between us. Nathan kept looking at the flash drive on the table like it might explode. "What is it?" I asked, voice low, controlled. He hesitated. "Look, before I show you this, you need to know, I didn't go looking for it. It landed in my lap." I raised an eyebrow. "Okay, you know I do freelance IT work, right?" I nodded. Vaguely remembered that from a family barbecue a few years back, sandwiched between my uncle's racist jokes and Aunt Marcy's tirade about gluten. Well, a couple weeks ago, Lucas called me. Said he needed help recovering files from an old laptop. Said it was urgent, but also hush-hush. Offered me $500 just to come to his place and take a look. I blinked. "Lucas offered you $500? To look at a laptop?" Nathan nodded. "Yeah," which was already suspicious. But whatever, easy money. I go over, do my thing. Turns out the laptop isn't even his. It's your dad's. Old one. Dusty. Probably hadn't been turned on in years. Lucas said something about needing a copy of an old resume. I thought that was weird, but whatever. He paused, reached for his water, but didn't drink. While I'm digging through files, I find this folder. Hidden, but not well. It's labeled Contracts, RJ. I click on it. First thing I see is your name. Then another file. And another. And then, I see documents with my name. My dad's name. I frowned. "Your dad?" He nodded. "Yeah." Apparently my dad co-signed something. Some kind of backdated agreement that transferred portions of Grandpa's assets to guess who. I didn't answer. I didn't have to. "Lucas," Nathan said. "Specifically, to a shell LLC that Lucas controls. And there's more. Tax evasion schemes. Undocumented transfers. A whole trail of forged or manipulated paperwork." I copied everything to finish the job like nothing happened. Took my payment. And left. I sat back. Cold crept up my spine. "Why are you telling me this now?" Nathan finally looked me in the eye. "Because I thought you deserved to know. And because I think I might be on some of those papers too. I think Lucas used me. Used all of us. As names to spread liability. If this stuff ever blew up legally, a bunch of us could get caught in the crossfire without even knowing we were involved." I stared at the flash drive. "And you're sure it's all real?" He slid it toward me. I triple-checked. "And Ryan, it's bad. This isn't just favoritism anymore. It's theft. Fraud. Manipulation on a scale I didn't think Lucas was capable of. And your parents, they're in deep." I didn't touch the flash drive yet. My hands were steady, but my heart was hammering like a war drum. "So what do you want me to do with this?" I asked. Nathan looked away. "Honestly, I don't know. Part of me wants to burn it. But another part of me, the part that remembers every time our family acted like Lucas was made of gold and we were made of cardboard, that part wants justice. Or revenge. Or both." I nodded slowly. We sat there in silence for a long time. When he left, I walked him to the door. He stopped on the porch, turned back, and said, "Just be careful, all right? Lucas is smarter than he looks. And he's not above playing dirty." "I know," I said. "He learned from the best." For the next 2 days, I didn't eat much. Didn't sleep. I was back in that numb, detached state I knew too well. But this time, it wasn't from grief. It was clarity. Focus. I went through every file on the drive. Hundreds of documents. Some were clumsy, like Lucas thought renaming a PDF would make it disappear. Others were meticulous, even professional. There were fake consulting fees funneled through family members, bogus investment reports, bank transfers timed to coincide with vacations my parents claimed on tax forms. But the crown jewel was a string of emails. Emails between my mom and Lucas. Between my dad and a shady accountant. Even one between Lucas and some guy named RJ that, based on the signature and routing IP, turned out to be a burner address Dad used when he didn't want his business traced. They weren't just hiding the trust fund. They were gutting it. Selling off assets, laundering the money through Lucas's fake companies, siphoning chunks into accounts registered overseas. Grandpa's legacy, meant for both of us, was being chewed up and swallowed while they smiled at Thanksgiving like nothing was wrong. But here's the thing about growing up in a family where you're constantly sidelined. You learn to observe, to adapt, to read people. And I realized, I didn't just have evidence. I had leverage. The kind that doesn't just shake a family, it collapses it. But I didn't want to explode a bomb for nothing. I wanted precision, timing, maximum impact, not just for justice, but to finally show them who they overlooked. So I made a plan. First, I called Marissa. She's a real estate attorney I've worked with for years. Sharp, discreet, and loyal as hell since I saved her firm from a PR disaster 2 years ago. I didn't give her details at first. Just asked her to look into the deed on my parents' house, the one I technically owned, but allowed them to manage for tax purposes. She confirmed what I suspected. They'd filed a quitclaim deed behind my back, transferring ownership to Lucas. Fraudulently. That was step one. Next, I contacted an old college friend, Damien, who now works for a local investigative news outlet. I didn't give him the documents, yet. Just teased a potential story. Old money. Betrayal. A family dynasty with dark secrets. He bid immediately. I told him to wait for a follow-up. Then I reached out to Nathan again. Nate, I said over the phone, how do you feel about being part of something big? There was a long pause. Then a single word. I'm in. We met the next day. I laid it out. Not just revenge, but a surgical strike. I wanted to expose Lucas. Publicly. Strategically. But more importantly, I wanted to make my parents choose. Not between sons, but between comfort and truth. He nodded, a slow smile creeping across his face. So what's the play? Simple, I said. We invite them to dinner. I reserved a private dining room at a sleek restaurant downtown. Not fancy enough to raise suspicion, but exclusive enough to make them feel important. I used my assistant's number to call Mom and invite them all. Lucas, my parents, even Aunt Marcy and Uncle Mike. Told them it was a belated birthday dinner. I knew they'd come. They always showed up when there was free food and a chance to feel celebrated. Meanwhile, Nathan helped me quietly reach out to the rest of the cousins. Some were wary. Some were angry. One even cried on the phone when I told her what I'd found. The pattern had been there all along. Lucas getting mysterious cash infusions, managing properties he never paid for, dangling promises of family investments that never materialized. All they needed was proof. I gave them that. And then, I gave them a job. Show up to the dinner, I said. Dress nice. Smile. But don't say a word until I give the signal. When I do, you'll know what to do. They agreed. Even the quiet ones. Especially the quiet ones. The night of the dinner, I wore a navy suit. Nothing flashy. Understated, well-fitted. Confidence in fabric form. Nathan was already there when I arrived, seated near the far end of the long mahogany table, sipping water like he'd never touched anything stronger in his life. The others trickled in, cousins, uncles, family friends who'd been looped in at the last minute. Lucas was the last to arrive. He strolled in, 10 minutes late, wearing a smug grin and a leather jacket that screamed midlife crisis despite the fact he was only 30. He slapped my shoulder and said, "Look at you, Mr. Success. Gonna give us all stock tips." I smiled. Something like that. Mom looked radiant, beaming, dressed in gold. Dad was stiff beside her, eyes scanning the room like he expected to be ambushed. He wasn't wrong. Dinner began. Drinks flowed. Polite conversation hummed around us like static. For a while, it almost felt normal. Almost. Then, after the plates were cleared and the dessert menus appeared, I stood. Everyone quieted. "Thank you all for coming," I said. "It means a lot to see everyone here, especially after a tough year." I looked directly at my parents. You know, for a long time, I thought family was about sacrifice, about giving more than you receive, because love meant doing whatever it took to keep people safe, happy, comfortable. Some of them nodded. Mom smiled, sensing a compliment coming. But now I know, love without honesty is just manipulation. And comfort built on lies is just a house of cards. I set my glass down. Nathan reached into his bag. So let's talk about the truth. That's when I clicked the remote. And the projector screen behind me came to life. And what showed on it? That's where the real show began. The screen flickered to life behind me, casting a soft white glow across the stunned faces around the table. The restaurant staff had dimmed the overhead lights at my quiet request, which only heightened the drama of the moment. Forks froze midair. Glasses hovered near lips. For the first time in my life, I had their complete, undivided attention, not because they wanted to give it, but because I'd finally given them no choice. The first image to appear was a scanned copy of a document dated almost 15 years ago, the trust paperwork. Grandpa's signature at the bottom. A clear split, 50-50, to Lucas and Ryan J. Caldwell. I let it linger there for a beat. Then, the screen transitioned to the next page. A withdrawal form. My name again, but this time, my signature sloppily forged. Co-signed by Linda Caldwell and Robert J. Caldwell. Dated 3 months after I left for college. I turned to Mom, who sat rigid in her chair, lips pressed into a line so tight it looked painful. You remember this, Mom? I asked calmly. You handed me that manila envelope and said it was a lease for my dorm. You watched me sign a blank form because I trusted you. The screen changed again. A grainy black and white scan of a wire transfer from my trust fund account to a private LLC under Lucas's name. Don't worry, I said before anyone could object. That's just the tip of the iceberg. What followed was a carefully edited 15-minute presentation, part documentary, part expose, compiled by Nathan and me over the past few weeks. A tight narrative of betrayal. Every receipt, every fake company, every email, every name. I had redacted some of the more sensitive material involving cousins or extended family. I wasn't here to burn everyone down, but I made sure every piece that tied Lucas, Mom, and Dad to the fraud was crystal clear. The final slide? A screenshot of the burner email address Dad used. r.j.caldwellfinance@protonmail.com. And a reply from Lucas, laughing about how Ryan still hasn't figured it out. The room erupted, not in chaos, but in stunned silence. Then a low murmur as cousins leaned in, whispering to each other, eyes wide. Aunt Marcy turned to Mom with a face so pale it looked like she'd seen a ghost. Uncle Mike, normally the loudest man in any room, was dead silent, his expression twisted with something between horror and guilt. Lucas stood up fast, his chair screeching behind him. Okay, this is a joke, he said, eyes darting wildly. None of this means anything. Anyone can fake this crap. You seriously brought everyone here to show off your little PowerPoint. I didn't flinch. Actually, I brought everyone here to return something. Something I took back from you last week. I pulled out a folder from my bag and slid it across the table. It stopped in front of Mom with a quiet thud. She didn't touch it. That's the corrected deed to the house, I said. Filed, notarized, and legally transferred back to me. Turns out, filing a quitclaim deed without the legal owner's consent, especially when forged, is a criminal offense. But I decided not to press charges. Not yet. Dad looked like he'd swallowed a stone. You had no right. I cut him off. No right. You gave up the right to honesty a long time ago. I paid for that house. You tried to steal it. Be grateful I'm giving you 30 days to move out. Gasps. Cousins covering mouths. A glass tipped over. No one touched their dessert. And Lucas, I added, turning to him. I've already submitted everything from the flash drive to a forensic accountant. He's prepping a report for the IRS and the state auditor. You know that lake house you sold for cash after wrecking it? That'll be the first breadcrumb they follow. Lucas's face contorted into something between a sneer and a pout. You'd really do that? You'd ruin your own family over some trust fund. You ruined it, I said. I'm just shining a light on the wreckage. Nathan stood then, quietly, calmly. I'd like to add that I've also removed Lucas from all 3 of the tech investment groups he used my name to access. My lawyer's filing a civil claim this week for identity misuse. The hits kept coming. Aunt Marcy turned on Mom. You told me there was nothing left. You said Dad went broke before the trust could be divided. You let me cash out my retirement early to help Lucas with that startup, the one that never existed? Mom didn't speak. Her eyes were glazed. I think she was in shock. And still, I wasn't done. One more thing, I said, reaching into my jacket. I pulled out a printed invitation, thick cardstock, gold foil trim. Next month, I'm launching a foundation in Grandpa's name, the Caldwell Legacy Trust. Scholarships for first-gen college students, financial literacy programs for at-risk youth, and a digital archive of every donation made in his name. Transparent, accountable, real. I walked over and placed the invitation in front of Mom. You always said you missed the way Thanksgiving used to feel, I said softly. This is what gratitude looks like. Not a seat at the table you stole, but building a new table entirely. I turned to leave. Lucas shouted something. Too fast, too incoherent to matter. Something about defamation. About lawyers. But no one stood with him. No one followed him out when he stormed from the room. Mom and Dad remained seated, motionless. I didn't expect them to chase me. I didn't even look back. Because I was done. The fallout was swift. Within a month, Lucas was under investigation. The shell companies unraveled quickly. Turns out, when you're arrogant enough to name one of your offshore accounts Big Dog LLC, it doesn't take long for accountants to sniff out the fraud. His assets were frozen. His accounts were flagged. His condo in Miami, the one he bragged about to all our cousins, was seized for investigation. He tried to spin it, of course. Claimed it was all a family misunderstanding. But with so many relatives filing civil complaints, and the media starting to poke around thanks to Damien's now published article, his denials didn't carry weight anymore. Mom and Dad quietly moved out of the house. No note. No apology. Just a key left in the mailbox and a voicemail I never listened to. They moved in with Aunt Diane in Nevada. I know this only because Nathan told me. He's kept tabs. Says they don't go out much anymore. As for me, I did what I promised. The Caldwell Legacy Trust launched with a 6-figure endowment, funded entirely from my own pocket. We awarded our first 3 scholarships this past fall. I attend every interview personally. I shake their hands. I hear their stories. And every time, I think of Grandpa. Not my parents. Not Lucas. But the man who once told me, at age 12, you don't need to be loud to lead. Just be the one who holds the light when everyone else is lost. I held the light. And I walked myself out of the dark. I still celebrate Thanksgiving. Not with family, not in that house, but with friends. Real ones. People who show up because they want to, not because they expect something. We laugh. We eat. We toast. And sometimes, when the table gets quiet for a moment, when the candles flicker and the air smells like cinnamon and roasted garlic, I sit back and feel it. Peace. Earned. Not inherited. And that is how I finally took my seat at the table. This time, the one I built myself.